to our board meeting tonight. Roll call. Sharon, who do we have? Okay. Mr. Montoya?
Present.
Secretary George?
Present.
Myself? We have a quorum. If you'll all stand and face the flag, we have a pledge of allegiance, after which Pastor Munoz will offer a prayer.
Let us pray. Our most graciously Heavenly Father, thank you for this evening. Thank you for each heart, each soul here tonight as we come together as a school board, as a community, to talk about the business of the school district. We pray for your guiding hand upon each conversation, upon our thoughts. Thank you for each person here again, once again, and I pray and lift up each person here that they would all have safe passage home. We pray all these things in the precious name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Munoz. Next item on the agenda is the agenda review. Secretary George, would you read that, please? Yes.
So Central Consolidated School District, the community of leaders dedicated to building lives, regular school board meeting, 5:30 p.m. Kirtland, or Mr. Manning, Randy Manning, boardroom and business office. Thank you. Sorry, I messed that up. The regular school board meeting is open in-person participation and available to the public via live streams on the Central Consolidated School District's YouTube channel, www.youtube.com/C/C Central Consolidated School District. Number 1, routine matters. A, call meeting to order and verify a quorum present through a roll call. B, pledge of allegiance. C, prayer. D, agenda review. E, approve agenda and or modifications. F, Board of Education election of officers. 2, comments from the audience. A, comments. 3, superintendent's report. A, superintendent's report. 4, reports. A, unique trip request by Katie Vasquez, OHO, PAX Leaders, Great Falls, Montana, March 21, 2023 through March 24th, 2023. B, request for approval of gift donation for National Center of Education Statistics, U.S. Department of Education's High School and Beyond Longitudinal Study 2022 by Monica Finai. Sorry if I said that wrong. C, graduation rate progress by high school principals. D, safety tabletops and safety demonstration by Devin Verhoost and David Griego. Sorry. E, Medicaid reimbursement report by Amanda Sutherland. F, ancillary services, special services, classroom support, and the IHS grant by Amanda Sutherland. G, discussion on ESS by Margaret Trocheck. H, vacancies update by Margaret Trocheck. I, District Athletic Director's goals, expectations, and accomplishments by Michael Switch. J, update on Newcomb Elementary School by Candace Thompson. K, SAO track field report by Candace Thompson. L, procurement over $60,000 on Sacred Wing Communications by Donovan Yazzie. M, resolution for J-Lane holders by Gary Montoya. 5, review consent items. See below and items pulled from consent agenda for discussion and or approval. A, possible items removed from consent agenda. 6, consent agenda. A, approval of the consent agenda. B, approve minutes for December 15th, 2022 work session and December 20th, 2022 regular school board. C, funding request for KCHS BPA merchant card January 18th, 2023 through June 30th, 2023. D, unique trip request for OHO PAX leaders, Great Falls, Montana, March 21st, 2023 through March 24th, 2023. E, request for approval of gift donation for National Center for Education Statistics, U.S. Department of Education's High School and Beyond Longitudinal Study of 2022. F, request for approval of gift donation for Greater Houston Community Foundation in the amount of $4,000 for SHS Boys and Girls Basketball Program. G, request for approval of gift donation for United Specialty Advertising, LLC for T-shirts, $999 for Shiprock High School cheer. H, procurement over $60,000. I, budget adjustments and journal entries. 7, convene an executive session. A, convene an executive session to discuss real estate matters on land lease as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1 H8 of New Mexico Open Meetings Act. B, reconvene an open session stated that the board has discussed in the executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed. Discuss real estate matters on land lease as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1 H8 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. 8, board report. A, board member report. 9, requested action items and or reports for next meeting. A, possible items for next meeting. 10, plus delta. A plus and delta from the board members. 11, adjournment. A, adjourned regular school board meeting.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Mr. Montoya?
clarification on the letter M under reports. There is no resolution. It's just an update and a consideration of actions that are occurring regarding the J1 visa resolution that we had approved.
Modify as noted.
Well, again, it's just a notice that there is no resolution that's going to be presented to the board. That's all.
We need an approval of the agenda then.
Mr. President, make a motion to approve the agenda as stated.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a,
I apologize, Mr. President. One of the items that's on here, which is F, Board of Education election of officers, I just now thought about that. I want to make sure that we have all 5 board members available. And it's my understanding that Ms. Aspis will be here, but she's running a little late. So I would like to hold that until we get all 5 members, and then just proceed with the meeting as follows until we get all 5 members here.
so noted.
All right, thank you.
Next item, comments on the agenda. Sharon, do we have, or from the audience, excuse me. Yes.
Motion still stands for the accepting.
I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda, with the exception of F as stands. Secretary George?
I second. Is that
No,
motion?
your
How do
vote.
you vote?
Oh, yes.
Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
And Ms. Aspis is not here yet, so Next item, and myself, yes, sorry about that, Sharon. Comments from the audience? Thank you. Move on to number 3, Superintendent's report. Mr. Carlson.
Thank you, Board President Wells, member of the board. Can everybody hear me? I got a lot of shaking yes and thumbs up.
Those that want to.
I'd like to thank the board for allowing me to give the report at the beginning of the agenda. For this one, I would like to share some information about a couple things that have taken place during the last probably 5-6 days that I was able to take part in. And so the first is the board retreat that took place last Friday and Saturday. The second is there was a legislative finance committee meeting that took place yesterday. It took place all day yesterday, but I had the chance to present in the morning at 9 o'clock in Santa Fe to the legislative finance committee. So that was just yesterday. So I apologize I want to make sure I capture all this. I'll be doing some reading while I talk about these things. On Friday, January 13th, and on Saturday, January 14th, this last Friday and Saturday, I met with our school board to go over important policies and to begin the strategic planning process for our district. We began the meeting by going over the roles and responsibilities in the relationship between superintendents and the school board, which is outlined in House Bill 212. We talked about important policies and issues facing our state, such as the Yazzie Martinez ruling and the PED's recently released equity policy. We reviewed our district's organizational chart as a precursor to the strategic planning process. Now, while we covered a lot of ground by discussing a variety of matters, we agreed to continue with the strategic planning process with a one-day mini retreat that is scheduled for February 11th, so we will be meeting again. We all look forward to involving our communities in this planning process that is essential as our district looks to make academic progress and changes that will help us become a model district for our state. Our district has not had a strategic plan in place for several years, and that's something that the board and I are really looking to implement, and we want to involve central office, we want to involve staff from throughout the district as well as all of our communities. And again, it's a very important progressive process as we move forward. In line with making necessary changes like this, I'll now talk about yesterday morning's meeting in Santa Fe with the Legislative Finance Committee. For the last couple of months, our district had the opportunity to host an evaluation team from the Legislative Finance Committee, or the LFC. The goal of this evaluation team was to identify strengths and needed areas of improvement for our school district. With two of our board members by our side, Vice President Haskey and Mr. Montoya, I was able to address the findings of the evaluation team's report. I'd like to take just a couple minutes to go over some of the district's plans to address their findings. This is their recommendations. One of the findings of the report was that we need to address staff turnover. As with all of the findings, we are very well aware of this. I know many of you have heard my messages that I've given out on Fridays, and that's something I've talked about is a big priority for us. And you'll probably remember me talking about this, but some of the things that we've done include the wellness reimbursements. I hope all of you are taking advantage of these. If you go to the store and you buy your basketball shoes, Ms. Clue-Clark, remember that those are reimbursable. Didn't mean to pick on you, Ann, sorry. But to everybody, I got it. It's fantastic to have that, and I myself have been taking advantage of that as well. Also, we've decreased, and hopefully everybody knows this, we decreased the amount of paid for insurance premiums. So for all my years in CCSD and most people here, it's been a 60-40 split with employees paying 40% of the premiums, which for those of you who are paying those premiums, you know that if it's reduced from 40% to 20%, that's half. And so you're paying half the amount. So if you have a family, and I don't know the exact amount, somewhere between $800 and $1,000 a month, cut that in half. That's a pretty good benefit. And so I've actually, when we first talked about it, most people didn't really realize what that meant until they got their paychecks, and they said, wait a minute, they're only taking out this much for health insurance. So that's kind of a big deal for everybody. We do offer free counseling as well. And of course, teachers and all staff have gotten the extra 3% for the ELTP days that we offer. One of the big findings from the LFC team, they talked a lot about academic achievement, and most people in this room probably know that our district test scores were not super great this last year, and we've talked about that, and we're not going to hide that. The LFC team does not, the folks that are on that team do not understand where we're coming from as far as our district, as far as the vastness of our district, and more importantly, what happened to our communities during COVID. So I did spend a little bit of time kind of talking about that and try to educate them on some of the challenges that our district faces. It wasn't excuses. We're in a place right now where we can show a lot of growth. Hopefully, a lot of you have heard Mr. Deswood say over and over that this is a baseline year, and we're going to be showing growth, and that's a promise. That's a promise to the school board, and I expect them to hold us to that, hold me to that. We already do things like they wanted us to teach to the grade level standards. Well, you've heard me say that, those of you who have seen my reports as well. It's important that we actually teach the standards. It doesn't mean students are at grade level. We go ahead and supplement skills when we can and when we have to, but we do teach grade level standards. So they had that in the report, and again, we've already talked about that, and we do that. We want to increase CTE offerings. All educational opportunities for students from all the areas, but also we'd like to bring that down to the middle school. And we also have plans to address the issues we have with gifted students. For the last few years, we have not identified gifted students at the rate we need to. We're going to fix that, and we're going to make sure we have more offerings at the middle school and the secondary level. There's several other areas in the report that were listed. And we've already been working on those areas. One of those areas is about adult sexual misconduct. If you're sitting in this audience right now and you're a staff member, I believe all of you have had in-person training and vector training to address that. And I think everybody's well aware that throughout this state we have had issues with that. So we're doing a lot more training in those areas. They also mentioned complying with the State Tribal Collaboration Act, which we actually took a little bit of offense to because we believe we do a good job of complying with that. We talk constantly with Dodie, and we listen to what they say, and we always cooperate with the Navajo Nation, and we believe we have good relationships with them. And I don't need to get into that other than to say that. Another issue is we do have a cash balance. Our district is working on, our board is working on plans to spend that cash balance, and we're gonna fix some of the facility needs that we have, and that's going to take a lot of money. We've kept that cash balance so we can address those needs, and we will be doing that very soon. So we let them know that. And again, we've made progress in all these areas this school year. The Legislative Finance Committee and the Public Education Department of New Mexico, they want the same thing as all of our constituents want, and that's for us to provide the best education for all of our children. So I want anyone who hears this report to know that our biggest goal will always be to make CCSD a place where students want to learn, where families want to send their children, and where students achieve at a level that's equal to or better than the level of students across the state and across the nation. And if you don't believe that, maybe any of you should be somewhere else, because I know the people in this room believe that. And so we're going to make that happen. The students in this district can perform at a level as other students in the state and in the nation or above. And that's what I have for everybody today. So thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson.
You're welcome.
Number 4, reports. A unique trip request by Katie Vasquez. She's not, okay. We'll move to item B, request for approval of gift donation for National Center for Education Statistics. Monica Funari.
Hello, thank you, school board, for allowing us to attend. My name is Lisa Kessler, and I am here with Monica to answer any questions that you might have regarding the gift donation for the 2 sampled schools. I believe that we submitted the letter to Miss Ray, and she asked that we attend. I don't know if there's any questions or any other additional information that we can provide, but we'd be happy to do so to the board.
Are there any questions from the board concerning the gift donation?
Mr. President.
Mr. Montoya?
I know I didn't see a total for the students, but is there an average of respondents of students, ma'am, that you generally get on these? I know it varies in the depending on the demographics and where you are.
Yeah, that's a great question. It really does vary. Our goal across the study is an 85% student level response rate, but it really just depends, and it's been so all over the board with COVID. But that's what we aim for, and it really just depends, really, per the school. But we'll take anything that we can get. We're appreciative of the schools and the students coming in and doing their best, and that really, it just is the bottom line. These are different times. It really is. The incentives are on the screen here. The schools, and this is all OMB approved, all of the participating schools receive the same amount. It's a $400 donation to the school, and we typically cut a check. If the school was not able to take a check, if there was any type of district policy against that, we can also provide a gift card or something like that for school supplies. The school coordinator, I mean, it's all up here. I don't know if you want me to go through this or if you just want me to answer questions, whatever works best and is, most efficient for the board here.
If you have any further information, go ahead. Otherwise, we'll just see what the board has, what questions the board has.
Sure.
Anything else, Mr. Montoya? Ms. George? Ms. Haskey?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess you're off the hook then.
I love it. Thank you very much. Both the schools have been just so gracious, and your schools have been so gracious. It really has been a pleasure. So thank you very much. And if there's anything else that we can answer for the study, we'd be happy to. And we will be circling back to provide some information and some data that can be actionable for your schools. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Item C, graduation rate progress by high school principals. Is Kirtland Central the first one on that? I think first up is, yes, Kirtland.
Good evening.
Yeah, but the people online can't.
Check 1, 2.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Rebecca Benedict, principal at Kirtland Central High School. Good evening, Board Superintendent Carlson, President Marion Wells, Vice President Suzette Haskey, Secretary Ms. George, and Mr. Montoya, member Mr. Montoya. I also wanted to introduce you to my counselor for those of you who don't know him. This is Dr. Cleo Nelson. He's been with us for a couple of years, and he came along to answer any questions that you might have regarding the presentation this evening for students for graduation. So basically it's pretty self-explanatory. We currently have 156 students at Kirtland Central High School, seniors, and 6 of those have met graduation requirements for December, so they're early graduates. 18 juniors were moved up to the senior status after Christmas. 1 life skills student was choosing to stay for additional years. 1 student graduated with an associate's degree in liberal arts from San Juan College, and he's not here, but I'm proud to say that it's our other counselor, Mr. Joe. It's his son who's going to have an associate's when he graduates. 3 students may meet graduation requirements by the summer or December, so we're pretty firm on 153 students walking in May. Our graduation will be on Saturday, May 27th, in the stadium, weather permitting, and we have a backup as usual in the Bronco Arena. So some of the interventions that we use to make sure that our students are on track to graduate: we have after-school credit recovery. We did that last fall, and we're also doing it right now. We currently have about 70 students enrolled in after-school recovery. We do no longer use the Edgenuity platform. We use what's called Pearson and VLN, which is credit recovery during the day. We have SPED support. We have a push-in for teachers who push into the classroom and help all students, including SPED students, and we have a pull-out for students who need it. We have an advisory dashboard, so during advisory, the teachers do a wellness check with the students and also look at their grades and just touch base with them. Kind of divided the students up who were failing among different teachers, so they check with them on a regular basis. We have a resource class pull-out, I mentioned that, inclusion. SEL social workers. Restorative Solutions is a new program that we put in place this year. We had an ISS program in the past. It's now ISS/Restorative Solutions, so it's really Restorative Solutions, which means a student who, that person who's running that classroom, if a student, for example, has numerous tardies, that student goes to meet with that teacher, and they talk about options and things that ways that they could handle it and see if they need any support. They sign a contract. We follow up with them. So it's not a punitive type solution, whereas in the past, ISS was you get in trouble, you go to ISS for the day, you do your homework, and you're out. We now have counselor support, and we now have solutions in place for those students. We have attendance incentives and award ceremonies. We're going to have a big ceremony on the 27th of January where we have a tardy challenge for all our students, and also students who have A's for the semester. That's going to take place on the 27th. Elective credit retention. We have mentors that I mentioned before. We have a program called Ignite, which is peer tutoring. That's a program that our other counselor runs. Those students are trained, and they're basically other students in the school who are part of this program and go into the classroom and work with those students. We have robocalls that go out quite frequently. I try to do them at least once every week or once every 2 weeks. Meetings with parents, PAC committee meetings. Senior letters go out. We have a SIT committee. I didn't put that up there, but the SIT committee is student intervention team at the high school. We have our counselor, our principals, our attendance clerk, and our registrar every Monday. We meet almost for the entire day, and we go through all students' attendance, their discipline, their SEL, and basically talk about individual students. And then we have a follow-up meeting that Friday to make sure that what we talked about on Monday was put in place. And then, of course, we have the support of college career and readiness. Mr. Ticini runs that. We just had a FAFSA meeting tonight, which is where students go to learn how to fill out their paperwork to get credit, to get money and student aid for college. And that took place this evening, and we had a pretty good turnout for considering the weather we had. I think we had 7 students who showed up. You have anything you want to add, Mr. Nelson? Dr. Nelson? No? Okay. Does anyone have any questions?
Mr. President,
Mr. Montoya?
in respects to the RS program, how has that been received by your students and your parents?
Very well, especially the students, because even though we have counselors, regular counselors who can't, act as a regular like a counselor, an emotional counselor on a regular basis, they have to be referred to social workers. The social workers are there every week, but this person it really depends on the person that you have in the program, and Ms. Collard is wonderful, and the students really respond to her. So we're finding little by little that these kids that are going on a regular basis to talk to her as kind of like a counselor, and she's very well trained. She's going to all the training for restorative solutions, but it's been going very well, and the number of students that go to her are increasing without even being asked to go.
That's good to know that they're receiving it and utilizing it even more. And
Because it's not punitive, and again, if I had a hardcore personality in there, it wouldn't work. But this person, everybody loves her, and she's non-judgmental, and she's supportive, and how can I help you? And they come back between class, and like if a student gets caught for vaping, they have to go through this Johns Hopkins smoking program, and she oversees that and runs that. And I've luckily only had 2 students so far have had to go through that. But she runs that program also, and the students really respond well to her. She's really great.
has that impacted their grades as well?
It has impacted their attendance, which ultimately impacts their grades. So our attendance right now is about 92%. Even before COVID, we had pretty good attendance because we constantly called. But I'm constantly working on the failure rate. We don't have that 50%. Our students get what they get. So constantly working on the failure rates, which ultimately impacts the graduation rate. So it's this big circle that we have that I mentioned, that the student intervention team, the counselors, the principals, the mentors. So, and SEL is woven into that. So every Monday when we meet, it used to be when we first started, we just focused on seniors because we had to make sure those seniors were, getting through. But it's now everybody. Then we focused on, next in line was the freshmen, because if they don't get their credits as a freshman, they suffer all the way through. But now the focus is, like I said, we spend probably 4 or 5 hours on every Monday doing that to follow up on each of those students. We can run all the reports now, which is very helpful. We can run a report that shows failures and absences and discipline referrals. We've set up a spreadsheet. So I'm pretty confident these numbers, it's pretty early, but I think that these numbers are pretty on target.
Okay, you said something that just was very positive when you talked about the circles, because most people don't look at it that way, as an evolutionary process as you evolve and then you come back and mature and it starts to impact, because most people look at it linearly, just straight down the line, and that's how it's cut and that's the way it is. But the fact that you're attending to it in that circular process and help them, that's wonderful. I appreciate
Well, thank
that.
you. Well, and I've noticed just when we talked about COVID, we've dealt more with anxiety with students this past year than any other times. I've been there at the high school. This is year 5, and as principal before, I would find kids in different places in the hallways crying when they first came back to school. So there is so much anxiety out there still. So that's a very important component.
Oh, absolutely. And we heard from a parent and a grandparent during the retreat where they were talking about students that are still just fearful of going back into the buildings. And that's not really being considered. I know people look at it in the big picture, but when you bring it down more myopic, especially to where we are and how much the Navajo Nation and these communities have been impacted, it weighs upon their shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the things, and I know that the superintendent alluded to it in our Legislative Finance Committee report, that a few things were said that, I'll use his words, take offense to it, but I won't define that. Anyways, my point is that a couple of times the word challenge was used to explain some of these issues that we deal with. And I've told people, that you take everybody's challenge in the state of New Mexico, bring that into a big, nice bag, Santa Claus bag, and you dump it in this district. And exactly what you're talking about is exactly what that parent and the grandparent are talking about. There's a lot of little things that our kids are faced with, our communities are faced with, that everybody does singularly at, or a few things, but we have to do it collectively. And they don't realize that or understand that, and quite frankly, through the language, don't want to understand. So I appreciate what you guys are doing. I really do. And again, the fact that you're running in circles in respects to doing that, to try to complete that wholeness of this child, again, the whole child, I truly appreciate that. So thank you.
And I really need to give some kudos, since he's here, to Dr. Nelson and to Mr. Joe, because the counselors are great. They have a very good relationship with the kids. And again, you have to have the right people in place. Not everybody was cut out to be a counselor. Some people have hardcore personalities and doesn't work, but my counselors have done a great job, and my team. Thank you.
Another question.
I just have a comment, a couple of comments, but I'd like to congratulate you on the one student of life skills who's choosing to stay a couple of additional years. That's really good. And then the student who is graduating with an associate's degree, that's good. And the 3 who will meet the graduation by summertime, that's really good. And then you had mentioned that you are using the shack still. Is that what you said? For parent meeting with parents?
No, the PAC.
Oh, the PAC.
Parent
Okay.
Advisory
Parent,
Committee.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have a meeting on Thursday, as a matter of fact.
Okay. And I think that has a lot. Do you have a good turnout with the parents that come for the PAC?
I didn't in the beginning, but then I changed the time. I used to have it after school, and now I have it at 7 a.m. And I've been having 12 or 14 people, and I serve breakfast. And our students, culinary arts students, make frittatas, and so we've had a good turnout.
That's good. I'm
Yeah.
glad that you've, it's really good to hear that, you're seeking alternative ways to bring in the parents and also the students with the incentives for attendance as well. And then to your anxiety that you have seen in your schools, perhaps Mr. Carlson, we can get the AccuDetox team over there.
I think that would be great, yes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
for the students and staff. And they can also be taught self-regulation as well with tapping and as well in the classrooms. But thank you, good job.
Thank you for your support.
Mr. President,
Did anyone else have a question?
actually, it's a comment to the superintendent. Something I was saying again about the breakfast that she said, bringing them in. I believe we kind of alluded a little bit to that today. And again, the understanding of the communities, and then giving that offering to be able to do that, to make it more inviting. I truly believe that all the schools need to take that into consideration. So thank you.
So on the way, I don't know, is it working? So on the way over, I was listening to your presentation, and you mentioned about counselors. As far as your credit recovery, and that you change and have a new credit recovery.
The district for the high schools, they no longer use Edgenuity. Remember, that was a program they had for years. We now use Pearson in a program called VLN for credit recovery. It's more, it has like a bot, I guess it's called, when students are on there and they're struggling with a problem. This fake teacher comes on and answers questions, and there's actually teachers on the other end. So it's more friendly for the students. They get more support that way.
Okay, and then you mentioned the other person that heads the credit recovery class.
I would think I was talking about the restorative justice class, Miss
Okay.
Collard, yes,
Okay.
yes,
And on your counselor, who's your counselor?
This is one, Dr. Nelson, that's Miss Aspis, and then we have Brian Joe.
Okay, and could you tell me what all consists of the credit recovery?
Thank you, Mr. President and Governing Board. So we have two different options for students when it comes to credit recovery. We have after school, which is with our teachers. So some of our English teachers, math teachers, and one of our science teachers currently are offering to teach after school from 3:30 to 4:30. So we do have English 1, 2, 3, and 4, Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2, and Chemistry currently for after school. So if students want to make up a credit or from a previous semester or a previous school year, then they can do that there. And then we also offer credit recovery online, which is what Dr. Benedict had just mentioned, that we can build that into their schedule, and they work on their laptops with a teacher that is within that VLN, Virtual Learning Network, or the Pearson Connexus. So those are the two options we offer to our students. So it kind of, whichever one works best. Some students work well online, some work better with it in person, with the teacher. So we give them those options. And sometimes we have students that take advantage of both if they're really trying to regain credits that they lost. So they're taking credit recovery during the day, and then they come back after school for an hour, and then they do another class for credit recovery there. So that's kind of how they're offered. The VLN is for our English and math, and then the Pearson Connexus is for the social studies and science. So we do offer all the core subjects with the online, and then with after school, right now we do have the English, math, and social studies. And then it just depends on if a science teacher does want to go and teach, then we can add that to the schedule as well.
Okay, in your talks, are you talking to the student or the parent?
So with the after school, we do have a form where they do need to fill it out, and then they take it home and parents sign so that at least they're aware that they're attending after school for their class. When it comes to the online, they can sign up on their own. And usually for the online, we reserve that for the upperclassmen, for seniors and juniors, so that they have first priority to take that. And then of course, parents are able to log into PowerSchool, so they do see that on their schedule that they have credit recovery in their on their schedule. And then as counselors, when it comes to their senior year or senior year is when we actually start really meeting with them, and then also letting parents know that, this is where their students stand with credits, if they need to make it up, and parent involvement as far as, parents will say, well, I want my child to do after school credit recovery. And we say, sure, and so we put them in that route. So parents do have a say in what they want for their students too, when it comes to their last 2 years of high school, if they're behind in credits.
And I have to say, I've said in the past, I've never been a big fan of credit recovery. I think the relationships with the teachers mean much more. I know it's necessary because there are some students who are behind and they can't fit in their schedule and they have to have credit recovery. But I'm changing the format of it next year in credit recovery that I currently have during the day. I want more of an interactive, like tutoring one-on-one with the students, not somebody that's in there in case a student has a question. I want them to take the initiative to work with that student because we know where most of our failures are, and I need somebody certified in that area to be able to work with those students. And we only put seniors in there and a few juniors, and there comes to the end of the year, maybe a kid transferred in or something, and they just need half a credit just to graduate, and we do an original credit. We have to have it for those purposes. But I think that if a student, especially math, I was never a math person. If I don't get it in the classroom, how am I going to get it online? To me, they need to be in the classroom. But it is necessary. It's necessary to have that program for those students who just can't fit in their schedule or have to make up the credit to graduate.
So also the difficulty, are you aware of that? And in the, are you aware of the difficulty where you can tell the parent or the student, what you estimate, maybe months or weeks or you know, when they'll get done. Do you know the content of that?
As far as what I've seen within the online programs, right now it's set up to be what they call prescriptive. So students will actually take a pre-test for each module. And right now there's about 15 modules within one course. And if a student is proficient, I believe at 70%, they're able to be exempt from that module and they move forward on to the next one. So rather than having to reteach a content that they've already learned or they know or mastered, then at least they get to move on that way. So as far as how long it takes, we set it as semesters as far as from the start to the end date, and then the online program itself will actually schedule it to where it will equally divide up those modules for them. And then as far as with our after-school credit recovery, students work with the teachers, and it's a bit less stressful for them doing after school just because homework is not assigned. So they try to do all the, the in-class assignments within that 1 hour each of every other day. And what I forgot to mention with the after school is it's divided up into 2 days out of the week. So if a student wants to do English and math, they can. So they'll have their schedules to where Monday and Wednesday after school, they can do English credit recovery. And then Tuesday and Thursday, they can do math credit recovery. So they can make up at least up to 1 full credit if they do Monday through Thursday for the entire after school, session. So, that's something I forgot to mention with the after school.
Okay, the reason why I'm asking these questions is myself, my daughter needed credit recovery, and the counselor that was pushing the material gave us a picture of, oh, you'll fly right through it. You'll be fine. You'll just fly right through it. You should be done, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And it wasn't the case. I mean, this was a total different level. And she struggled, and it was college level. And but she was able to get through it. And so that's why I'm asking that question, and make sure that we inform our parents and our students on what they're expecting, so that they, and then not where it's too difficult where they don't even try.
So I think that was probably, I think they even had ingenuity even back then. And none of the principals, that's why we pushed for them to get rid of ingenuity, because just what you're saying. There was a lot of extraneous material in there that they weren't even covering in the classroom. It was very difficult to get through it. This one is more aligned, and the company is more open to working with us, because why should the student do extra when they're trying to get through that they're not doing in the classroom? So they work with us. It's much better. I think it's much better than, you can ask the other principals, but I think it's much better than ingenuity was. Thank you. Any more questions?
Mr. Montoya.
I guess really not a question, but just the fact that you're making it very pointed for the students' needs, rather than just what you were saying, adding a lot of things that there's no need for. And when you make it applicable, then they tend to focus a little bit better and do better. Yeah. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Ms. George?
Just another comment. I really appreciate the fact that you noticed that the adult relationship to the student, as far as being open-minded and non-judgmental, and really noticing the connection, who the kids go to, who the kids trust, and who they can rely on, and that's that teacher that you have and your counselors. So I really appreciate the fact that you noticed that the teacher and student positive relationship there. That's really important for the students in the schools, to have somebody that they can connect with and really just talk easy with them and stuff. So I appreciate that.
Are there any other comments or questions from the board? Thank you, Dr. Pettit. Next is Shiprock High School.
Good evening, School Board President Wells, Secretary George, Ms. Aspis, Mr. Montoya, and Ms. Haskey, Vice President, and Superintendent Carlson. I'm glad to be here. Sharon, is there any way to make that just a touch bigger or no? Thank you. I can see it on my phone too, but so at Shiprock High School, I'm probably going to repeat a lot of the things that Rebecca said, but we'll go over it to begin with. Right now, we currently have 115 seniors. We have 1 that met graduation requirements by October, 9 that met graduation requirements in December, 9 who are complete, they're done, but they're remaining at school for sports, dual credit, school activities, just finishing out their senior year. We have 12 juniors that moved to senior status, and we have 4 juniors that are going to be early graduates. They're going to graduate as H3s. And we have 1 life skills student who's choosing to stay an additional year. We should be set for 116 students possible to walk in May. We are not looking at any of these students who are really struggling right now. They should all graduate in May. So we're pretty happy with that. We do graduation grade checks every 2 weeks, and we've done that all throughout the year. I have a senior counselor, Mr. Daniel Jones, and a college and career readiness person, Brandy Talley, who do a fantastic job keeping up on those senior grades, meeting with those kids, following their dual credit classes, seeing how they're doing, if they do have credit recovery. So they've done an outstanding job with those grade checks and meeting with those students. They can come into my office on any given day and show me where every kid's at and where their grades are at. We send letters to parents on attendance and grades if kids start to fall behind. Kim D, she's my attendance secretary. She helps put that together. And then we work as a sit team. And then again, Brandy and Daniel really look closely at that too. That's where we have meetings with the counselor, myself, the assistant principals, and the CCR coordinator to go over student numbers, whether they're our seniors or their juniors who are close or their juniors who are sliding, so to make sure they stay on track. So we meet, we talk about attendance, we look at discipline, which is pretty rare at this point, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But we try to just keep those kids all, keep them on our radar and meet with their parents if we need to. So for credit recovery, we have night school, which is a 4-week program, meets from 3:30 to 6:10, 4 nights a week. And in that time, they can earn 1 full credit, but it will be in just generally 1 course. So if they need biology, we'll get them up to a half or a full credit in biology, whatever they need. Right now, we're going to have English. We generally always have an Algebra 2, geometry, biology or chemistry, whichever is needed. Every now and then, we'll need a government, New Mexico history, or a government or an economics. We just look and see what kids need. When they do those enrollment forms, we see what they need. The counselors go through what they need, and that's how we kind of establish our night school. Night school is open for all grades. We're going to try to really push the ones starting next week towards some of our freshmen, because our freshmen kind of struggled and they need that one-on-one education with the teacher at night. So we're going to try to push them to getting caught up. We do have a credit recovery class where it is online with VLN or Pearson, but we also have built into our schedule. My lead English teacher teaches credit recovery English 1 through 4 within our master schedule. We do have credit recovery Algebra 1 within our master schedule when it's needed. So we try to offer those things and those core contents during the day as well. We've been able to build those into our master schedule. So that helps our kids make up failed courses and complete college coursework. Because of those things, night school, credit recovery within our building, and a little bit because of online, last year, so this isn't about seniors, but I'll go back to last year. When we started school last year after pretty much pandemic, we generally have average class sizes of 120 to 145 students per grade level. We walked into last year with 256 freshmen. And that is because 120 some sophomores didn't get enough credits during COVID to be classified as sophomores. So we had a freshman class twice as big as it should have been. through the course of the year and staying focused on night school, credit recovery, things like that, we have now cut that number back to our sophomore class is 145 students. So we moved that many students forward into their correct cohort as juniors. And so that was quite an accomplishment. That was part of our 90-day plan last year, was to move those students forward and to get them caught up on credit recovery, and to build those courses into our credits. And with the block schedule, the way we can work that is they can take one credit recovery course one semester, it's done, and they can take another one the next. And they're only focused on 4 classes a day so that they can really stay focused on that. Those 4 classes a day equal 8 credits a year, which is 32 credits over the course of their high school. They only need 24 to graduate. So as these kids start through high school, they've got every opportunity to get their associate's degree, to graduate early, to do a lot of things with those extra credits, to take more CTE courses, however that works out. So we've really liked how a lot of those things have worked out for us. We have lunch tutoring. Several of my teachers stay in at lunch and tutor students and invite them in. Hey, you're struggling? Come in and see me. We need to catch up on some stuff. And then we also have after-school tutoring and credit recovery through night school. So those are some of the things we offer on graduation. On the other aspects, we are in our 3rd year of restorative justice. Almost 100% of our teachers have been trained now in restorative solutions. And so we are seeing a huge increase in teachers within their own rooms use restorative practices, sitting down, talking to kids, finding out what's going on, why aren't you turning in homework, and trying to deal with discipline problems, and I don't call them problems. Sometimes it's just the way a student comes in, maybe they're hesitant, maybe there's a reason. And those teachers themselves are working with those students to close that circle, to get that conversation started so that they can restore a good relationship and, get the kid to start working. For that reason, right now, we are seeing some pretty good behaviors. We still have some substance use we're working with. They work with our social worker and our counselors if we have substance issues. Our attendance is getting better. As far as just discipline over refusal to get off a cell phone or just being insubordinate to a teacher, we almost never, very, very rarely see that. So kudos to my teachers. That's something they've done a great job with, and really taking that restorative practice. We just did restorative practice training at our last group PLC. Mr. Ankerman and Miss Uintilly, they did a lot of ideas and how restorative should work and what it's not. And then in our restorative room, which we call the Chieftain Calm Corner, Mr. Atsedy, he's a great resource. So if I do have a student who's made a bad decision and brought substance to school, he sits down, talks to him about making better choices on how to not have those things with them. He's a really great resource in there and is working toward his admin degree. So I'm really happy for that. I was trying to think if there were some other things. Our PACs meet once a month on Tuesdays. The departments put them on. We're still a little short on parent participation on those. When it's seniors, we have senior night, we get quite a few parents, like most of them, because we're talking graduation and stuff on those nights. We're thinking about doing the whole basketball thing, or, before a sports thing, having a light snack, and then go ahead and go on to the game, give them a ticket into the game. So we're looking more at that to increase that parent awareness. And we stay really culture focused. I have a really great Navajo teacher that helps keep us really culture focused throughout the school. I stand for questions.
Mr. Montoya.
I appreciate that. And again, I'll ask you the same. How are your students receiving it and the parents receiving that restorative solutions?
I think the students are really, I think they appreciate the trying to build relationships with them. And it's not, there's very rarely that it's just, where it's a punitive thing. We're trying to talk through solutions. We're trying to get them to think about their actions. We're trying to build a relationship. And I think that they really appreciate that we're not, being completely punitive or mean, that we're trying to, build relationships with them. Anything else?
Ms. George?
Thank you. I just had a question. The restorative justice class, you've explained a little bit, but Mr. Carlson, that's in all the schools, the high schools?
I believe so. That's been a goal that we've had. Restorative justice is kind of taking hold across the state and across the nation.
Can you kind of explain like more like what it does? Because I'm very interested in hearing that from Kirtland High School and then also from Shiprock High.
I
Okay.
would be more than glad if you want to
Okay.
come by anytime, and I can go over it too.
Oh,
You know what?
okay, I can go by.
You can go by, but you know what? Since you've asked that, I bet you any of these principals would do it justice better than I would, talking about restorative justice.
Okay, I think
Yeah.
that's a really good program. I'm really happy to hear that for the students and, working with them with whatever issues, substance or, just family factors that come in or homelessness in those areas. So I'm really glad that we have that going on.
And sometimes it's through that process that we find those things out.
Yeah.
So, and they have a series of 7 questions. Just come in, I'll show you the whole thing, how the whole thing works for that circle to, start where you're at, and you ask these key questions, and you get a kid starting to talk about how are they impacted, how was someone else impacted, how could they made a different decision, and then how to rebuild that relationship with the teacher, and you bring them in together and how to rebuild that so that it's positive, so that a kid doesn't feel like I can't go back into her class because she's just going to be mad at me, so that, they feel comfortable coming back in and communicating.
Yeah, and congratulations again on your students who are, the juniors who moved up to senior status. That is impressive. I
Yeah.
mean, and then the life skill student who's wanting to stay in school too. That says a lot about your culture there at the school. So
Thank you.
congratulations and yay Shiprock High School. Even yay to all the schools, the high schools, Newcomb and Kirtland, but I'm partial to Shiprock High. I'm sure all of you know why. But thank you.
Thank you.
Little bit of bias. Once a chieftain, always a chieftain. Go Chieftains.
Ms. Aspis?
Yes, I was trying to look for a video I saw earlier today, and it really talked about how, whereas our core classes, math, science, those things are very important, but at the same time, we're finding that just connecting with the student is far more
Absolutely.
important, and that was my question too, was the credit recovery. Let me ask this question: how is your grading system?
So I am not strict one way or the other. So I give my teachers the option if they want to use 50% for regular assignments, but we don't put tests into that. If you're going to assess this kid on what they know and what they've learned, then you're going to assess. But say a kid misses for 2 weeks because they've been sick, or concussion protocols. Say a student's out for a concussion and they can only audit a class for 7 days. Those teachers have the option to either exempt that or to give them the 50% so that they don't, get zeros on that work. Most of the time they'll go ahead, and a lot of times they'll exempt it. I have some teachers that tell kids there will be no 50% in this class. This is the expectation because we don't have, tons of assignments, and they stay on top of it. My one requirement is that whatever you're going to use, if you're going to use 50%, that's clearly articulated and kids understand it. If you're not going to use 50%, that's clearly articulated and students understand it. So that at any time, and teachers are supposed to go over students' grades with them every week. So when you're talking to a student about their grades, they understand where they're lacking, they understand what they need to make up, they understand what they know. So, and our kids are allowed to make up work. I have very few teachers who won't take work past 2 and 3 weeks. I mean, they'll take it up to 2 and 3 weeks. Some of them up to the end of the semester. Yes, that research paper was due 3 weeks ago. Now, when they get to be seniors, I have some reservations about that. I want them to get it in with that 2-week window, especially if they're in school every day, because if we don't start to hold them to that as seniors, and I'll give you a good analogy of this in a minute, then when they go to college or they go to work, they're not ready to meet those deadlines that we all have to meet, when we get into the professional world or we get into the college world. Had a teacher the other day through a feedback session. This kind of going off tangent, but anyways, we were having a feedback session. We were talking about freshmen, and we were talking about late work, some things like that. And he said he felt like freshmen were kind of like Labrador puppies. He said you can throw that ball out there, and that puppy's going to run out there, and it's going to get the ball, and it's going to run around, it's going to play out in the grass, and pretty soon it's going to bring the ball back. He said, and so do I take the ball and slap the dog on the nose and say, you're not throwing it again, it took you too long? He said, nope. He said, you throw the ball again, the dog's going to go out there, he's going to chase it around, but pretty soon he's going to figure out he needs to bring it back quicker if he wants to chase it again. And so that you build freshmen like that. You keep giving them, and sophomores, you keep giving them a little leeway, but then, bringing it back in a little tighter because they're going to learn, I have to get it in on time. So you progressively do that, and you do that through high school, through freshman, sophomore year, and by the time they're seniors, you're kind of expecting when you throw that ball out there, hey, go get it, you need to get it back to me, because that's going to be the expectation when you go to work, that's going to be the expectation when you go to college. And I thought that was a really cool analogy, something I'd always believed in but never articulated it nearly that well, that, we have to teach our kids what it's like to get work in on time and build them up to that.
So Superintendent, this has come up before, and with the 50%, and at first I really thought it was great, but then after hearing at the time the board's view, and then our senior board member at that time, and I have to agree, but with students that do follow and do turn in their work or bring the ball back, I guess the fairness, or it's not there, and so I'm kind of concerned now. Is all our high school doing this 50%, or?
That's
No.
actually been left to the high schools at this point in time.
And
And so
I've left
they-
it to individual teachers.
Yeah, you can ask each of the principals as they come up.
And also where does the state sit in on this?
I haven't heard from the state since they actually mandated it. That was during COVID, and so the last I heard that they're no longer mandating it.
It's not mandated, but the state still strongly supports it.
I'd like to see the
The wording.
documentation,
You bet.
and I want to see that, and I would like presentation on that.
You bet.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Ms. George?
I don't really have a question, but I have a couple of comments. As what Ms. Aspis has stated, Mr. Carlson, does the 50% that goes into the junior high as well, right?
It has.
Okay, so I am not a fan of that, and the reason why is because when you have a strong student, A and B student, who stays up until well after midnight doing their homework, doing their 4-page report, they turn it in the next morning for their deadline, and then you have a student who is an FD student, a GPA of 0.0 or 1.4 below the 2.0 requirement for any sports or to be passing. They show up to school the next morning, and the teacher's like, where's your homework at? Oh, I didn't do it. 'Cause I felt like I didn't have to do it, and I was bored with it. These are some of the attitudes that comes from some of these students, but they get that 50%, and so they're passed.
No, they did not. A 50% is still failing.
Okay.
It's just the difference between making a failing grade a 0 to a 59. So there's 59 points of an F, whereas there's only 10 points for every other band, or making an F from a 50 to a 59. It's still an F.
Okay,
It's
so
just more equal. So you have 90 to 100's an A, 80 to 90's a B, 70 to 80's a C, 60 to 70's a D. Instead of making an F a 0 to 59, an F is now a 50 to a 59. So it's the same 10-point band that all the other grades are. So it's actually more equitable. They're still going to fail. That 50 is still failing. They're not going to pass that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a
Okay,
0 they
so-
can't hardly make up.
Okay, so, okay, then then the way it's stated then is a miscommunication then. And I
Right.
think a lot of students get upset with that miscommunication portion then. So if
Mm.
it can be explained.
Maybe explain to students better.
Explain to students better, and then to parents and the
Mhm.
community better.
Mhm.
Now I understand.
Yeah, it's very hard to overcome a 0 on a 100-point scale. Whereas, no matter how many assignments you make up. Whereas a 50 on a 100-point scale, you might be able as a student to make that one up over the next 2 or 3 assignments. Oh, I've just got to do way better. I'm going to have to get 80s on those to bring that 50 up. But 80s, when you've got a 0, that's tough to overcome.
Okay,
That's the difference.
thank you for explaining that.
You're welcome. Yeah.
The Gallaghers are so much my safety net.
No.
Thank you.
You're just
Board
a very
President.
smart young lady. Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes,
Ms. Athos.
Superintendent, I would like to see that example done right now. I want a list of different grades, and then how that 50% is used in that. I want to see that right now.
Right now?
I want it calculated and averaged out. I want
probably
to see
have
it.
I probably have a presentation, but I would have to look it up in Google because it's from last year.
So if we could do that
Okay.
Right
Do you
now?
want
now,
principal to do it? Ms. Gallagher?
whoever, I'd like to see it.
Let me
Okay.
see if I can find my presentation from last year. Do you want to hear one of the other principals first do their graduation thing while I look it up?
That'll be
Is it
fine.
okay?
And I can, Mr. President,
Go ahead.
I can actually attest to that because of the way I've been graded especially in my statistics class. They give you a point scale as a total. You had to hit 700 points, and then whatever the points were, and I kept having to calculate literally every single week where I was to ensure that, I mean, he wasn't giving zeros to anybody, but if that's what you scored, and let's just say you took one of the tests and you didn't get anything out of it, well, guess what you're getting? The point is through those efforts, the minimum in respect to the 50, it adds up, but it takes time to add up. It just takes longer to add those numbers and those scores up to make it viable to push your score back up. And that just means that you have to do that much better every single successive time on those tests.
In a
That
semester?
depends on the class.
Yeah.
English classes might have not that many because they might have a lot of essays, whereas a math class might have one a day.
Let's say on average in a quarter, there's 9 weeks, probably 24 assignments on average. But they're all weighted different. So every assignment's weighted different. So there's homework that's going to be weighted at like 10 or 15%. And there are assessments that are going to be weighted at like 70 or 80%. So it's not an easy just figure because you've got to weight every one of those grades. And that's what I said, our assessments can't have a 50%. If you're doing a summative assessment on that unit, there's no 50% on that. The grade you get on that summative assessment is the grade you get on that summative assessment. Now, 15% homework that you forgot to turn in 2 weeks ago, you might be able to get a 50% on that.
To see the example, and then also the documentation from PED that allows.
We'll get you,
And-
definitely get the documentation. As far as the example, I mean, if you want, I mean, we could make up numbers, and Mr. Deswood has something he can share right now, if that'd be all right.
And then on top of that, I'd like to go back and see when the board approved that.
During COVID.
So
It was during COVID.
Okay,
I'd like that information.
absolutely.
Just like the first year of COVID, yeah.
that was approved then?
Ms. George?
So, completely forgot what I was going to say. I forgot what I was going to say. I'll come back.
Okay.
Board President, can I just make a comment?
Ms. Haskey, go ahead.
I would just thank you for all the information and kudos to all the successes for students. I guess in terms of this grading system, my only concern would be to always making sure that the student's aware of where they're at throughout the whole process, because what you said earlier was kind of concerning. If you don't know you have the weighted paper 0 out of 80 and you get a 0 or something. You just said an example.
Right, so that's all gotta be in the syllabus.
Throughout this whole process,
Absolutely.
I hope that the continuation of the communication continues throughout this whole process with the students.
Absolutely.
So that would be my only comment with that. But great job with the information for you and for Dr. Benedict.
Thank you.
Board President, can I?
Ms.
May I?
Lopez, go ahead.
So also Superintendent, I'd like to see more on that, the credit recovery, on how that's done and how it aligns with PED, or if it's okay with PED. I want to see that too. I'm just making sure we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's, because, you know, these are our students, and like to just blindly go along, but I really want to know and make sure that we're doing things appropriately.
Ms. George?
Okay, so I remember now. So I just wanted to give appreciation for the principal that the deadline for students as far as their work is concerned, that you noticed that you have to be on top of them to make sure that they're meeting those deadlines for college, and also, you know, like when they go into the military or working, that they know that they need to make those deadlines, and it's just not a given here in school that's taught, that, you know, especially if they go into the military, you know, how rigorous that is and all the deadlines. And so I just appreciate that you're following through to making sure that they understand that process of deadlines.
By the time
and
they're seniors, they better understand it.
yeah. And then, so when this 50% was brought down during COVID, Mr. Carlson, maybe we need to look at that now that we're back in the schools and we're not remote, because I know that was a part of helping the students to stay stable while, you know, they were at home, and a lot of the issues that were with them trying to turn in their homework and getting, paper homework to the students, and them coming by and picking them up at the school. So I know that was partial part of that. And then I know for the LOC that just happened on Monday, you know, if they approve this, then PED approved it, then they're really doing our students a disservice. And I know that they pounded the districts for, you know, what we're talking about right now, and it's actually coming from them because they're the ones that approved it. And when they hand those down, it goes to New Mexico PED, because New Mexico PED has to put it in the NAMNAC, and then it becomes a requirement for the schools. So I just wanted to put that out, that, you know, it comes from our legislatives, the committee there that puts these, you know, grading processes in place, and it's a struggle for our teachers. It's a struggle for our students to meet those needs. And like when the board, I know that they asked you straightforward, we just need a yes or no, you know, is your board doing this, yes or no? And it's the board's responsibility also to, you know, like what Ms. Aspis said, for these students, for their education. And so maybe we just need to look back at that and maybe remove that because we're not in COVID as we were last year. But just
So
to
I
make that
believe that
statement.
Sharon now has a copy of a spreadsheet, right, that Mr. Deswood did? That shows a difference between zeros and 50s on some assignments. I don't know that we've weighted any assignments, but it's just a,
So Superintendent, shared,
yeah, we're gonna try to get it up there.
okay.
Yeah, so I'll give Mr. Deswood back his computer.
So to me, it doesn't, no. I don't like it, and we need to find out. Again, we're gonna have to go back to PED and also the
So you don't have to put
I
it
don't
up
want
there
to say
if you
the chain of command, but the process is usually through the board and then down to the superintendent, and then you go ahead and to the schools. But
So
no, that's not the same.
Yeah, so here's a limited assignment. So given all assignments were equal, there were no tests, there were no anything, you can see that a 50% does make a difference in a student who has A's on like 100% on the work they get turned in, and then they get sick or whatever, and then they get 50%. It does bump them up to a 77, whereas with zeros, they're gonna fail even though they passed some of the assignments. Now that does, and like I said, that doesn't weight grades. That doesn't say that some of those hundreds were on tests, that they really showed they had the knowledge. Honestly, I am good with not doing 50%. I'm good with, if a teacher wants to, what I would like to go to is standards-based. Do you know it? Have you met the standard? But we have not gotten to that point yet where we're basing, there's no letter grades. It's on the standard. Do you know it? If you know it, you pass. If you don't know it, it's not yet. You have to keep going back and redoing until you do know it. I'm honestly more for standards-based grades than any mathematical figuring of grades. You see in that chart where the student receives a 0 versus a 50. So yes, the band is 50 to 59, but if a student doesn't turn in anything, they're given an extra 50 points that they did not get,
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
That's
what- I
excuse
understand
me, let me talk.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you've been disruptive all this time, and let me talk.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's what I wanted to point out. From what we see from the 0, the student that, say that student is the one that's always staying up late, as Miss George put it, and maybe that 4th assignment, she didn't get it done, and so she gets a 0. So then when you have somebody that's giving 50%, look at how the average comes out. So to me, that's not fair. That's not right.
I understand that. Instead of just space. So what if, never mind, I don't want to take up any more people's time. So I'm going to let the other principals go because I was going to ask another question on rubrics, but.
Board President.
Yes.
May.
Yes, ma'am.
So in this case, I look like the bad person. And so, more than anything, I would like to see our graduation rates way up there, but not a lie. We need to come back and we need to find out what's going on, if this is something we can do, and get everything situated and corrected.
Any other comments? You mentioned something, Ms. Gallagher, that stood out to me that I think is really important, and that is that you are working to get the parents involved.
Mm-hmm.
The more parental involvement, in my opinion, the better the student's going to function.
Absolutely, I agree.
It's more a whole person if the parents are there, and the fact that you're working to bring those parents in is commendable, in my opinion.
Thank you. We're trying, yeah.
Thank you.
Board President.
Yes, ma'am, Ms.
May I?
Sanchez.
So now that we go from here, let's go forward and try to correct some of this.
Yes, ma'am.
And overall, I think you're doing great. I mean, at this point, but
I
need to
can
correct
also
this.
bring some numbers. Like I said, I have very few teachers even using 50%, and it's generally only on homework assignments when a kid's missed for concussions, when a kid's missed because of COVID, when a kid's missed because they're taking care of their parents. Those are about the only times we have anybody doing 50%. But I can get that information for you, is when, so that we're not killing those students' grades when it's going to be really hard to make them up. So, but I can bring you more information, and I appreciate your time.
One more, Ms. George.
Just a comment, Mr. Carlson. The 50%, like we said, is with all the high schools, and then it's in the junior high as well. So I think,
Yeah, Kirtland doesn't do any 50% at their high school.
okay. But where the 50% is being active, I think we just need to include all those, reports from those schools
You
as
just want
well.
to see those numbers.
Yeah, just all the way across, because all the way across it's not fair for a lot of the students, So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gallagher.
Thank you.
Next is career prep.
Good evening. President Wells, Vice President Haskey, Ms. George, Secretary, Ms. Aspis, member, and Mr. Montoya, member, and of course, Mr. Carlson. Thank you for letting me be here tonight. So we're going to go over real quick what our status was this year. First off, I'd like to say that if you look at the numbers on here, they're not going to add up right. And the reason for that is because we've had seniors that have transferred in and out. But we started the year with 46 seniors. 16 of those have already met graduation requirements by January. One of those has elected to stay and go to Bond Wilson all day long, so we really commend her for that. A lot of the others are some of my older students who are already working and stuff and have gone on to work. Right now, we're looking at 23 of the seniors that we still have are on track to graduate by May, needing 4 credits or less. We have 8 more that are possible to graduate with the classes they have, plus night school and additional credits. Somewhere they're needing between 4.5 and 6 credits. So we're looking at a possibility of up to 45 students who will be able to walk this spring. So we're really happy with the gains we've made this year with those kids. And we have kids that are from their 4th year in school up to a few it's their 8th year in school. So we're proud of those kids regardless where they are, that they're getting what they need to. Some of the interventions we work with, we have our advisory first thing in the morning, and they're broken into by grade level. I have 2 teachers for each grade level, and they go through, doesn't matter whether they're seniors, juniors, freshmen, they go through grades every week and make sure that they're doing that. We also try to stress the importance of knowing how many credits you have and how many you need to get out with. Because a lot of the kids, when they first come in, when you start asking them, how many credits do you have? And they're like, I don't know. So we made that a real emphasis this year of making sure they understood how many credits they needed and how many they had. Myself and the counselor are the ones who do the individual meetings with the students. Above that, I have a spreadsheet for the seniors. I go through it weekly and check on their progress and make sure that we're hitting that target that we need to. We set a goal this year of 90% of those 46 seniors we're going to be able to graduate by May, and looks like we're going to be able to hit that maybe plus some. So the counselor and I, like I said, we go through that. We have a spreadsheet that we update regularly. We have night school classes that were put in before I got there. Our students don't do as well on the online classes. So it's a big deal to us to have in-person credit recovery. And when we talk credit recovery, we're not talking have to sit through the whole class again. The state has already endorsed that we can make up what they didn't get. So it's shorter terms, but it's still getting them to where they need to be. If they've already had the seat time, that's not as necessary to replay the seat time. They just need to fill in the gaps of what they haven't had. So we have our night school. We also have credit recovery built into our school day. We have some independent study coursework by packets that were developed by the teachers during COVID. I have one gentleman who went through and did his whole curriculum online and put it on YouTube. And it's got weekly assignments, and the kids go in and they review the YouTube that he did, and then it's got the worksheet that goes with it and stuff. So, you know, sometimes when a student is needing an extra credit or two, you know, we're getting those through the night school or through an independent study packet. So we try to be as creative as we can because the students that come to us have failed in other places. So we try to be thoughtful of what can we do to make them successful. So that was kind of a quick overview, but that is where we are, and I'm proud of my teachers. They have really done a good job of working with the kids, and you know, I told them when I first started there, we've got to meet the kids where they are. We can't keep yelling back down the road. You all got to catch up with us. So, and
Mr. President,
Mr. Montoya.
in respects to the restorative solutions, I'm going to assume you're applying that as well,
oh yes.
and it's been received well.
Yes, and you know, it's always been my contention that when you're looking at that, you've always got a root cause. I mean, a kid will make a bad choice now and then, but if they keep making multiple choices the same, we've got a root problem, and we've got to get there. And the restorative justice solutions is really good with that. You know, we sit down and we visit with how things are going. What is this? You know, we try to identify so that we don't keep just saying, you're suspended for 3 days, you're suspended for 3 days, you're suspended for 3 days, because that doesn't help.
I also appreciate the fact that you're creating opportunities for them to succeed. So thank you.
Ms. George?
So I have a couple of comments, but Mr. Gallagher, when you have night school, do you have any parents who have to utilize the daycare when they go to night school?
We haven't yet this year. We have made that option available. We do run a bus back to Kirtland over here because we have students from Kirtland. A pretty heavy part of our population now is from Kirtland. We're supporting them there, but we do run that bus back and forth. But at this point, we really haven't needed the daycare yet. But I have talked to my daycare workers about coming in if needed.
Okay, and then Mr. Carlson, for the if that's ever needed for the daycare, is there funding that could be applied to those daycare workers at night, or how would that work?
Do you have the answer to that, Mr. Gallagher?
So far, we haven't. There hasn't been an issue with having a little bit of overtime like that. And if need be, I could use some of the funding that I have. I do have an operational line for night school. Plus, I'm using my at-risk funding this year too. So there's really not an issue of funding for that we can come up with the money if I need a daycare worker to stay there.
And I could tell you from my perspective that, I mean, I would approve overtime, no problem.
Mr. President,
Mr. Montoya?
I was just going to say, considering that the LFC said we had such a large purse, we might as well start utilizing it. So,
Are there any other comments or questions from the board?
Board
Yes.
President, I have a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Askey.
And a comment. Thank you for providing the information in regards to how much you're working with the students. How much involvement do you have from parents? Do you do parent orientation before the senior year? How often do you have parent groups to keep them informed of how their students are going, aside from the regular parent-teacher conference, which is very limited in time?
So we have some parent involvement, but with the seniors, it's not as much because we have so many students that are 18 and 18 plus. Last year, I had 87 students that were 18 to 22. And a lot of times those students are living on their own. So we're trying to, support them and do the best we can there. We always go ahead and invite parents the best we can. But occasionally we have students that say, please do not invite my parents. I'm 18 plus and I don't want them invited. So, we also respect that too, because that is their right. But we try to go ahead and involve, wherever we can. Our demographic is shifting a little bit. because in the past it was more heavily junior, senior oriented because of students who'd failed along the way. But right now we've been picking up some younger students, especially at the sophomore level, who flatlined during COVID. So we're getting them, and we're trying to bring them back up to speed. And if they wish at that time, then they can return to their schools. But yes, we do try to keep the parents in the loop the best we can, send out mass emails and other things to try to keep the parents informed.
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Montoya?
Thank you for pointing out that you said you're starting to have a younger demographic like the sophomores. I'm assuming that it's going to be very targeted intervention for those kids specifically?
Very much so. Yeah, that was part of our 90-day plan this year, was to use our Tier 2 instructional. We are fortunate that we are a smaller school and we can do a lot more individual instruction. So the teachers really work closely with the students, making sure they understand those concepts so that we can bring them forward. Because a lot of times we'll get a student in that failed English 1 and we'll go ahead and put them in English 2. And then we'll do the night school or something else to bring that other credit back up. But we'll go ahead and do targeted interventions at the English 2 level to make sure that they're understanding that, and that way they can backfill those credits and go back to their school if they'd like to, so they can graduate with their cohort.
Thank you.
Ms. Askey, did you have another comment? I'm sorry I cut you off.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate it.
Hang on. Go
Almost
ahead,
got
Ms.
that.
Aspis. You're not off the hook yet.
So the grading system that you do is what is that?
I let my teachers vote on that this year, and they voted to do away with the 50% grading scale. The only thing I put on there was you have to be responsible for your amount of failures. And if you were seeing too many failures in your class, I'm gonna be meeting with you, and we're gonna be working out interventions to make sure that we don't hit too many failures, and so that the 50% is not an issue.
Okay, and also the counselor, you mentioned a counselor. In your school, what does that person do?
She does academic counseling, but she is also the first person in the building that can also do social counseling. But I also have a social worker that comes in once a week, plus she's on call. You know, if we get a real bad situation that I need her, I can call her and she can come in because she's in the Shiprock area.
Okay, and that counselor, as far as academically, does that person help our students apply for colleges or others?
Yes.
To go on?
Yes.
Okay. And also since Ms. George touched on that about daycare, was that daycare worker used or requested from ESS?
No,
No?
because we haven't needed one yet.
Okay,
Yeah.
because I believe that's been on the, as far as HR list, as a.
Subs
Yeah.
for the daycare?
No, has it been a vacancy?
What it is I've got 3 positions that are available. I only filled 2 to start with because of the number of babies that we had right now. So we're starting to grow though, and I may need to fill that 3rd position, but I just didn't want to overhire to start with until we started getting some kids back in, because it was really strange. I thought that we'd have an influx after COVID, but we didn't. So at this point in time, we are a 4-star daycare, and to keep that 4-star daycare rating, I have to keep it at a ratio of 1 worker per 4 kids. So, and at this time, we're only running at 6, so I haven't needed that 3rd position yet.
Okay, and then also I think Ms. George can help me here, but there was a parent and her daughter here for our board retreat, and what was mentioned on some of the needs and over at career prep and I'm wondering, does it sound like they have the appropriate counselor for that kind of situation?
Yes, Mr. Gallagher has those in place. He has school-based health clinic there. So they have outreach through the IHS for the doctors, and then also for social services from ENA counseling if needed and stuff. So yeah, he has those in place.
Yeah. We've got doctors come through twice a week on our school-based health clinic, so that really helps.
Ms. George?
My other question, Mr. Gallagher, is are you seeing an influx with students who are not meeting the graduate requirements due to homelessness or substance abuse, where you will need more help from us or from the superintendent to help you with those issues of homelessness and substance abuse for your students?
There is a sum of that. It's not been overwhelming so far. We've been able to handle it, but one of the things that we are looking for is some kind of a substance abuse program that we put into the Shiprock area. It would be really nice to, when we have those things. It's a little bit hard for our kids to work with the Johns Hopkins because of transportation needs. Our kids are very limited in mobility that way. You know, most of our kids ride the bus and stuff. So that's one of those things that my wife and I have both been looking at, some of those things like that we could put into our school so that we could have maybe somebody come by twice a week. So when I have a kid that's been vaping or anything like that, that there's a program that goes through with that helps support them. And
Go ahead.
Mr. Carlson, this is where we had the connection with Shiprock IHS, our Department of Behavioral Health. And we had that connection where what Mr. Gallagher had just explained, what his need is that when a student who needs substance abuse counseling, they could go to the Department of Behavioral Health, and if they have a bed available, we would call Mr. Charleston, because he works with that program there, and he would tell us, you know, if he had beds available, and if he had a bed available, then he would tell us to start the process of a checklist for the student to check off for being an inpatient or outpatient. And then with that, this is where it's very important for our psychologists for the district. Of course, it's hard to get a psychological evaluation. That is one thing that is needed for being accepted as an inpatient or outpatient at the Shiprock Department of Behavioral Health. And sometimes counseling is overbooked and they can't do that right away. But when a student that is at career prep and they are at their acknowledgement that they need help and they're willing to go get help at the for their substance abuse or whatever it is, at that time it's critical for for our district to provide that psychiatric evaluation at that time, because that student is saying, I need help and I'm willing to go get help now, not tomorrow, not the next day, but they need that evaluation to get in along with other priority, other stuff that's on that checklist. But those other stuff on the checklist are very easy. The hardest thing is that psychological evaluation for them to get a bed. And so that's where we really need to have that implemented in our wraparound services. And Mr. Gallagher is saying that that's something that he needs, and we could reconnect to that Department of Behavioral Health to where we can get his students' needs met through that program there. And like I said, they can do inpatient, and then they can also have the work given to the inpatient there, so that the student can, while they're getting their services and being a patient there, they can do their work and turn it in. And then we could utilize the liaisons to pick up and take those work from career prep to the Department of Behavioral Health. And then also, if the student decides that they want to be an outpatient, of course, they can get that connection to do their work also during the school day, and then still go to their, they can have the providers come over to career prep as well, like they do school-based health clinic, to meet with that student as outpatient. So I'd like to get Mr. Gallagher connected with that, and that would probably go through your student support services. But that's one thing that's the key point, though, is the psychological evaluation has to be provided, and these are our students, and so we are required to provide that for our students while they're enrolled under CCSD.
Anything else from Mr. Gallagher? I want to commend you and your school. I'm really impressed with the fact that kids that have, for whatever reason, have not made it through the system, and you're not only willing but able to reach to those and bring them in so that they can make up that work, make up that, and graduate. It's commendable, and I commend you for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Newcomb High School.
Good evening. I've lost my voice, so I'm not sure how much you can be able to hear me. So, Superintendent, members of the board, my name is John Brooks. I'm the new principal at Newcomb High School. And we have that short little presentation up on the screen there. So currently we have 57 seniors. We have one met the graduation requirement in December. One has met the requirement, has chosen to stay enrolled in school because they're involved in school activities. We have 6 juniors that will be moved up to a senior, and that's based upon their classwork that they was short, but they made it up now at the first semester. And then we do have 1 junior that will be able to graduate early. And so we're projecting 62 students that will graduate in May. Some other things that we're looking forward to at Newcomb High School, we do have an award ceremony on Friday, which will present the awards for first semester based on academic progress and attendance. And so we're looking forward to that, to really recognize our students that they're doing well in all those classes. And we also allow our teachers to present awards. And for those awards, we allow the teacher to decide how they want to recognize students. So that could be a student that maybe was struggling in first quarter, but has put some more time and effort in and has recovered and is doing better. So we want to recognize that effort that student has put in. It's not always about A's and B's, but about effort students put into their progress, into their education. As far as interventions, we do provide graduation checks. We do audits for our students. We have mailed home progress reports and report cards. And so, because not always, if you just hand them to the student, they may not always make it home. And so we have that twofold. So yes, that the student gets a hard copy that they can always access along with PowerSchool, but we also want to make sure we mailed some home for the families. We do have meetings with we did have a counselor early in the year. Our counselor was really good about meeting with students. Currently that position is in flux, but hopefully we'll have that resolved shortly. We do have a new assistant principal that's been hired, and so she spent some time meeting with students. And I know when we started announcing over the intercom about making sure students that you're passing all your classes, we had an influx of seniors coming in wanting to check their graduation progress. So that was really good to see. Oftentimes, unfortunately, the ones you see in the office are not the ones that are always concerned about grades, but making sure that we recognize our students that are, hey, am I on progress to graduate in May and or at the end of the school year? We do have our college and career readiness coordinator that's been working really closely with our families and our students and has met with our seniors on a one-on-one basis And she's also been getting lots of phone calls and emails from our parents, making sure, hey, you know, how are our students doing? Are they on course to graduate? And on some of this, that I don't want to say we waited, but we sort of had to wait for the end of the first semester to check again and doing the audits to make sure we put our students in the correct classes. So that might entail taking them out of an elective class, but making sure they have the required classes needed to graduate. So we do offer credit recovery classes at Newcomb High School. So we do have a classroom for those students that can go in there and recover those classes that maybe they did not pass the first time. We do have our after-school program for tutoring, and I know it says credit recovery on there, but that's more so that we provide that chance for students to be on campus if they need that access, the Wi-Fi access. That, you know, even though we send them home, they still don't always have great access at their house. So we do provide buses that run a little bit after 5:30, 4 days a week. We didn't do it today, you know, the road conditions, but every other time we provide that 4 days a week. And that also allows our student athletes that maybe also live off the road an opportunity to be able to get home. And so they're not excluded from, and not just student athletes, our student activities. So if we have other activities going on after school, such as if our robotics team is doing some practices, they still have that opportunity to be able to get home afterwards. At Newcomb High School, that the issue of that 50% did come up early on. Having been in a classroom teacher when that was first put in, but you know, I told our staff that I was going to leave that decision up to them as a classroom decision. But last I checked, talking with those, none of our teachers were currently using that. And so I know that's been an issue tonight, but I do have that answer for you here. So in our credit recovery and using, again, that restorative justice is one of our new hires, Daniel Wooten. He's actually one of our coaches. And so he's got it to where now the students don't really want to go see him, even though he's a great guy and they like talking with him. But they understand when they go in that room, it's not a fun time. It's they're there to make up what they're supposed to be doing. And so we found he's really good with our students. So again, he's not the badgerer, but you know, our students realize, hey, when he walk in and he sees them, some of what we call our repeat offenders, it's not always a good thing. He gives them that eye, man, again, what have we talked about? And so, you know, again, a great hire that when we were able to bring him on board. It was, I believe it was late spring and during the summer. So now I'll open it up to any questions you may have for me.
Mr. President,
Mr. Montoya.
for those after-school activities and those kids that are staying over to complete that work, would you happen to be feeding them?
Yes, we do provide snacks through the cafeteria, and so they get those out to us before they leave for the day, and so, yes, we do provide food for them.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Ms. George?
I just wanted to congratulate you as well for your 6 juniors that are moving up to senior status, and you have one that's wanting to stay for sports and dual credits, and so good job for that, you know, being a first year principal. That's a really good job. I'm really impressed to hear that, and communicating with your parents, especially out in Newcomb, and utilizing the bus the way you have. That's a really good idea. I know that TBA, I know that the past years and then this year, they utilize the same bus as well for after-school activities and, you know, getting students home and stuff as combined as one. So that's good job. Thank you.
Ms. Asmus?
So you mentioned about your counselor and that there's a lack right now. Can we get on that and make sure that we have such a person? And
Right, and we're able to utilize the counselors from the 2 other high schools that we're in communication with. In fact, the one from Shiprock High School came down, spent a couple days with us to help us out, and we're on the phone with them several times during the week to help us out also.
How many counselors at Shiprock? Two.
2 at Shiprock, 2 at Kirtland.
So is that shared with career prep too? No, they have their own counselor. Okay. The social worker is. Okay.
Shared with us, TEA, and career prep. No, not the counselor. He has his own counselor.
I think in the past, and I really don't want to have that happen again, make it reoccur, but we've had students, and I've been told, and it's only in hindsight that we find these things out, but students have been, I guess, had they had a counselor there, had there been some of those seniors had, we could have had them apply at prestigious colleges, and I don't want to hear that again. So I'd like a counselor, and for specifically Newcomb. And at this point, I think it'd be good not to have to share. Thank you. And also another question on your 62 graduates. How low is that compared to? Would you know that from last year?
No, but I can find out.
Do you have an idea, Superintendent?
I would not. I'd have to look at reports from last year, but I could get you that, and I might be able to. I bet I have somebody in the audience who could figure it out for me pretty quick if I need to. But usually, I can get most information. Like,
Yeah.
There you go. There's the man. Phone a friend. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Venturino.
Yes, ma'am. Any other questions?
I have a comment, Board President.
Go ahead.
I agree with Board Member Aspis. I believe that Newcomb needs all the same advantages and services that our high schools are receiving. I think it's imperative that we provide those services so that our students do take advantage of the opportunities that can be given to them through the counselors. Also, I thank you for continuing to do the after school activity bus, because that, being a graduate of Newcomb High School, I utilized that throughout my whole time in Newcomb, so that I could participate in sports. And I know that there's correlations between the being involved in extracurricular activity and grades, GPA. I think it's important to continue to support students. So thank you for continuing that. I think that was huge in my life when I was in high school. And I know that I would probably say the same, that students feel that that's important too. So thank you for that. But if we could get regular updates to find out how soon we can get support out there, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. George?
Thank you. Let's see. So in regards to your needing a counselor, Mr. Carlson, do you know if there's any counselors that are doing different duties at the administration office that we could send to Newcomb? And then also, I Also, I know that there's a counselor who's a teacher at TBA, but maybe you can kind of sweet talk her into maybe being a counselor to get it taken care of right away, or at least, until school year's out.
Come see me. I need a name.
Okay.
But yes, and I agree with that. I do agree with that need, and we will work toward it. I honestly don't know at central office, but I will check around. I'd be happy to send somebody down there. I mean, that's something that if we have a need.
And I want to make sure that I feel completely supported. The administration staff has been very, very helpful for me. So,
Ms. George?
Okay, even if we have like a social worker that could maybe take the place of a counselor in one of the schools, so that counselor can actually go down and help with Newcomb right away too, because I know we have some social workers that could kind of cover for that counselor. And then I have, I know that Mr. Gallagher already presented, but I had a question, Mr. Carlson. The daycare at Career Prep, how are those babies being taken care of if they're sick while at school? Because like if they have a fever or they're sick or they need to be seen by a nurse. And the school-based health clinic, the current nurse that is there, nurses, because the babies are not an actual student of CCSD, they're a part of their parents, but they're not an actual student. So the health office and the nurse cannot actually go into the nursery and actually see that little baby, like taking its temperature or getting evaluated medically. So how are we addressing that for those babies in that at Career Prep due to that the nurses can't see them because under New Mexico PED they're not an actual student?
That's a great question, and honestly, I will have to phone a friend once again because that I'm sure Mr. Gallagher can address it.
Mr. Gallagher, will you come to the mic, please?
So the nurse in an emergency situation can come down and take a look at the baby. A lot of times by our state regulations, if they meet a certain level of showing symptoms, we do have to have the parent get them and take them to the hospital and have them checked there. But that's just part of the state regulations. But like I said, in an emergency, the nurse can come down. That's not a problem. And like I said, if it's the day that we have 2 different days a week that we have the school-based health clinic, they're okay to see them too. So.
Okay, thank you for that. And then also, if it's in a true emergency, how does that work for I guess the parent would just ride with the child in the ambulance from Career Prep?
Yes.
Okay.
And if it's not completely emergency, we do have the Suburban for the daycare in the school, and I'm authorized to haul students that now so that I can actually go down the district off to the bus barn and get that and transport them if need be. So.
And Mr. Carlson, with that little baby not actually being a CCSD student, is that okay? Is that covered under our insurance for the baby to be in the vehicle with the parent in case an accident happens on the way to the hospital? Is the insurance covering that little baby?
I'm sure they'd be insured. I can look into that, though, to be 100% positive.
I think so, because we do have some that ride the bus also. So I'm sure that the transportation department, if they were concerned with that, would have alerted us to that, because we do have the car seats on the bus for certain students.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Can we, as soon as the contracts are renegotiable, can we get that included for Career Prep, that somehow we can look at the nurses' requirements, but make sure that they can see the child more because they're on campus? You probably have to go to the nurses, the Board of Nursing, to make sure that they can do that, but under their license, that would be something to help Mr. Gallagher out with the, and then the insurance, just to make sure that we're covering those little babies. Thank you.
I have a comment or a question.
Ms. Asmus, go ahead.
So, Superintendent, our daycare down there at Career Prep, does that also would have to abide by NAVO Nation?
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
what are those guidelines? Are they pretty much the same as state, or?
Yeah, pretty much the same as state. You know, the small children that are under a year old don't have to mask, so that's not an issue there. But so either way, but yes.
That was one thing I was wanting to ask about COVID, and I know NAVO Nation is still requiring a mask, but what about testing
For,
the worker?
for COVID or?
Yes.
It's the same, we have the district policy, yes.
So the daycare worker doesn't test regularly?
Not anymore. That was taken off by the state. They don't have to test for COVID.
Can we make sure we find out on that?
Yeah.
And because I have a daughter that works, and they, every week they're tested, and they're on state. And so I'm wondering if that's the same requirement, if not for state, but also for, because we know that NAVO Nation's a little bit more stringent, so.
And it can be individually too. Certain sites, you know, if they're experiencing those cases and stuff, they'll test more often.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned a 4-star daycare, so let's find out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. George?
Also, Mr. Gallagher, you haven't had any like RSV incidents at the daycare?
No.
Okay. Can we, Mr. Carlson, can we just make sure that we get that daycare really cleaned up every day and sanitized for those babies? You know, because RSV and COVID and the flu is really high, and I just want to make sure that those babies are really taken care of and they have a clean environment. And if we could maybe make sure that they have the MERV 13 or above filters in that room, and then also have maybe what do you call not a humidifier, but a
Ventilator?
the filter, air filter, yeah, in the daycare, please. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Okay, it's not for you guys. It's for all the high schools. Mr. Carlson, can we also get access training or presentations for college students at all the high schools? I know there's one at Newcomb that is going to be coming up. I think it's called Access. It's just where they do their FAFSA and they get college information, and yeah. Okay. Well, they're all on top of it. Okay, you guys are all, the principals are all great, man. I'm proud of you guys. Well done, all of you guys. Thank you.
Go ahead.
With that, can we get Mr. Gallagher a college and readiness? Because those are the kids that really need it. They need a knowledge and a pathway to college, and then also what do you call that? Trade school, trade careers, and then also, you know, some of them may want to go into the military, and you know, or open their own business. But can we get that for Mr. Gallagher at his school, a career and readiness program, or a person there for him, for those students, because they really need that. And, you know, a lot of students learn differently, and a lot of, I mean, being a welder or anything like that is totally different. And we have a wood shop, you know, teacher too that can also teach over there maybe as well. You know, just a we just need to get him some support over there for those students. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
Board President, can I just bring one thing to everybody's attention real quick?
Go ahead.
Ms. Aspis had asked about when the policy had been adopted by the board, and that was on January 14th of 2021, so it was during that COVID year. It was during a combined work session board meeting that had taken place that year, and it goes like this. Based on PD recommendation on equitable grading system, adoption of a grading scale in which the bottom score of any grade is 50%, thereby making all grade ranges equitable. F score range is 50 to 59. No student would receive any grade lower than 50 with no zeros. The adoption began the second quarter of the school year 2020-2021. So to answer your question, it was at the end of that COVID year for a very specific reason, and it was part of support for high school seniors for that school year. And I believe it's something that since then has been spoken about in a lot of places. I did try to do some research after you talked about it. It's incredibly divisive. With most places, when they vote on it, it's 3-2 one way or the other. Those who support it are very in support of it, and those who don't support it are vehement in their non-support. So it is a difficult issue, and it's something that it'd be a board policy we could have for the future, that one way or the other, and we would abide by that policy. And I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that.
May I, Board President?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to see that in the future because, you know, it's been an issue in the past, and you know, just as we were discussing about it, there was confusion, you know, and not until we got an example, and there you can see, you know, what it looks like, and to me, I don't like it, and so, and I'm only one board member, but again, we got an illustration of it, and it's not fair especially for that student that sacrifices and is responsible, and you know, and it's almost you know, I really like to see our graduation rates up, like I said before, but not like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. George?
Mr. Carlson, when you have your cabinet meetings, can we make sure that these tonight, what's been talked about, the daycare, the sanitizing of the daycare, the getting the counselor to Newcomb, and then also the Department of Behavioral Health for students who are, you know, wanting to be inpatient or outpatient for career prep, and the just what's been talked about tonight. When you have your cabinet meeting, can we make sure that your next cabinet meeting, that these are on the agenda to be addressed? Can we have that confidence?
And that's actually common practice after board meetings, and that's why the majority of the cabinet members are here or online. Several are online, I believe, or a couple are, just because of the crazy weather in Colorado, that we are keeping the Gallaghers from driving back through the moment. But absolutely.
Are there? Okay. Are there any other questions? we have the parties here for the unique trip request.
May we borrow a wireless microphone, please? Students, go ahead and stand in the front row and face the board, please. You're going to turn around the opposite way. Oh, is it here? Okay. First of all, I'd like to apologize that we missed our first run on this earlier, about 6. We took the students to eat before they came, and they've been at school all day, and we did our best to get here as soon as we could. So thank you for still giving us the opportunity. Would like to thank all the folks here on the board, and we appreciate for you making time for us. And our purpose tonight is twofold. First of all, to share how the a recent PAX Dreammakers gathering for 6th grade has been transformative for our students, in the words of the students, and one of our teachers is here as well. Miss Mike, if you'd like to come up, please. And the second purpose is we'd like to request permission to do a unique field trip, which would allow us to continue to provide our students with a PAX experience that's customized and honoring to their culture, their language, and their individual needs. So I'd like to turn it over to our students. They've prepared something they would like to share with you.
Test 1, 2.
They'll need to be, they'll need to have a mic.
Who's first?
Good evening, members of the CCSD School Board. We thank you for the opportunity to share our experience about PAX tonight. First, we will introduce ourselves. We are all in the 6th grade at Ojo Elementary School. My name is Noah Henry.
My name is Jasmine Akroma.
My name is Isabella Decker.
My name is Adria Telkamp.
My name is Lexi Pine.
My name is Gage Sosi. When we went to Albuquerque in October to the Dreammakers gathering, we were able to do activities and share things about ourselves with the group. It was fun to share our culture, to learn about others' culture, and to make new friends. We also learned how PAX works and learned a lot of new ideas about it. Before, I and several others thought it was for the adults to get the students to calm down, but now I know that it has a deeper meaning. PAX is to better our community and ourselves.
For example, bullying is one of our concerns because it has been happening more recently at our school, and it can lead to suicidal thoughts. Bullying can threaten our school with weapons. PAX can help us by feeling better, changing our angry thoughts into something positive, and helping kids control their emotions and actions. It can help us to make friends instead of enemies and make our school community feel more comfortable when anyone comes to our school.
When we went to Albuquerque, we practiced PAX by making a PAX vision. First one for the Dreammakers Conference, and then for our community. When we came back to our school, we shared the PAX vision with the school and added to it. We now have a PAX vision for our school that we presented in an assembly to all the grade levels. PAX visions help us commit as a group to what we want to see, hear, feel, and do more of, like work, love, feel safe, have confidence, help others, and give compliments. The vision also helps to commit to what we want to see, hear, feel, and do less of. Saying bad words, harming people, pushing others, feeling sad, acting unmotivated, feeling grief, showing anger, getting back at someone, and stealing.
When we went to the conference, we also practiced our reading and writing skills. So social communities, how to act in professional places, how to talk in front of a big group, and how to keep your voice volume up when speaking. We listen to speakers share about their PAX stories, their families, and how they started to use PAX to help them with serious problems. We collaborated in teams to design a team poster, Go Winter Wolves, made an action plan to start trying our ideas back to school, made a PAX vision for our community, and wrote toodles to thank all the people who made the conference happen.
Some of the ways we practice PAX is in our school morning mashup, which is a daily meeting where the classrooms to see what we can do to improve our school. PAX visions specifically for hallways, cafeteria, playground, bathrooms, gym, and classrooms. These help us by keeping our schools safe and knowing how to be and act in certain areas. Harmonicas help students calm down when the teacher needs their attention instead of yelling, whistling, hitting the desk, or they're getting mad. This makes the student feels respected instead of being alarmed.
We think this opportunity to travel to Montana would help our school. We believe it would give other students an opportunity to go and see what PAX is about, and we can tell the students there how we did our PAX here at Aho Elementary School. We could share with them what we learned in Albuquerque at the first PAX Dreammakers Conference and see how other schools are doing their PAX to learn from them. We would like to get new ideas to see if there is more ways than we can do at our school to help us better as a school and community.
When we left the conference in Albuquerque, we felt happy, hopeful for what we could do for change in our community, and excited to see where we can help. Thank you for considering this request. We have brought you toodles to say thank you for a time and a considerance.
To the adults. Their names are right here in front of them, so you can just match the name to the sign.
Dear Mr. Montonia, thank you for what you do for the school, and thank you for listening to us.
Dear Ms. Aspis, I would like to thank you for taking the time and consideration to listen to us tonight, as well as everything you do for our schools and community.
Dear Ms. Hosky, thank you for your time and consideration for our school. I hope you liked our presentation. Thank you for listening as well.
Dear Mr. Carlson, thank you for what you've done for our school. I also want to thank you for the time. Hope you liked our presentation.
Dear Ms. George, thank you for helping our school, which is Oho Amarillo Elementary. And thank you for your time. Also, I hope you help us more often. And thank you for letting us come here to speak. And thank you for everything you have done.
Dear Mr. Wells, thank you for giving us your supplies for our school and giving us your time and patience for us to talk to you this evening.
All right, thank you so much, students. You may be seated. I should have asked first, I'm sorry, if you had any questions for the students.
May I?
Ms. George.
First of all, I want to thank you, and thank you, students, for coming and presenting. Mr. Carlson, I would really like it if we have more students of our students come and report to us, because it means so much, and we hear from our investments here rather than, you know, other staff, and there are other staff and that, but when it comes from the students, we have to listen to them. And I just want to thank the students for coming, because I know that PAX has really had a hard time being accepted in the schools by some teachers, just staff, or, by adults who work with CCSD. I know that PACS wasn't seen as credible or didn't seem like it was doable. But when you hear from the students and they themselves see that PACS is working for them in their classroom and within their schools for behavior, for bullying, for, getting better grades and being more kind to one another, that's our proof right there that PACS makes a difference. And it's not up to us adults to decide, well, we don't want PACS in our school. When the students speak up like this, it's something that we need to invest in and continue to utilize, because our students are speaking up. And this is their way of learning. This is their style of learning. And this is what's working for them. And so we really need to listen to the students. And, like I said, I'm really thankful that you had this presentation for PACS, and having it come from the students and not from an adult, and it's really heartfelt. And I really appreciate each and every one of you students here tonight. And I'd like for your parents to know that I'm proud of you guys. Tell your parents when you go home, when they pick you up, that Miss George said that they're doing a good job, and I'm super proud of your parents for having you be involved with the PACS program. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
1 minute, please. I think it would be great if we could hear after their field trip from the students as well, come and talk to us also. I think that would be super to be able to hear what they learned. Please.
The teacher, the other teacher and I, Miss Cassandra and I were both 6th grade teachers, and we were asked to go along with the kids. And I have 3 of my students. One of them's not here, she's sick. And we had to pick out 3 students from Miss Benali's class, 3 students from my class. And by accident, Miss Vasquez accidentally, she said it was by mistake that she didn't remember all the kids' names, so she added a 4th student from Miss Benali's class. So we left on a Friday to Albuquerque, and of course, these kids are fantastic. They are the top students in our class, but we had problems there, and it wasn't all nice and rosy. Miss Benali and I were under the impression that that we were going to be comped for this, and we didn't know that this was going to be a very, very hard job. We had to take care of the kids from 6 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock at night. The first night we got there, we got all our rooms, and we were assigned, Miss Vasquez assigned Miss Benali and I on the 1st floor, together in a suite. Another 2 students were on the 2nd floor, 2 of the girls on the 2nd floor, another 3 of the girls on another floor, 2 of the boys on another floor, and we also had Mr. Michael Nasioma, who we asked as the custodian to come and facilitate with us because we wanted him to take care of the kids. That night, they were terrorized by a man, and the man tried to break into the rooms. The kids were calling and screaming and crying, and we ran up there in our pajamas. And what gave me a red flag when we got there was, how come we're put on different rooms? Why aren't we next to each of the students? And Mr. Nasioma was running quickly to the boys' room, and we had the security guard come. And then we called for the police, but I don't know if he ever arrived later. I really wanted this to be investigated. It was kind of like just swept under the carpet. With a note that today, Mrs. Benali wanted me to say this, but she's not here because we were told at the very last minute today, Miss Vasquez went into our classroom and took our kids out of our classroom. We didn't know what she was doing. And and my student Lexi over there, I asked her, what's happening? She says that she wants us to go to Montana. And I said, what? And I said, well, why didn't she tell us? How come she's not telling us? And so anyway, I went into the hallway and I asked her, I said, could I speak with you, please? And she goes, no, you got to take your kids to gym. Let's talk after school. But that never came because we had a lockdown today. A little boy in the 5th grade brought a gun into school. And this scared us all. And these kids right here, Miss Vasquez shoved all these kids into the PLC room with us while we were having PLC.
Board President, excuse me, ma'am.
I'm just saying that this is dangerous.
Stop, please stop.
Yes.
And
I'm just going to say that it's dangerous to take them long distance and they're young.
Stop it, please. This is something that's...
It should be investigated.
Please, no more. There's ways to go about this. Ma'am, please.
You know, I wasn't told about this meeting.
No, please. We could get into trouble. So this can't go on. And so,
who do we ask help for when we don't have help from our
Ma'am,
principal?
please, you've been asked several times.
So we have students here, and there's ways to approach this. There's ways.
Yes, I tried.
And let's do that route. That all of what you're saying is not on the agenda. Let's just continue on what we need to do and leave it to you, Superintendent, to get this under control. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just worried about my students.
Thank you, Ms. Mike. So the presentation that I had is somewhat lengthy, but my process was to read the board policy about unique field trips and to follow that step by step. I believe it's been presented already to you, but if I'm in error on that, please let me know. I don't know if you would like me to go through this page by page or just go through the high points. Please let me know how I can continue to make sure that your information that you need is delivered.
I personally would like you to comment on your PowerPoint.
Okay. So we were invited by the PACs for Indigenous PACs for Indigenous committees to a gathering. They're called gatherings in Albuquerque in October. And we were able to bring a small number of students due to the availability of the hotel. Originally, we weren't on the list to be asked, but we had consultants from PACs come to our school, and they were very impressed with our school and the way that we're trying to implement PACs. And specifically, 6th grade, they saw the students as very mature. They said, we would like to invite you even though it's close to the time of going. And we were given a limit on how many we could bring on that trip. So we went, and the students had the experience like what they've shared. And then the committee, the PACs for Indigenous communities, meets about once a month. And so in December, I was made aware of this opportunity in March for our students. And knowing that it was so positive so far, I wanted to make sure that we at least asked. We know that it's a very big ask to go out of state with 6th graders. Following the policy of the board, I did notify parents of the possibility. I made sure to let them know that this was not a promise that we would go or that their child would go, but that I'm responsible per board policy to just advise them that we are requesting permission for the possibility of this trip. It was right over the holidays, so it was difficult to get quick answers back. We did our best, but we did see about, I would say, a third of the parents said either they're interested, they'd like to know more, and then about 2/3 said no thank you. So we don't anticipate everybody to go, and I did put in for 16 slots, but the committee for this event is still working on the specific qualifications for going, like how many students they can afford to bring in and things like that. So I did receive an email late today from them with a little bit more information. So I'm not sure that we would actually take 16. It might be a smaller group, like 6, but that's just part of what we would do following receiving possible permission. And I did put some picture, if we could please go to the Google slide that shows the PACS vision the students made. I think it's one of the, yes. So this slide, the next one, please. This is what the students created with the help of some guidance. And then they came back to the school, and the week of an assembly, there were different, all the grade levels contributed to add to this. So this is what we have as an entire school. And then following that, I think there's documents and pictures. The students created an action plan to say the top 3 concerns they had in the community. They were bullying, gunshots, and health. And so we did receive a visit from the Navajo Nation police chief, who graciously said that he would be interested in meeting with students. He said some of the gunshots are from duck hunting, and they're not actually a cause, or fireworks. And so that's something that we've been, discussing with kids. But we are trying to do more student-led initiatives, and this event was hugely helpful for them to have the opportunity to speak in front of groups. They had to write their ideas, explain their ideas, work in a team. And so we anticipate more of those opportunities for them in Montana should we be allowed to go. As far as the funding, again, it would depend on how many students we would be invited to take, but we do understand that there's some funding within different departments within the district. We have done some fundraising, that we have some activity funds, and so before we promise spots for students to go, we would make sure that we have the funds available and then go ahead and present that opportunity. And there is a $100 registration fee, but we would include that in what we cover. So the students would not have to pay any cost, but they would be asked to participate if we're doing any fundraisers, and they would also be required to attend meetings to orient them with travel safety, staying in groups. They would get to give input on what locations we visit in their downtime, and just generally talk about what the expectations are and how to make sure that our trip is successful should we be granted the opportunity to go. I think those are the high points, but if I've missed something, I stand for questions. Thank you for listening.
Ms. George?
So I have a couple of comments, but when the students go and they get their reservations, when you can make the reservations for the hotels, maybe you can ask that they stay on one floor and like kind of consecutive if they have those rooms open. But if not, Mr. Carlson, maybe we need to get more chaperones through the school, or some admin from Central to maybe assist with being chaperones to go with the kids in case they have to be split up and there's no rooms consecutively together or remotely together. And then if we can get the students to be briefed on, like you said, how to stay close at the airport. Make sure that you let them know where the exit signs are, and that we get them briefed by the safety team on how to, talking to strangers, if they're approached by unknown adults, how to react to that, and also when they're in a public place, how to do a shelter in place or a lockdown procedure type of way, lock themselves in the bathroom or, something like that while they're at their airport for them to stay together, and make sure that their luggage, that their names are not on there. Maybe a code name like Sonic or something, I don't know. But I don't want their names to be put on there for identity reasons. And then also when you guys are out and about walking around in town, that you guys really stay with your chaperones and make sure that you have an emergency card. They're at the schools. They're in it's in a book. They're safety protocols. There's a, yeah. Say it again. Binder, yes. And there it has for their names and all their information, and make sure you have the parents' information there. That way you guys have those in case, and then make sure that you also work with your nurse for any students who have any albuterol or EpiPen or have diabetes. Make sure, because when they go cross states to Montana, the nursing requirements are different in every state, so you need to make sure that the nurse here calls Montana and finds out what the requirements are for carrying emergency medication, so that they can be given on a trip. And just make sure that we get these kids trained to really know, they're to be protected, and make sure that they get just protected. There's human trafficking going on, and Native kids are not Native kids. I'm sorry. Native American orientations are highly sought for human trafficking. And I just really want to make sure that our students are protected. So Mr. Carlson, if we can get all those safety issues in place so that our students can enjoy their trip and they come home safe, and their leader here can be safe and proactive for them. Thank you.
Just real quick, something on that.
Could you have a report from Ms. Benali and I, so we can tell you what we went through on the positive side and how to help them? Because Ms. Vasquez was not with us the whole entire time. We were there 24 hours. She was there.
Ma'am.
Mr. President. Could we write a report about that? That's what I'm asking.
I can tell you from the administrative perspective that if we follow the chain of command, we will get a report, and we will do that through the proper channels. And it would only come before the board if that's something they're requesting.
Yeah,
So we will, but we will have administration in touch with all involved. Thank you. Just so you know that we do have some folks from central office, if this trip is approved, that plan on, at least 3 people plan on attending with them to protect.
Mr. President,
Mr. Montoya.
I'd certainly like to remind the audience that please do not respond unless they're asked to, out of courtesy.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya.
Thank you.
Board President, may I?
Yes, Ms. Aspas.
So, to get back to the students that went along, I'd like to hear from them, or one of them, how this really benefit. I mean, yeah, they had what they had to say, but I'd like to hear from them how this benefit, because I benefited from it when it was first brought out and presented. I benefit, and so, and then looking back in my childhood, I had teachers that used to throw erasers, and get our attention, and things like that, and it made me self-conscious, and that's something that I carried through the years, but I think we all can attest to that too. We all have something, but yeah, I just like to hear if they want to come up and say how to benefit them.
Students, they're just asking if you'd like to speak from your heart about PACS. Is there somebody who would like to do that?
For me, PACS really helped me by feeling more motivated to continue my education and more hopeful for my community that there would be a change in the concerns that we wrote on our PACS vision.
Would you like to hear from anyone else if they'd like to?
If they would like to, yes.
Does anybody else want to just speak from the heart? Come on up, Lexi.
PACS is something you can actually learn, and you can mostly learn from that by being safe and learning how to react and act around other people or being new or something like that. Mostly on the first day of 6th grade, I was scared because I don't really think I'll make new friends or meet anybody. But when I got to the school, when Miss Vasquez was still there from 5th grade, she was my only friend that time. And she was really the most caring, nice person I ever met when I was in 5th grade.
I think we've had our volunteers. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. George?
Thank you, students. I just want to let you guys know, thank you so much for talking to us and giving us a presentation and talking from your heart and talking about PACS and how it influenced you and how it's working for you and how you see it working for your school and your other students, your other peers at the school. Really thank you for that. We really needed to hear positive or how PACS was working in the schools. We really needed to hear that, and it coming from you students, it really means a lot. And we have a really good insight now what PACS means to students. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, before we proceed, may we actually address the election of the board officers at this time?
I was going to go through the first page of this first and then go back to it.
Okay.
Tabletop safety. Mr. Devon and
it's actually me today.
Okay.
So good evening, board president, board members, superintendent. So I'm here tonight to go over the safety training that has been happening in the district so far. And so far, we've done San Juan County reunification training for all the administrators and safety teams, sexual harassment provided to all staff, radio communication and etiquette for all staff members, school emergency protocols currently being taught at all the school sites, active shooter, San Juan County Sheriff Office trained at KCHS over Christmas break, CPR, first aid, and AED and Stop the Bleed training provided for all staff, active violence emergency response training EVERT for all school sites, crisis prevention and intervention training, discussions of building and door security related to all emergencies, educational data on school violence shared with staff on the importance of keeping all doors locked and not propped open, video surveillance and camera setup training, relabeling camera systems for easier identification, access control for the lead safety advisor staff, fire extinguisher training, including practical application, Narcan training provided for all staff, Title IX training, incident command training for all LSAs and safety teams. All emergency drills are evaluated with negative and positive feedback. Emergency management training was provided by Instructor Commander Donnie Key with the Navajo PD. He's now with Navajo PD. And then recognition, identification, vape pen training, see something, say something training, COVID-19 safe protocols, safety briefing on school shootings with all staff, ELPT after school program, and on health and wellness, and MPD participated in emergency lockdown drills. So that is where we're at.
Mr. President.
Mr. Montoya?
A couple of things. The radio communication. The question regarding that is, and you talked about the etiquette, but are those supposed to be used specifically for security reasons within the building, or is it just for teachers to communicate between themselves throughout the day?
It is, the lines are supposed to be open for emergency and for emergency safe practice communication, not for visit, like.
Well, yeah, if one teacher just has a question for another, then they're on there. I just want to make sure, Superintendent, that that's understood rather than using that really as a communication tool between grade levels or teachers themselves. Because if you get all that chatter throughout the day, I mean, that becomes disruptive in that classroom. So, and if it's there specifically for safety purposes, then that needs to be understood, and that's because that's the intent. I understand that. The second one is in regards to the doors. Now, I was very fortunate when I was working with the district to actually walk with the insurance adjusters, and we did safety checks throughout the entire district. And I know that was, good God, 13 years ago. And that was one of the things, even back then, even before a lot of these shootings started happening, was the recommendation was to have all the doors locked within that building. It may be a little bit of an inconvenience for an adult to actually have to knock on a door, but we're there to protect the kids.
Right.
So, Superintendent, again, I just want to make sure that's iterated to the people in the buildings. The principals understand that just because we come up, we can't turn that doorknob and walk on in. The point is to protect the kids, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Board President, I have a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Askey.
In regards to the all these safety measures, why aren't there cameras at the Newcomb Elementary site? And the high school, middle school and high school, are there cameras there?
Candace? I know we're working on cameras and getting quotes for Newcomb L, but Candace Mike can answer.
Good evening, Board President, Vice President Haskey. To answer your questions, yes, there are cameras at the high school and the middle school. The reason that there weren't any cameras at at Newcomb Elementary School is because of the new building that's going to be built. Those cameras were going to be installed in that new building. We didn't think that we would be in the position that we're at right now with the construction of the new school, but as you'll find out later tonight in my report to you, I'll have some more information on that subject as we get to that point. But as Amanda did just say, we are looking at getting a few cameras put into that school in the short time, hopefully that building's on site. Does that answer your question, Vice President Haskey?
It does. And can you also, when you're giving your report later, provide a timeline when those cameras might be installed? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. George?
Okay, so I have a couple of comments. Well, the first one would be for Newcomb Elementary not to have any cameras. Weren't there cameras there before?
No, there were not.
Why is that? Because we have to have documentation of vandalism, violence, or that's our documentation with what happens within the school or outside the school campus. We really need one set up.
I'll defer to Ms. Thompson for that.
Board President, Secretary George, it wasn't until just recently that we started putting in the cameras in the elementary schools. We've always had the cameras at the secondary schools. We started the cameras in the Safety Award from PSFA and T19 Award. Just in 2019 is when we started installing those cameras at the elementary level. And we did submit for Newcomb in that request, and the state denied Newcomb because it is on the list to be demoed. So the state would not support any safety measures funded into that elementary school because of it being awarded a new site. Okay, so that was just in the T19 award.
Mr. Carlson, with New Mexico PED they're not allowing due to the new building being built for Newcomb, why didn't we use SR money that was allocated to the school district for purchasing these cameras? The SR funds?
Oh, the ESSER, yes. Again, that would be something that Ms. Thompson would know. I mean, this is something we've had the talks this year, and so the plan is to purchase those, even though technically, so originally, as she mentioned, and this is when I first came on, so this is just to the best of my knowledge, the thought was, well, the school is going up soon. We'll make sure all the cameras go into the new high school. So there were quotes looked into, or at least it was looked into, what it would be like to put in cameras at the elementary school. And it's not a very easy thing for them to install like temporary cameras. So we'd have to spend the money to put those cameras in place. But we do need to have them because that school is going to be there for probably 2 more years. So I agree with you, those need to be in there, and we will make sure it happens.
Okay, can we go ahead and use the SR funds for that?
Looks like we can't. I'm not sure why. Ms. Thompson's going to tell you, though.
And Bellamy, she can support this. The way that ESSER funds was wrote, we had to identify items in the ESSER grant that those monies would be spent for. And Ms. Bellamy, I don't believe cameras were part of that ESSER awarding. So those cameras we cannot use the ESSER funds for the cameras, but we do have other funds available to us that we can use to purchase the cameras.
Okay, Mr. Carlson, can we get those funds allocated to get those cameras into the school and right away? And then my other comments, thank you, Ms. Thompson.
You're welcome.
So my other comments to the presentation for safety, I really would like dates that all these trainings took place, dates, and I would like to have sign-in sheets at least documented for all the trainings that took place and all the staff that participated in these trainings. I'd like to actually have their signatures documented, and I'd like to have dates as well on all of these that were presented tonight when they were done.
Perfect. And we can send that to Mr. Carlson to send out to you guys.
Okay, and so were there actually any tabletops that were done in the schools?
I believe that these are considered that. They're not the format that we're used to, but the training is coming down to the safety teams, and then some of them are for everybody, some of them for the safety teams. So they're tabletops is a word that we used then, but now with our new safety, they're using different terms and such. So, but I can get that clarified in like a matrix or something.
Okay, so Mr. Carlson, are you aware of actual again, tabletops done in the schools with actually sitting down with a principal and their safety team or whoever is in place of that safety team to actually go in and talk about what if there was an active shooter, what would you do? Are you aware of any of those that happened? Because I know it was stated they were going to start in October.
So I think part of what you're referring to, as well as the active shooter drills, that they were going to take place around the county, but we have not done those in our district, the active shooter ones, but we have done the tabletops.
Yes.
But go ahead.
So, those conversations are happening. We're with the safety teams and the lead safety advisors at the building. They're having those more intimate conversations. So those are, and we can get the documentation for those too, because they should have an agenda.
Okay, so my question is, when it was stated that these were going to start in October, were they started or were they delayed and are just now in the process of starting?
Are you looking at me? Yeah, no, sorry. So they have been in the process. And so when the LSAs came on, that's part of their job description was to hold those. So they have been happening. They happen at in the leadership or in the safety team. So they've all identified safety teams, and then the LSA works with those. They have them during staff meetings. Their LSAs are the ones that are helping with the radio etiquette trainings at the staff level and stuff. So again, we can get that to you, and Mr. Carlson can send it out in an email.
Okay, can you state what the acronym stands for our audience?
So we have, the short term is LSA, which is Lead Safety Advisors. And right now, all of them have, they're retired police officers or retired military. But most of them have been retired police, and they hold different training backgrounds in their careers. So we're very fortunate to have them, and their expertise in investigation and all these trainings. They're an extension of our safety coordinators, and it's just been working out really well.
May I, Mr. President?
Go ahead.
So I have a big concern, and with these trainings that are stated that have been done with our staff, because it pertains to the situation, because it pertains to the safety tabletops demonstration on the agenda, what happened today at the school doesn't show any of this that was knowledgeable by the staff, by the building administrator. There's no, it doesn't show that this was presented to them. It was handled very badly, and it didn't go by protocol that it should have. I have had calls all afternoon after the lockdown happened of angry parents, concerned
Board
parents.
President, I'd have to stop Ms. George, because the way that was brought into this meeting, we can't go any further. So the way that subject was brought up, I think we need to stop.
May I respond?
Ms. George, if it doesn't override what Ms. Aspis.
No, it pertains to the tabletops and the demonstrations that I was talking about. But I didn't bring this up because of what happened here tonight. I actually knew about this afternoon, and I have documentation. And I was going to put an email out, but everything was just happening all at one time before I could get here, because I was going to email you about this. But I'm not bringing it up because of what happened here. I'm bringing it up because I knew about it this afternoon. I had got calls, and that's why I'm bringing it up. I waited for this presentation specifically to bring it up, to let you know that these trainings are not fulfilling the requirements. And our staff, they don't know how to handle the situation. And
Board President, I'd like to get a legal advice on this first before we go any further.
you know, this was public. And then the school didn't
Board
even,
President?
the school, may I
Ms. George,
please?
no.
You know what? This is safety.
Point.
This is safety. And if you want to shut me down, okay. But we have a legal obligation to our students, to our parents, to our stakeholders.
Point of order, Ms. George.
You know what? We're going to get sued. If you don't want to talk about it, it's already happened. The kids already know about it. It happened at the school.
Point of order, Ms. George.
And
Please.
no. Why are we shutting it down? There was an incident that happened.
Because there's protocol.
It pertains to number D, safety tabletops and safety demonstrations. It pertains to it, and it needs to be addressed. Our school safety needs to be addressed. We have staff whose families expect them to come home safe.
Point of order. We can have this discussion. These things can be addressed, but we don't have to air it at this point.
It's already out in the community.
We can't.
It's public
Well,
information.
it doesn't.
The school did not put
That's
out
it.
a memorandum of what happened.
Ms. George,
The
please.
parents were not, I'm trying to, this is a protocol that was not followed, Mr. Carlson, am I correct?
Board President,
Yes, Ms. Haskey.
this is Ms. Chappelle.
Ms. Chappelle.
Yes, sir. And Board Member Secretary George, we do need to follow our board policy on how to deal with a concern like this. And so I would just respectfully request that we follow board policy and go through that process. And I'm more than happy to walk you through that.
I don't need to be walked through it, it's just, we sit here and we say that safety is our number one priority. And I'm only emotional because it really makes me angry. We have lives, and we're responsible for it as a board. We have one employee that we have to make sure that oversees our safety program. But if you guys want to shut it down, go ahead. Just I want it on record that I was making a point to make it brought out that we need to make an improvement for our safety. Yes, yes, it already did. I don't want to hear anything else. You guys wanted it shut down, so we're going to shut it down. But I just want it on record that I was advocating for the safety of our staff and our students and our protocols that are not in place and that were not followed through. I want that on the record.
There is a time and a place and a way to do this, Ms. George. And this is not...
May I real quick? A time and a place. I hope that you guys can explain that if something actually really happened to a parent, to tell them that, you know what? There's a time and a place that we could have had this protocol talked about. I'm sorry for, possible loss of life, but there was a time and place that we could have handled it better. I hope you can express that to a parent, express that to a husband, express that to a wife, to a family.
Miss George.
I'm done.
I understand your passion. I understand your concern. Is there anything else that the board has at this time?
Yes. So with this report, where are the ones that Devin Verholst and David Diego?
They so along with the LSAs, they've participated in these. I know the active shooter were on site, and then all the others, they're just, it's an ongoing process. They're very organized in what they do. They send out the sheets, there's agendas, there's sign-in sheets. They have them set up, ready to go. And so, they're happening. And then the schools, the incident, anything that happens at the school, they're on top of and doing debriefings and things, and always improving. And we do find gaps, like when we debrief, or we're always talking about the gaps and how to remedy that. Most of the time, as we all probably know, communication is a key part to it. We just set up a different system every time, like trying to clean it up and stuff. So we are very fortunate for the we are very fortunate for what we have, and with the safety advisors and with our coordinators. Not every district has that. I think we're very unique in what we're doing and how quickly we have been able to find retired officers. I know that when we were, it was being talked about, it was like, where are we going to find these people, And then now we have positions filled, and looking at how to even go further. We are part of the emergency management with San Juan County, and the other schools, they're starting to get safety coordinators, but they still don't have the systems in the setup that we have. What we're doing here in this is above and beyond what other districts are doing. And is it perfect? No, but we're gonna just continue and improve and take recommendations from you, parents, students, everybody, and we're just gonna get better and just keep improving. And I just wanna say, I feel your passion because we went through that together, And so I know what you're saying, and I know what we need to do, and we'll get there. And but we have to have faith and trust in each other and what we're trying to do, and that's just where we have to go. And we just have to build a bridge, because it takes all of us, every one of us in here, in this room, out there, the students. It takes all of us to be on the same page and be in this together. And we're going to make mistakes. We're going to make mistakes. The teams, the principal, there's going to be a time, but we know the value of the safety and the safety team.
Mr. President.
Mr. Montoya?
In respect to the construction of this training, am I to assume that Mr. Griego and Mr. how do you pronounce his last name?
Verhulst
are the ones that are actually constructing this and putting together really for the needs as they evolve?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And again, from that one meeting, we were talking about that training in respect, or not even the training, was a policy looking at constructing that. And I know that's, they've been putting a lot of time in regards to that, and this is going to be all part of that on how we respond.
Yep.
So that's, the fact that we're getting retired police officers, wow, that's huge, because again, that helps us to mitigate as much as possible any occurrence. And the thing about that is you're not going to get every single one of them.
Right.
But all we can do is try to do the best that we can, and evolve and get better.
I have a friend that is I have a friend that's a retired police officer in Albuquerque, and he's at APS with the Bulldogs. But he's always posting, like, looking for help. Like, come on, I know a lot of you guys, just in APS, they're searching for that. And so that's my background. When they had this vision, it was like, where are they going to come? But they came. They came to our district. They're here, and they're providing this service to us. And the one thing that these guys bring to the table that helps us is that communication piece. And again, it breaks down, but we know how to recover from it and then set it in a different direction. So that's good, and we're very fortunate to have the program that we have. So.
Board President.
Ms. Asmus.
So I'd like Board Attorney Counsel to, are you available?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I'm here. I was trying to find the mute button.
So is the embargo lifted?
Yes, I believe so, because it was presented in public.
Okay.
Is that correct,
Okay.
Mr. Carlson?
I just want to make sure.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So on there, there was a lot of talk about sexual harassment and how that was contributing to insurance. But I felt like it's funny that they would look more at the money than people, and students. So, that's one area that we're going to have to improve on, according to their findings.
So that's, I'm so glad you brought that up. So that's another area where we're really, like even a year ago, we're doing some cases that were coming up, but now that we have processes in place for that, we have a good system and process in place where the principals are on it, they're contacting us, like the safety guys, they're putting their LSAs on there. We're getting investigations, we're getting documents, not only student to student, but, you know, if there's something that comes in, teacher, anything, then we're able to do that investigation where a year, 2 years, 3 years ago, nobody really knew what was really happening. And so now it's just really working where I think people can't come out to CCSD and feel like they can just do whatever and nobody's going to be looking.
Board President, so with that, also the lady that sponsored the bill in her Representative Cerna, was that the name I?
It wasn't Cerna, it was another.
Sayonara.
Sayonara. Okay. Yeah, so she's the one that created the bill, but in that I think without I guess I'm gonna assume this, but there wasn't acknowledgement as far as sovereignty, Navajo Nation sovereignty, and then I think most of us know that what happens on tribal land is not shared state, and I don't know if that's we kind of got scolded. We should be better, and that was a very big concern by the head chairperson Lundstrom, and her concerns was. And it should be.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think I wanted, had I had the chance to say, but I wanted to share that with the lady the representative that created the bill, and if she's even aware of those little details.
Right. And right now we have had cases where, and that, again, the connections that all of these, the safety coordinators and the lead safety advisors have, they, and now with Donnie Key being with Navajo PD, and then right away with FBI, and so we're definitely connected. And, they can just call up, get some information, and then act. And so that's been very helpful. And we're getting things taken care of as quick as they can. There's still like a delay, but better than in the past. Like there's more, it seems like everything's kind of falling in place for us, and then we'll just have to keep building on it. But yeah.
Go ahead.
President, can I make a comment?
Her bill was to have the schools talk to each other. Wasn't that what was said? Yeah. And with that, and I think we just had a situation here, and then the person was chose to resign, was given the option to resign. And so when you look at law, proven guilty, and so how do you reverse that? How do you, because if they resign, then how do you share that information of guilt, when it wasn't guilt?
Great question. So what the process is if you have, if you have a teacher that has done something physically, sexual, whatever, and during our investigation, and we're investigating it and such, we right away report to PED. Then PED puts a hold on their license. So to help. If we're doing our due diligence right away, putting it on PD tags their license, then if they try to go to Albuquerque, then it's already flagged and they don't have a valid license.
Board President?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Haskey.
It's Ms. Chappelle, sorry.
But I have a question afterwards, but go ahead, Ms. Ship.
Thank you, Ms. Husky. I just wanted to back up what Ms. Sutherland is talking about with the recent legislation that came out of the last legislative session and the one prior to that. The reporting requirements were expanded quite a bit. And so to Ms. Sutherland's point, even if there isn't credible information coming out of the investigation, if there was just even the allegation, that is immediately reported to PED, even if that person resigns and isn't fired. Thank you, Board President.
Board President, can I ask a question?
Ms. Sutherland was speaking, but yes, ask your question.
Oh, okay. I can't hear her speaking. I couldn't hear that, so I didn't know that
Go ahead.
she was.
Go ahead, Ms. Haskey.
I just want to add to what Ms. Aspis was talking about yesterday when we were at that, I guess, the hearing, that another school district brought up an app called Stop It. Are you familiar with that? And if not, can we look into that to see if that would be able to work in our school district? Thank you.
Yes, so I'll put that in my note to look that up. And we do the see something, say something. So I don't know if that's the same, but just so you're aware. I had my mic off, Ms. Haskey, so I'm sorry when I was speaking, but I just wanted to say that that we've done better at reporting those. It's in our end of our system where we're reporting any type of violation or investigation. And then, so that's helping and stopping some of this so that everybody can finish doing the investigation. But sometimes they will, that's what I was gonna say. Sometimes they will resign just thinking that they're gonna resign. And what happened, I think, with the case you're probably talking about too, is the school was like, oh good, they're just gone. But they didn't report it. If they report it like us, then they can't do the, let's just go move around until it gets hot somewhere and then I'll do something else, so.
Can I respond to that real fast? Just the Stop It app, that remark. It appears, just looking really quickly, that the Stop It app is an anonymous reporting tool that's very, very similar to the See Something, Say Something. But
okay.
We do need to assess all those kind of things that we have to make sure that we have the best. So we can look into it.
And I believe we were looking at Raptor too, sorry.
Ms. George.
So for the sexual misconduct, the LFC from Monday is really, I know when the Madam Chair, she had asked about that. It's really coming from the LFC, and because they're the ones that make the NAMAC, and then it passes down to the New Mexico PED to enforce licensures of the state employees, which is the school staff. And the ROT instructors that come from the military are not required to have a teaching license, but yet they're teaching their program within the schools. So that is a big problem. That's why we can't do a background check on ROTC instructors. And so that really puts the school districts at a disadvantage to protect our students at the cost of the legislatures and creating those NAMNACs through New Mexico PED.
So actually they have to, there is a licensure process for them. And that, I'm so glad you brought that up because that was something I wanted to mention, is that now everybody has to have a background check and it has to be cleared before you even start working. And so that's PD put that into place. In the past, you could wait, you could come on board and you could wait, and then if it never happened, then it just never got flagged or anything. But now it's, you can't come to work until you're cleared. But I do believe that ROTC have their own sort of licensure that they would have to fall under to be able to work.
Are there any other comments? Questions? Next item, Medicaid reimbursement report.
Okay. So I have Miss Becky Brandt with me and Ann Cluth-Clark. So we're excited tonight to present to you on our New Mexico school-based Medicaid report. I, again, am Amanda Sutherland, Director of Student Support. I've worked on this crproject with Cheryl Jones, our Medicaid specialist, Christy Brown, Ancillary Health and Wellness Coordinator, of course, Becky and Ann, and Crystal Arviso, who's our Student Support Financial Specialist, and Don Atsedy. We couldn't fit anybody in there, but everybody, but we also want to give a shout out to Donovan. He's been great coming around, checking and make sure we got everything, and then Lucy. So just want to caution that, just speak in general terms. We don't want to talk about schools, principals, teachers, anybody that could be a direct or indirect identifier for a student with disabilities. We have our key. So IDA, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, LRE, Least Restrictive Environment, FERPA, Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, Students with Disability, SWD, Free and Appropriate Publication is FAPE, and then we have two new ones tonight, IFSP, Individual Family Service Plan, and that is for our little ones, which Becky works with, and then our MSBS, Medical School-Based Services. So I'm just going to be general because I already made you guys sit through this once, but this all ties into how Medicaid is important. So IDA just ensures that all children with an identified disability receive special education and related services to address their individual needs, ensures that children with disabilities be prepared for employment and independent living, ensures the rights of children with disabilities and their families are protected under the law, assesses and ensures the efforts of institutions providing services to persons with disabilities, and also provides assistance to states, localities, federal agencies, and educational service agencies in providing the education of children with disabilities. So again, we have IDA, but then Martinez and Yazzie case is important for our students with disabilities. The way I interpret it and the way I feel is that you have your overall federal, that you have your IEPs, you're set on that. But what we're hoping Martinez and Yazzie does is actually help give us more importance on the implementation and the education piece of the students as far as providing the appropriate and equitable curriculum and making sure that they're getting their accommodations within the classroom. It's a level that's going to support that. So then we also have to abide by 504 regulations. There's 5 components of free and appropriate education, and which is appropriate evaluation. The IDA requires each child who is suspected of having a disability receive an appropriate evaluation, an individual education program, least restrictive environment, parent participation, and procedural safeguards. Then, to ensure FAPE, we have to talk about, and it is required, least restrictive environment, which is LRE. We sometimes use that too much, the LRE, but it's least restrictive environment. So the big takeaways from this are schools must make a good effort to place students in less restrictive settings with the use of supplementary aids and services. It is only when an appropriate education cannot be provided with the use of aids and services that students with disabilities will be placed in a more restrictive setting. The district may not make placement decisions based solely on factors such as the following, which are category of disability, severity of disability, configuration of delivery systems, availability of educational or related services, and availability of space or administrative convenience. I just wanted to highlight also that under the requirement, no school staff person, whether principal, special ed administrator, or superintendent, may unilaterally change an IEP outside of the IEP process. It has to go back to the team with the required team members. Just some data for CCSD. There's a total of 810 students right now. Out of the 810, 291 are ELL. And then we've listed all the disabilities that we service at CCSD. And again, why do we do what we do? Special education is of great importance for children with learning disabilities because it gives them opportunity to get quality education in line with their unique needs. Special education enables every student to gain a high level of independence and reach their full potential. Now, all that leads us into New Mexico school-based Medicaid. So we just have to understand that those components will lead into what makes Medicaid so special. So New Mexico schools and the MSBS program includes a number of direct medical services, including physical, occupational, audiological, and speech therapists, behavioral health services, social services, nutritional assessments and counseling, transportation, case management, and nursing services. All of these services are reimbursable by Medicaid if they are determined to be medically necessary in accordance to Medicaid policy and part of the Medicaid eligible recipients, IEP or IFSP, for the treatment of an identified medical condition. So there must be an IEP, an IFSP, or accommodations for a 504 or a healthcare plan, a medical need. So there was a question about licensure and billing and things. So NMAC is the New Mexico Administrative Code, which it does allow for any school employee to have a 90-day period to get their, not a background check, but to get their license in order. So if I'm coming from somewhere else and I need to get a reciprocal license, or I'm just fresh out of school, but I've passed all my exams, but I just need to get my test, then there's this window, which helps us because we're not delaying student service. And for Medicaid, we actually get to go back and bill for those days. So even though they weren't fully licensed, but they are able to go back and bill while they were waiting. So that's good for New Mexico, that's good for kids. I mean, for New Mexico students. So some other fun facts. By having all our ancillary filled, or just having people providing services, we also gain SEG units, and if they're when they're funded from 11,000, so that's our operational funding. Then we get SEG units back for those positions. Ancillary, including nursing services for students with disabilities, are reimbursable through Medicaid. Limited transportation services are reimbursed, such as wheelchair, seatbelt, harness, significant medical condition, but our non-clinical social workers cannot bill. We do have them keep their notes, but we can't bill for them. Fairbanks is a random moments time study, and what that is you'll get I call it a survey, but you'll get a survey and then it's down to the exact minute, like what you were doing. Were you working with a student? Were you in an IEP? Am I out of time? No, I'm teasing. And so then that's how we also get revenue back. So also our AEDs are 100% reimbursable. And we are proud of that. and to say that we have 56 AEDs in our district now, and we also were able to provide the athletic trainers at the high schools with portable AEDs.
Did you mention what AED stands for?
I don't even know. They're
Automatic external defibrillator.
yeah, thank you.
Give all acronyms.
I forgot that one. You're right. Darn it. And so I know it's hard. We're just so in our brain about them. So next. Well, that's good. So this is exciting. This is our revenue report for this half. And we're already up to, I think it's $2,900 and something $1,000. But we just had a cost report come through that was over 5,000. So that puts us at the 300,000 mark right now. So we're anticipating hopefully in 400, we'll be at 400,000 by June. So that's exciting. So this is what we're talking about with that, as the revenue that we're getting from Medicaid through all that hard work.
Question.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Mr. Montoya.
That's from the recorded and submitted reimbursements, correct?
Yes, and it comes,
Okay, so the question is, are we collecting and are we applying for the reimbursements for every single opportunity that is within the district?
yes, with the Medicaid funds.
Yeah.
Yes, and we actually, we've improved so much, and I do have to give kudos to Ms. Chappelle because she worked with us and helped us, and we actually had to redo our whole MOU with them because we increased so much. And we have a system now where it's really, Cheryl Jones is doing a great job, and we code everything in the system. So it's easy to just pull and do the reimbursement and the claims. There's cost pools. There's a lot of stuff, but we're doing it, and the work's getting done. And Cheryl really stays on top of everybody. She makes sure that she checks if they've put in their services, and then she'll send them out. And then if she doesn't hear back from them, she lets Becky and Christy know. And so they're just doing a really good job. So we have our related staff. I really can't see that one. So I'm going to cheat. So this is our related staff at CCSD, and we'll start with the speech pathologist. So our need in the district is 9. We have 9. 2 are in person, 1 district employee, and 8 contract. So then next we have occupational therapists. We have 5, 4 are in person, 3 are district, and 2 are contract. So clinical social worker, these are the ones that have a higher degree, which gives them the licensure to work and provide service to our students with IEPs. So we have 1 clinical. So we have 1. It's above, yeah. So we have 1, and then they are contract, and we have 2 vacancies. And
Question, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
That 1, does that suffice for the district, or?
So if you can't see it, but the vacancy is 2.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah, I
we
see.
just
All right,
can't.
all right.
Yeah, we're fine. We're trying, but
Okay.
then we have physical therapist, 1 in person in the district. Then we have 1 school psychologist, and in person and district, but we have a vacancy for 1 more. And then we have 5 diagnostician. They're in person, and they're all district employees, and we're in need of 1. And then we have 8 nurses, and we have 8 in person. 3 of those 8 are district and 5 are contract, and we're in need of 1. So, I don't know. I have to admit, Sharon Ray was so patient with me this afternoon. Something happened with my presentation, and audiologist was missing on that one. So we are in need of 1 audiologist, and we have not been able to find one. So I wanted to make sure and put that we are required by law for compensatory services are required to remedy any educational or other deficits that result from student with disability not receiving evaluation services, which they're entitled. So we have to mark in the IEP that either what we've done in the past is how to make up that time in the summer. So then it's easier because all the districts are fighting for audiologists, and then in the summer, it's easier for us to find somebody. Or one year we had to fly somebody in, so we just have to make sure that we're getting those services. But there's a whole checklist that we have to do. We have to send letters out to the parents. We have to notify them, write it in the IEP, and then we have to also, with the STARS data, justify.
Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Are we able to contract with anybody in Farmington?
We've tried that, like to do a dual, but I don't think they don't have somebody right now either. And the one that's doing Bloomfield and Aztec, she's busy, but we have talked about the summer or
Okay. Because
other
I know
plans.
Dr. Quintana, who used to work with the district, she's an audiologist in Farmington
Right.
currently.
And we did contract with her for a while, and then she just got busy.
Oh, okay.
But we still we connect with her every once in a while, and she'll help us when we have an evaluation or something.
Yeah, especially because she understands the clientele that we're serving.
Yes.
That's what
She's
makes
great.
it very important. Absolutely. Thank you.
She's awesome. And she helps us like with ideas and stuff. So we're responsible for that. And then I know I'm supposed to speak on the IHS, so I just have it on the next slide. So what I did is I just took exactly what we had in the MOU, which is it's not a maintenance of understanding, it's a memorandum of understanding. But, you know, Amanda. So, so I just took exactly what we had in there and now where it's being paid from, because we're waiting for the IHS grant to come back, but we were able, nothing got dropped. So the $30,000 that was written into the grant is now coming out of our operational. The impact testing equipment, athletic budget picked up. We're using impact aid right now for the swimming pools. The community-based events and wellness initiatives, those we've either paid out of Medicaid or impact aid. And then the kits, we used Medicaid. We refilled those and paid and worked really hard on those and got us, and we used Medicaid, because some of that stuff we can put in our cost pool or cost report. And that's it for that.
Are there any questions from the board? Any comments?
I guess I have a question in regards to those hard to fill positions. Oh, sorry, Board President, I have a question.
You're okay, go ahead.
Okay. In regards to the hard to fill positions, specifically this school psychologist, if we can't partner with another school district to share those services, what kind of effort or recruitment strategies has been developed to try to fill those positions? Have we looked internally to see if there's any opportunities for growing our own, or are there other ideas that maybe your team has come up with to help fill those vacancies? Thank you.
So, Board President, board members, Ms. Haskey, so we have reached out to other colleges to see like if they're going to have any new people but right now it's just, I think with everybody coming back from COVID, there's a gap where people are going to we'll probably see graduation rates coming from colleges and universities this next coming year, where this type of individual, because that's a higher level of coursework that they would have to take in master programs. So we are utilizing our RFPs and trying to see if we can even find a contractor. CES is even looking for school psychologists. What we're hoping is because we have one and she's just so busy with threat assessments and the SEL of the students, and she supervises our non-clinicals, that they're just busy all the time. So if we really need that extra person to kind of break that stress up and be able to really help all the kids and those teachers.
Mr. President,
Mr. Montoya?
kind of to piggyback off of Mrs. Haskey's question, I believe at one point in time I had made the comment and asked the question about, again, contracting with some of the providers around the area within Farmington to help lighten that load, as it were.
And so we have limited resource there too. So PMS in Farmington is short-staffed, and then we actually had to get. Well, they're in need too. So the CS doesn't. So Becky's saying like we try to work with CS because they can contract people for us, but they're short-staffed as well, and they're trying to find people to help with the schools. But we have, and there's not there. If I'm understanding correctly, so. They're like PMS, Family Services has they used to have a psychiatrist, but we haven't been able to connect with them. We tried with the person in Durango, but they're so booked. And so that's just the problem, that SLPs and psychologists are really hard. And then psychiatrists in this area. We used to have one really good, but he retired and moved away.
Are there any other questions from the board for Ms. Adelando? Looks like you got the next one.
I do? Oh, the IHS, that was that one. I put it all together.
Okay.
Please no more. No, I'm just kidding. It got hot up here. Thank you guys. Have a good night. Right. I didn't read because it says do not turn off the microphone. And that's what I did.
You want to finish the reports before we go back to the other one? We have a discussion from Ms. Trocheck.
Yes, good evening, Board President, Vice President Haskey, Secretary George, Board Member Aspis, and Board Member Montoya. Good evening. I do have a few people from ESS with us this evening. We would like to, they do have an updated presentation, and we feel that we may be able to answer any questions that the board has. And I'm not sure if the board wants to begin with questions, or if we, if ESS may present a report to you and then take questions. How would you like to begin?
However you would like to.
Okay, great. So I will introduce Trina Bain. She's the Senior Regional Manager, and she's there in person, and so is Joseph Fitzgerald, the Vice President of ESS. And then Chuck Thomas is also there. He has been our application specialist for some time now. And then there's also a new application specialist with us as well. And we also have virtually Floyanne Chick. She's also a regional manager of ESS. They went through quite a bit of hardship to get there today. So they've got some cute stories that they'll mention real quickly. But so welcome, ESS, and go ahead with your report.
Thank you, Margaret. Thank you, President Wells, Vice President Husky, Ms. George, Ms. Aspas, and Mr. Montoya, and Superintendent Carlson. Thank you for all of you being here tonight. It's really nice to actually have everybody here so we can answer questions as you go. As Margaret mentioned, I drove in from southern Utah today and had quite a little experience with a snowplow that broke my window on my car. So it was just a little bit. Joseph got rearranged on his flight. So it's been quite the adventure to get here today. So thank you for having us. We are really glad that we are here. Can we open up that? I do have some stuff for you. On this report that I have, I can give it to you as well. I'm going to go through the highlights. I have everything detailed out, but I'm not going to go through all the details unless you ask. I can find it for you, but I have the highlights for you. The number one highlight is we have one of the highest fill rates in the entire nation that we have. We're in 36 states. We work with just about 1,000 school districts, and Central Consolidated is at a 91% fill rate overall for the entire school year so far this year, and it's one of the highest in all of our school districts. I'm just waiting for the I did want to introduce to you our new account manager. Delvina was here earlier. Her babysitter was on a timeline, so she had to go. Chuck is actually joining your guys' staff as your woodshop teacher, and he's really excited about that, and we're really proud to have him join your staff. Really glad about that. And so Delvina will be joining us next week, and we're working with Chuck for a week. We're also going to send her down to work with one of our other account managers here so she can get trained. Dun, 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 dun.
Excuse me, Trina, is someone loading that PowerPoint for you?
Yeah, they're working on it.
Okay, good. Good, just checking.
Thank you.
I also have it in email if that was needed.
Whatever we need to do. Donovan's got it too, so.
Yep, and I forgot to mention Donovan did some work too with ESS to provide some information this evening.
Exactly. One of the things that I'm going to talk about here first is about what we've done in the schools how we've worked in the communities, how we're supporting the people in the community. And then Joseph is going to address some numbers that we got together for you so that you can have a little quick idea of the costs. So excellent. Thank you. Here we are, mid-year. So we do a mid-year and we do end of year every year just to kind of give you an idea of where we are. So this is your team. As I was mentioned, we have Floyanne, myself, Joseph, Chuck is leaving us, and then Delvina is down there. And she's going to be coming on board. So if we look at our numbers this year, from August or July to December, we're comparing those to last year's numbers. We are actually up 80% in filled absences. Your absence requests from this time this year versus last year, we have 7,969 filled absences versus the 5,696 for last year. Your fill rate on this board is 89%, but last year our fill rate was only 65%. So we've had an 80% increase in absences and filled absences. So we're really happy about that.
Excuse me, Trina?
Ma'am.
Trina, someone needs to get you the slideshow going.
Yes, ma'am. We're doing it right now. Oh, are you guys not seeing it?
We're seeing the first page. We're not seeing your actual slide. So we just need to hit slideshow.
Gotcha.
Right up there at the top. I see the cursor right up there to the bar. It's highlighted slideshow.
Technical difficulties. That's hilarious. One of the things that we're really proud of that we've done through with Chuck is Chuck has been is really active in the community. He's been very active in doing outreaches and recruiting events at local chapter houses within your community, making sure that the people that he's hiring are living here, supporting people here, and are Navajo. We have 91% of our staff is Navajo-based staff. So I actually went through every single person individually myself to verify that number because I wanted to make sure that that was right. So we really believe in all of our districts that we want to make sure that we are involved in the communities and that we're supporting the communities with what we do. When we come to town, we make sure that we are eating in the communities. The people that we hire are living in the communities. That's just really something that we want the parents and the families to support the kids. We want the aunts and the uncles to all support the kids. It's also important in what we do in our culture that we are able to be a part of the neighborhood, for a lack of a better word. Thank you. This is where we are. Can you see it now, Margaret?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Can we go to the next one? Thank you. So kind of a little bit of a summary. We've hired 73 subs since July 1st. We have a total of 237 active subs in our pool. Like I already mentioned, 91% of those are Native American, and all of them are community members, are not coming in from any other areas. I mentioned that we wanted to make sure that we are working within the community. So we gave away 4 holiday gift cards this year for local subs that live in the area to help out. There were food gift cards. Again, that's something that we just really, really want to do. We also have 49 current long-term positions, probably vacancies, opportunities where we're missing somebody for maybe a maternity or something for a long period of time. So right now, currently, we have filled 49 long-term positions in the district at this time. As I already previously mentioned, our vacancies are up 2,877 over last year. It's with a 91% fill rate. And 35% of the subs that we have hold multiple positions. So they work either with food, they work as a bus aide, or maybe they work as a custodian, but they are working multiple different positions within the district. We also have noticed that we have Mesa Elementary, which actually has the highest number of requests. It's also our lowest fill rate. So that is a school that we will focus on to see if we can get family members that live in that area around the school to sign up and be subs so that they can support that school. We tend to have a lot of people that only want to work where their kids go to school, and that's totally fine with us. We're totally on board with that as an opportunity for them. We did put out a principal report card. It went out kind of late, but we did get a few responses back right away. And the comments were that they were very satisfied with us, that they were very satisfied with the substitutes, and they would like to see more flyers or more opportunities to let the community know that we're hiring. So we will take care of that. One of the things that we find, I personally find something that I take a lot of pride in, and that is the fact that your school district hires our people. That means we're bringing in the right people for you. And so far this year, CCSD has hired 3 of our people on board to your staff.
Mr. President, a question.
Mr. Montoya.
Actually, 2 questions. That 35% of subs holding multiple positions. It's not specifically about that, but how many former educators do you have that are subs?
Do you have like a teacher's license?
Yes.
That's a good question. I don't.
27.
Okay, so of those 27,
About 27 are retired, and then you have, I say about another 75 or 80 that hold bachelor's and master's degrees. And then you have another 30, 40.
We can't hear.
I'm just bringing them up right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Carlson, Board President, Vice President Haskey, Cheryl George, Secretary, Member Aspis, and Member Montoya. I'd like to go ahead and introduce myself. I am Chuck Thomas, the account manager. Right now, we have about 27 retired, I'd say about 27 retired teachers. And then out of that, there's probably another about 72, 73 that have a master's and bachelor's degree in other fields.
Not education.
Not education. Then you have about maybe 7 or 8 in education, trying to work on getting their license. Then you have about another 30, 40, between 30 to 40 with another that have associate's degrees. So, and then out of the active right there, 237, schools started back up. That's why we have a large pool. So a lot of those substitutes are going back to college. And that's why, right now I have 9 of them that have emailed me saying that they were going back to school. So I do keep on track of that, telling them, your education is more important. Get that degree, that way. And there's a lot of the substitutes that are interested in becoming teachers. They just want to know how to go about it. And at the same time, I get with certain schools, their principals call me and ask me who would be fit to be in a long-term position. And that's how I evaluate them. We talk about it. And then at the same time, I say, okay, there's this individual. And I send that individual to the principal. And the principal is the one that,
talks to the potential long-term sub there. That's how we've been working it. So,
Okay, that was my question. Of those 27, how many are long-term subs?
out of the 27, there's probably about maybe 7 of them. There's probably about 7 of them that are long-term subs, and the other ones they come and go and want to enjoy their retirement, so they go daily. So that's how
When they
they
want.
chose. Yes.
Good.
That is kind of the basis of why people want to be a substitute, is you get to control your schedule. You get to decide what school you work in, and if you only want to work where your kids are. You get to decide if I want to work today or if I don't want to work today. That is really the number one reason why people substitute, so they can control that time and have that time with their families and have that time with, their extended families. It's really very beneficial for that.
Okay, so it's kind of pointed towards the superintendent. Is the district working with them, especially in regards to the people that hold bachelor's degrees or master's degrees, to try to bring them in to the district, especially if we have alternative licensure programs to try to fill those positions?
I can answer that more as an ex-principal and as a superintendent. I don't think we're officially doing that as, that's the superintendent's stance. Principals do that every chance they get, because if they have those qualified people in their buildings, it was just kind of like you were insinuating and asking that question. You can tell where you're headed with it, that if you have those 27 people, those are the 27 people, and I know what you're definitely getting at. You want them in the classroom as much as possible. And so those principals are out there trying to bring those people in as much as possible, the bachelor's and the master's degrees.
Oh, absolutely, because a lot of times when I'm out in the community, I start talking to people, whether I'm in Farmington, and I start getting into the educational portion of it, and I run into people with bachelor's degrees, master's degrees, double master's degrees, and yeah, I'm thinking about teaching. Oh, really? Ran into a gentleman at Dillard's, a department supervisor. He's an engineer, for God's sakes. So that's my point, is you have these people that are going through the system. What are we doing, or what are they doing, or what are we not doing to try to attract them, to bring them into the district, to get them in some kind of accelerated program to get an alternative licensure at minimum.
Right, we do push that as much as possible. You'll see when we do the next report is the job vacancy report. You'll see several positions there that, I would love to fill. I mean, if I'm a principal in those schools, I'm going to bring in those people with bachelor's degrees who may not have a teaching certificate and try to bring them in and get them enrolled in a program.
Well, certainly, again, that's one of those things that we can address to the LFC in regards to how we're spending some of that money to get them reimbursed to get those alternative licensures or a teaching license to help them with their classes. So that's kind of why I'm asking that question. There was another one that I had.
If I may, while you're
Yes,
thinking
ma'am.
of the
Go
other
ahead.
one, that is really something that we talk to our subs about, is the fact that if maybe they haven't been a teacher before and they are thinking about wanting to be a teacher, this is a great way to get your foot in the door and find out what you like, what grade levels you like, what classrooms you like, and then they'll make those decisions. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and pursue that teaching license. And we do encourage that. We do encourage that this is a great way for you to find out if this is your career, if this is your new love, this is what you want to do. And so we encourage our subs to continue with that and to move on and to get into the school districts. And by that time they're ready. You guys have already seen them. They're a walking, talking job application. You guys get to see what they do in the classroom. You guys get to see how those kids react to them, how the other teachers react to them. And it's a great on-the-job interview, if you want to call it that.
So the other question I remembered is in respects to, you canvass the principals, have you canvass the actual teachers that they sub for to see if they're actually providing that service in the manner, especially if they have to leave a lesson plan for a couple of days, if it's adhered to? Because to me, I want to know if those teachers are being serviced, and if the teachers are being serviced, that means the kids are being serviced by following those lesson plans in those classrooms.
Absolutely. We encourage, so we have what we call an incident reports system that's set up in place that if a teacher, I'm assuming that if a teacher is not happy with the substitute, they're going to say something, right? You're going to go to your principal or you're going to go to your secretary and be like, don't bring that person back again. There's a system put in place where they can report that, and then they get to choose. We don't want that person back in the school again. We don't want that person in the district. We want that person retrained. Part of what we do is we provide a 5-hour training class for all of our substitutes so that we hopefully eliminate some of those problems. We talk about how important it is to follow the lesson plan, how not to get an incident report written up, why it's important to be in early before your shift, why it's important to greet your kids at the door, why it's important to be prepared. All of those things we talk about in the training, because we don't want them to just, our goal is not to just put somebody in your classroom. We're not hiring babysitters. Our company was formed because of the need to not have babysitters in the classroom. There's too many lost days as it is. That, we proved it with COVID over the last couple of years. We can't lose days. There's too much that's going on. We can't lose days, much less multiple days. We need quality people that are going to follow a lesson plan and do what's been laid out. And that's our goal, to provide that every day.
Okay, good. I'm glad you said that, and you're the one that said the babysitters, because that's really some of the horror stories that I'm hearing, is that often, not all the time, but oftentimes, that's basically what they're getting in those classrooms, or people are just sitting there, sitting on their phone. And again, to your point, it doesn't help.
Doesn't
help anybody.
Nope. Especially not the children.
Oh, absolutely. And we're charged here for the education of these kids. So we need to know that the people that you're putting in these classrooms are absolutely going to be doing what their intended purpose is.
I would have absolutely no issues with putting out a teacher survey very similar to what we do with the principals, but more dialed into the classroom side of that. I could get that put together, and we could get that going probably before the end of next week. Yes, absolutely. We always want to make sure that we're doing everything we can and we can better ourselves. There's certain things that, we are very clear on with our training on what it is we expect. I tell my people, if I get a report that somebody's using a cell phone in a classroom, that's a personal phone call from me. And it's not a nice one because that's just they're not there to be on their phones. They're getting paid. They're working. They should be interacting with the children. They should be walking amongst the students and making sure that they're working, or if they need help. They can't do that if they're on their phones. They need to be involved in what's happening in that classroom every day.
One more.
That's what we're here for.
Absolutely. The long-term subs that go into those classrooms, they don't have property rights as a teacher does, correct?
Explain what you mean.
Property rights to a job like a tenured educator.
That is correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure that your people know that.
Yes, they know
because
that.
there's an assumption that, this is my position.
Okay, I can understand that. We do try to empower our substitutes to be guest teachers, that they want to be the person that's in charge today.
I understand that.
Okay.
And I'm glad that people invest in themselves, and I'm not asking them not to do that. But one of the things that I have heard is that because they're in that long-term position, they believe that they hold every right as an educator to that position. You get my point now?
Absolutely.
Okay. So.
And that is information, sir, that if we got names, I would address personally.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
in working in this community, I haven't been here a lot, but I've been here a couple of times now, and I always try to talk to the people, and your guys' names are all highly revered in the community. You guys are just, everybody talks how great the board members here are, and we just want to make sure that we provide you what you expect. Sure. Anybody else before I go to the next slide?
I just had a question.
Go ahead, Ms.
In regard
Aspen.
to your board president, is that okay?
Yes.
Did I have a question? Okay, so I'm looking at this information and listening to your responses. I was wondering with your long-term subs, it says that they're 35% of all subs hold multiple positions. So when you're rotating, or do your subs rotate, or when they're substituting in a particular school, do they stay in that school, or are they rotating throughout the school district?
Are you asking about if the long terms rotate or if the subs themselves in normal positions rotate?
Both. Are
Okay.
they making, I guess my thought is, if you have substitutes that form a connection with a school and with students, that they have that connection, are they staying with that school and those students, or are they being continuously rotating throughout the school district as needed?
That's a great question, Ms. Haskey. Thank you for asking that. Our long-term positions, we set those up for those people to stay in that classroom for the duration of that period. However, if you're not in a long-term position, like say you're just picking up a third grade class today, you as a substitute can choose where you go. You can choose if you only want to work in one school. You can choose if you want to work in multiple schools. And I'm going to say, in my experience of the last 3 years, probably 85 to 90% of our subs tend to stick to where they like to work. They'll get to know the teachers there, they'll get to know the staff there, and they'll call them, a lot of the teachers will call them personally and say, I'm taking Thursday off, are you available? And they'll set it up with them. And we want that, we encourage that. We encourage that they get to know the students, they get to know the routines, the culture of the class, everything that happens. So yes, they, as a substitute, have the option to go wherever they want. But I'm going to say the majority of them stay within their comfort zones.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Aspen?
Did your microphone break? I know, I saw that.
How do you turn it on? So, on that Mesa Elementary High, what does that mean at 9:50?
They've had the highest requests this fall, since July to now. They've had the highest requests of any school at 950 requests.
Okay.
That's what that means. And we have a fill rate of only 76%, which is why I said they are going to be a focus for us to see if we can get community, family that live around that school that will want to sub there.
Okay. Before you go any further, I was the one that asked for this presentation,
And I thank you.
And mostly, I get the impression that it's I don't know who or how when people are placed. Do you think it's good? You were talking about how some of them are educated and retired, and do you think it's good to put them in as a cook?
I think that if I want to work and there's no classrooms available for me to be in. So maybe there isn't a classroom that I want. Maybe the only classroom maybe the only thing available is an aide, and I don't want to work as an aide in a kindergarten class. I'd rather go and work as a cook that day. I like the fact that we give them options so that they can come to work today, so they can bring money into their community, so that they can bring money for their family and not just be, there's nothing for me to do today.
Well, what areas do you all cover besides classrooms and cooks?
Ms. Aspis, yes. We cover food service, substitute teachers, aide positions. We help in the aide positions, custodial, clerical, and bus aides. Those are all that we cover. And the process that I've started when I came on back in August, I looked at a lot of things, observed a lot of things, and I talked to the community. We have ESS employees from Aztec, all the way out to Mexican Springs, all the way out to Clapato, that are working with us. And when they come aboard, a lot of them want to be substitute teachers. So I give them that option. Yes, if you want to be a substitute teacher, abiga. And you have to have this New Mexico PED license. You can come in the classroom. You have to go through a background check. If you want to go ahead and work right away, custodial, food service, clerical, bus aid. It is up to you if you want to choose these positions on this side. If you want to start working right away. Our field, we have a lot of different options in there for them. Although some of them, after a while, they don't know what they're getting themselves into. I want to be a substitute teacher. They try first grade. They try elementary. They try mid-school. They try high school. And then they go over here and say, okay, let me try food service. I make really good food. And then they go over there and they make food. Let me go clean. So it's all up to them. It's all up to the individual on what they want to do. Sometimes they get burnt out in the classroom. Sometimes they get burnt out being custodial. Sometimes they get burnt out being food service. I give them that option. Di beso gi alla pa shanelle kappa che yajata. Guess this the dunzen. Danila ho. Di hon kwa gi aje. Retired teachers the aqua nesto. Kwa gi retired teachers gi could you daughter the snow. Could you we need you in the classroom. The snow lata. It's up to them. You can lead a horse to drink. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make the horse drink water. Nonsense. Out. That's how I've been helping this district.
Well, I don't know what all you said there, but I'm hoping that part of it was Chuck started this process because the PED was taking so long to process licenses starting at the beginning of this year. We were running 6 to 8 weeks for a substitute license, and people needed to work. And so he brought them on board in positions that he could get them in while they were waiting for the PED to come through with licenses. So that's why so many of them do multiple things, because he saw that need and was able to at least get them in and get it started while they waited for the PED.
Mr. Montoya.
So, are you following the guidelines of the state of New Mexico's minimum wage? Would you do that?
Absolutely. This is not the only district we have in New Mexico, so we have to follow it everywhere.
Well, yeah, I didn't know that there was.
Board President, can you have Mr. Montoya speak into the speaker? Because I can't hear him.
Ms. Aspas was actually borrowing my microphone, so my question was, I was just ensuring that they were paying the state minimum wage, which they said they were.
Great question. Thank you.
Ms. Montoya, Ms. Aspas, do you have anything else?
Yes. So, along those lines, I'm glad to hear you say if they choose it. But some of it I'm hearing that they're not choosing it, and along with the quality, as we know, there's a teacher shortage. There's we have those shortages happening, and our parents trust us to make sure that we have quality teachers in there, and if not quality teachers, but also substitute, and a lot of them voice that they're unhappy with substitutes of a long period of time, and they don't like that for their student, for their child. And I figure with ESS we would help eliminate some of that, but if people are being put, even though they didn't specify or didn't choose those, and that's going against what you're telling me now.
So I guess I'm misunderstanding, or I want to clarify. We don't force any of our substitutes to be in any class. We ask. We might beg, but we don't force anybody to go into any class. As a substitute, that is, again, like I said, you have the freedom to make your choices. If somebody chooses to be in a long-term position, that's because they chose to be there, not because we told them they had to be there. And I don't know if that answers it, but then to address your other part about the amount of long-terms, we don't choose that. They come to us and say, I need a sub from this date to this date. I need to cover a vacancy from August to the end of July. August to the end of November. We don't get to pick the absences. The schools do those. The school puts in what they need. We don't have any inclination on that. Joseph.
Good evening. Good to be here, Board President Wales, and we always look up. I don't know why, because the speaker's up there for Vice President Haskey, Superintendent Carlson, and members of the board. Speaking to your long-term question, there is some capabilities that we've been adding as a company. What's really important for us is to continue to provide quality services. And so one option we do have, it's available here if the administration and board would like us to implement it, and that is to provide licensed teachers virtually through Proximity Learning Incorporated. We foresaw the pandemic and purchased them in 2019. We just got lucky and got a virtual teaching company, and so we used it a lot during the pandemic, and as you can imagine, there was a lot of resources that were stretched, but they have now been able to recruit a lot more. They're able to recruit individuals that maybe don't want to be in the classroom, or maybe they have a young one at home, and then we do green screens, and they're licensed. But those are some options that we do make available for our school district we work with, especially for the long terms, because then we can bring in a licensed teacher and then have a aide in the classroom, and does require one-to-one devices for it. But that is an option that we have available. The other option you mentioned about services, we're always trying to be a good provider. We just, within the last 30 days, just purchased a company that provides psychologists, speech therapists, PT and OT. They've been doing it since 1992, and that's all they do in schools. And so if that's something that your special ed department or anyone's available on, they do telehealth. Also, if you can't get the person here in person, they do therapy virtually. And yes, of course. What I love about this purchase that we made is that they only do schools. So it's not a medical, it's an academic solution, because that's all they're focused on.
Solve all your problems.
One area, and I have to say, and is the customer service. I get the calls and where someone is trying to speak to whoever the contact is, and I just refer that to our superintendent, and so he knows that what I'm saying is an issue, and so that needs to improve.
Can you give me an example? I would love to fix that.
I'll have the superintendent give you the
Certainly.
example.
Okay, I'll look forward to that. Just like every other human business, we work with people, and so we're not perfect. There are times when, I don't get to my phone all the time, and I have to return a call the next day. I know that our goal is to get to everybody within 24 hours of leaving a message. That is our goal. I think we probably hit it 85% of the time. Things happen. We know that. But we really are about making sure that our substitutes get personal attention. Our schools get personal attention. I truly believe that Chuck knows every single one of his subs, and knows what they prefer and where they want to be. And one of his biggest concerns on joining staff here was he wanted to make sure the right person was going to take care of his people and take care of his schools. And that's a really big thing for him. So any feedback that we can get, that we can improve that, 100%, I will take it. I will run with it. I'll fix it. Do you want me to go to the next slide?
Go ahead.
Okay. So one of the things that we are really proud of that we are able to provide our substitutes, again, we want to make sure that we are taking care of our community, taking care of our people. We pay weekly by direct deposit every single Friday. If they don't have a bank account, we do have a pay card that they can get, and that is a super easy thing to fill out. Okay. We also offer medical, dental, vision, life, and 401k. I don't know how many part-time jobs you can have out there that offer a 401k plan, but we offer a 401k plan after 1 year of substituting. We also have just a ton of incentives that we do. Monthly, we do Employee of the Month. We do an Employee of the Year as a corporation, and then we also do them as a region. So last year, Cassandra Gray won our Substitute of the Month, or Substitute of the Year last year. Her little thing is right there. We were super excited about that. Yeah, right here in this district. We also have monthly raffles where we raffle off about $1,200 to $1,500 worth of prizes, big screen TVs, iPads, things like Apple Watches, gift cards, things that we raffle off every single month for people. They get a monthly newsletter that tells them what the qualifications are each month. So it might be you have to work 2 Mondays and a Friday to qualify. Whatever it happens to be, it changes every month. We also have ongoing learning that they can do online at home at their own leisure. If they wanted to learn a little bit more about special ed classes, or if they wanted to learn a little bit more about classroom management, all of that is free to them, and that we can provide them with a online training. Or we also now work with smart classrooms. So we have over 800 or over 1,000 books that they can download that are specific to whatever subject that they want to learn more about. They're all free for them to download. We also have an incredible referral program that's not only good for the substitutes, but anybody, doesn't have to work for this district either. It can just be anybody. If you want to refer, it's a $100 referral bonus. It's really just free money. They have to work 10 days in the first 45 for you to get paid that $100. It's a really simple process. We have a marketplace where all of our substitutes can log into and get discounts on shoes, clothing, rental cars, airplane tickets, bus tickets, movie tickets. There's things in there, and we add to it all the time. We do have live support. That is, we have live support out of Oregon. We have live support out of Tennessee. So we have 2 areas where if somebody needs to reach somebody and we are not answering the phone, they can reach out to them, and we give them all of those numbers and an email address to reach out to them right away. We also have paid sick leave. So that's been in effect since July 1. You don't have to pay the ERB with us. They get to take more of that money home themselves. It's more money in their pocket every single day. Okay, we also have the substitute of the month a year. I already mentioned that. Our system for them to decide which jobs they want is all online. It's easy for them to do on their phone, on a computer, or they can use a phone system where they can call in and see what's available, or we'll call them and tell them what's available. I know that Chuck probably knows exactly which people he needs to call and who doesn't want a phone call. And so we know that. And then we really believe that our subs are the most important thing. So we try to do a bunch of appreciation things. So like last year, our marketing team is amazing. They got together with American Express last year, and for Teachers Week, Teacher Appreciation Week, we drew 3 names, and they got each one of those 3 people every single day got $250 American Express gift certificates. Okay, this year we're going to do a appreciation event on March 3rd. We're doing it at the district office. We have the room already reserved from 1:30 to 4. Everybody's invited. Come, we're going to have snacks, and everybody will tell stories. It's just kind of a chance for you to get to know another sub, what they did, what they liked, how that worked for them. We've been doing these for a while in multiple different districts, and they're a lot of fun. And it's even better when the board members come, or the CFO comes, or the superintendent comes, because then they feel, they're that much more part of that system because you guys are there for them. It'll be March 3rd.
What do you serve for that day?
Well, that's going to be a surprise. I'm not sure. We're working on that. I'm not really sure. Sub sandwiches. That would be a great thing to do. March 3rd. So we also, like I said, we gave away 4 winners last December for $30 gift certificates, grocery gift certificates, and then we're putting out a scholarship for $1,000 we haven't come to a decision on how we want to distribute that yet, but we really like to have it be towards somebody who wants to get their teaching license, somebody who's working towards being a full-time teacher, where we can help support their long-term goals in the community, in your district. And then Chuck has been doing recruiting everywhere, so do you want to touch on this really quick?
Yes. Yes, I've been recruiting at the flea market sometimes, walk through there, pass out cards. Navajo Nation Workforce, I meet with Nancy over there and talk with her, gave her some pamphlets. And then Shiprock, I went to Shiprock Chapter House, hung up some flyers throughout the district. I meet with Goodwill, and I have a job fair at the Goodwill, and we go to the Armory every other month over in Farmington. And then also, I follow my daughter around. She goes to school at Mesa Elementary. So I usually follow her around, and I have a little table set up beside her. While they're playing their game, I have my table set up aside, and
Sporting events, he goes to a lot of those.
and when they're going by, parents are coming by, and I'm passing out flyers and just spreading ESS, the opportunities that are there, and we go out to Newcomb, Sheep Springs, attended a couple chapter meetings over there. So yeah, I'm basically all over the place. Just
He's always busy.
I'm always busy, and 90, I say about 99% of the time I'm in the office. And then when I do get out of the office, it's a rare occasion that I get out of the office, but majority of the time I am there, trying to answer all the phone calls and everything. So, but yeah, we cover a lot of areas. I have flyers all over the place, and I actually even stopped at the vet center in Farmington and dropped off some flyers there. So, yeah, it's been great.
So, may I?
Yes, Ms. Nesbitt.
So with that type of recruitment, what would you say, has that been more successful than HR, or what HR is doing, or?
Well, I don't think
Have
your
you picked
HR
up-
is hiring or is advertising for subs. We are just looking for the substitute side. But I can tell you that in October, Chuck hired more substitutes in October than anybody else in the state. Like, he has had such a great response from getting out into his community with with the Navajo people, speaking their language, being out, showing them what opportunities are there, how that can impact their family. It's been a mission for him, and it's been huge. And his numbers, if he hasn't been doing that, we wouldn't be at this 91% fill rate, because we wouldn't have the people. But he has worked the communities and helped get money into the communities, get money into the families, and really that's what we want to do.
I think one thing that happens a lot in school districts is that your HR department has a lot to recruit for. I think in this meeting, we've heard of a few positions that need to be recruited for. And so one value that ESS brings is a singular focus of recruiting for substitutes. One thing that Trina is saying here and Chuck's saying here is every 2 weeks, we're on a recruitment call with right now, and we're switching around the country. Right now, we're meeting with most people on the East Coast, in Rhode Island and New Jersey and Pennsylvania. And then we have our people here, and we're sharing ideas. And we're talking about different things that we're doing. And so we're trying to do that as a best practice. And we get ideas all the time. The other day, we talked about, movie theater was for very low price. You could announce that you were hiring for every time someone sat down that screen. And so that was an idea. We're always sharing ideas. And so that's something that is a value that we're trying to bring synergies in, because we have a single focus of doing something. And, it's not easy to find subs nationwide, but it is something that, we're focused on, and then we share those best practices as a company.
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Ms. Aspis.
So, that's fine. I mean, I'm not saying anything negative against our HR, but there has been that question about recruitment on why we're not having that much success with recruitment of teachers or, and then, well, actually in that field, but that's why I was asking if that, and I don't know why you didn't let Mr. Thomas talk, but that's why I want to know, is that more successful? Has the numbers grown? And you said it did, and so if that's positive and it's actually getting people, then that's great. So we need to know, like to have that feedback as well. So we maybe those are areas where he's doing this that we need to know about.
Yes, out in these communities, you have John Hielchin, they went off to school, yeah. John Hielchin, then they come back. I don't know. They're trying to look for work, and they're out in the middle of nowhere. And there's one thing that I've experienced in life. I'm 50. I'm a retired union iron worker. In my early years after I got out of the military, I had tried applying for the city. I don't have the qualification. I tried the county, same thing. Don't have the qualification. Tried the state, same thing. Navajo Nation, same thing. NTUA, same thing. So I left, going out in the real world. She did the net on Liniki some of them are afraid. They already have that mindset in their mind when they go to apply with the school district. I don't have the qualification. City government, I don't have the qualification. County government, I don't have the qualification. State, county, I don't have the NTUA, I don't have the qualification. NECA, I don't have the qualification. All these things are 8 out, done. That's what I observed. ESS, it's a partnership, and it gives people hope. It gives them hope. And then it works, and then in that process, then the individual, the applicants that come out, oh, this is how you get paid. Your education. Oh, I have an associate's degree. I have a bachelor's degree. I have a master's degree. Then they start bringing out these their education. They start bringing them out, and then it's been a lot. It's been a success. It's like they're 50, 60 years old, 65 years old. They're retired. Right here, here's my bachelor's degree. One of them's a long-term sub over at TBA. Pandora Mike asked for him, so he's over there. Aldo Satnan showed up. Here's my bachelor's degree. Here's another one. Here's my bachelor's degree. They're coming out. You just have to go and look for them. To where you have to fish for them. Could they? Over here. Although you have to go to their level during that time. They're San Juan College now. I went to San Juan College over the summer. I got my CDL license over there. I could go over to your bus barn and become a bus driver too. But over there, a lot of my classmates, come on over. Right here, ESS, while you go to school. People, that's how they come out of the woodwork. They come out. And then they think, when licensure, who's gonna help me? I have a bachelor's, but it's a non-education. You don't see how many of these applications I have that have sociology, social work, psychology. Lambi, but I don't say anything. You know, if you want to, you know, it's, you know, there's that confidentiality, not that though. But that's where all these applicants are coming out of. They're coming out from the CAA over there, giving them, you know, giving them the opportunity. You know, it's you got to have that compassion to do it.
Chuck has been incredibly successful in the communities here. Incredibly successful. We're sad to see him go.
Anything else? Is that it?
Yeah.
Mr. Montoya.
I appreciate your energy and enthusiasm. Because again, just like you were saying, a lot of these people are hidden. And it takes someone to actually go. I remember one day, the former superintendent and I were down there in Newcomb Middle School, and one of the subs, this lady had a bachelor's degree in microbiology. It's like, well, what? You know? But you don't find out unless you ask or start that conversation. And then you start to see these things.
Yeah.
But it takes somebody, obviously, that's engaged enough and understands enough to incite those conversations to find out.
Yeah.
So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Are there any other questions or comments from the board?
Board President, can I make a comment?
You may.
Yeah, thank you for giving us this information. Really eye-opening, and thank you for the work that you've been doing and seeing the need and then doing this work. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We're just really glad that we could be here and see you all, because I know that there's been questions asked and maybe not all of the answers have been clear. And this is something that we really just, it was something on our plate that we really wanted to make sure that we were here to answer all of your questions. So.
One more, I think, guess to
Chuck?
you and the big guy. Because, not to say that he's irrelevant, but in respects because he's come to join us.
Yes, he is.
The focus, and it was brought up by Ms. Aspis, is, and I've heard it too, and revolving around the customer service, is ensuring that the people that are going to be providing those services, one, do, two, to the best of their ability, three, that your organization ensures that we are getting that quality. Because again, at the end of the day, the ones who have to speak for it are sitting right up here at this table and up out of that speaker.
I would love to leave you each with my card, and if you have an issue, you can email me directly.
Well, actually, we
Okay.
can't do that. That
Well,
gentleman right there.
He can email me directly anytime. He has my card, and I will address every issue that needs to be addressed.
Trust me, since that's an open invitation, we will let him know. But, you know, the point being that, and again, we truly want, and that's another thing, again, I know some of you heard some of that conversation a little earlier today from the LFC, but the challenges that we face, obviously, this gentleman's seen it, and quite frankly, probably even feeling it, and understanding the pain that we're trying to do in providing these services to these kids. So I think the key word here would be partnership, and I know I've heard that, but we need to be assured that that's exactly what is occurring in order for this relationship to continue to be able to provide quality to our students. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Partnership is the word that we choose to use, and that's where we want to be. If there's no other question on this, Joseph would like to just quickly go through some quick numbers for you.
Sure,
And I'll stand in
thank
the
you.
back.
So we met with Donovan, and Donovan actually, probably you should be standing up here with me, so that he prepared these, and we popped them into our presentation. And so this was the some analysis. You know, every time we try as best we can from our pricing when we do everything to be budget neutral. And it sounds like when he's incorporating all these costs, I don't know, Donna, if you want to explain a little bit more, it looks like it's actually in the analysis of using us and having it in-house, it looks like it's actually saving a little bit of money.
Thank you, Joseph, right?
Yep.
Board President, members of the boards, and Superintendent Carlson. We worked with ESS to provide the data here, and what we was requested was to compile the what was billed for the I guess the past 2.5 years. I made a little mistake on this one, so I'll point it out right there. On the bottom it says estimate benefits, and I accidentally put that one in twice for this slide here. So estimate benefits is actually the insurance, health, dental, and vision and life. If these employees were employed by the district, so we would have to take the $11,613 off the bottom line total there. So some of the costs that are associated here, estimated taxes, we got that information from what we pay currently with payroll, insurance, health, dental, vision. Again, that's what we took that information off the current NIMSIA premiums that we pay. Time-saving costs, teacher stipends, software, ID badges, supplies, those were supplied in collaboration with working with ESS. So, so when you take a look at what actually ESS bills, they bill the district for that year 2021, $939,788.66. If we were to provide those services in-house, we would have paid, an estimated $1,177,499. I'm subtracting the 11,000 mistake that I made on.
Good at math on this feed.
I know, that was good.
And then the savings we had for that year are estimated at $237,710 approximately for this line.
And then if you go to the next slide, we have this exactly laid out for all 3 slides, so it's just the comparison year to year. So that was the 2021 year. This is the 21-22 year.
Yeah. Okay, and then the next 2022. This is for
Right.
this current year, from July to December, and that was the first slide was the only one I messed up with adding that total twice. So you can see already the savings this year are at $216,000 approximately.
Mr. President,
Mr. Montoya.
a question for the superintendent. Mr. Carlson, not to put you on the spot, but to put you on the spot, do you believe that this service, what they're showing in regards to, because, looking at things from a business perspective and the return on investment, is it something that you believe is truly providing that benefit to the district?
It's a loaded question there, Member Montoya.
What do you want me to unload?
Well, if you've given these numbers, I've not seen these numbers before today.
Mm-hmm.
So this obviously impacts my opinion and whatever decisions we would make, because of course the board advocates fiscal responsibility. So seeing these numbers, they surprise me. So I need more conversations with Mr. Yazzie and with my staff about those numbers. There's just like anything else that we talk about, there's benefits and there's pros and cons, pluses to both sides. There's a lot of secretaries who have never, because we've had ESS for a while, we have several new secretaries, they've never gone through the process of spending all the time hiring subs. That would be kind of an imposition to them onto their existing duties. Obviously, there's a lot of duties would be absorbed by our human resources staff that we already have. And I'm sure there's the thought that we don't need to add more staff to the staff that we have currently, there are a lot of considerations. So again, I'm looking at these numbers. Some of these numbers jump out, and they're rather surprising. And so where they come from exactly is a good conversation to have.
That's exactly where I'm coming from, because especially that first number where you're almost at $250,000 when you do that comparison, correct? Okay, so.
Do you want to go back
No.
one slide?
You don't need to. You don't need to. But that's just my point in respects to that hard number that's being showed. But again, my concern is just to ensure that we're getting that quality, and how do we quantify that quality? And again, I think we've already alluded to it in respects to, I saw them jotting down in respects to asking the educators themselves on the quality that they're seeing or not seeing within that classroom, not just the principals. Because that's the one who the teacher has to go back, especially if they're out for a week, to see what they may have to go back and redo that wasn't done. So that's the perspective I'm coming from, which isn't quantifiable in that dollar sign.
Agreed.
So as long as we understand that, obviously the cost benefit over the long term, using the math that they have and the comparative math, that's obviously, as you said, it's a decision for us to make, obviously based off your consideration as well too. So, but again, my point is the quality that's coming out of it that can't be quantified in that classroom. So
honestly, I think the quality of the subs probably wouldn't differ much one way or the other. I think that one of the things that we can do is we can put more money into it, and we have done that this year with ESS. And I would advocate for going above and beyond where we already did this year. When you talk about those who have licenses, I believe those teachers, ex-teachers and future teachers, should be paid for having those licenses. They should be paid more than others, even if they have a bachelor's or master's, the other folks. Those with a teaching license should be paid more. We need to attract those people as much as we can, because you and I both know, you've been in classrooms and you've seen what happens if you have a 19-year-old high school graduate, which we employ as subs. No offense to anybody. There's probably some who do a great job.
No offense to the 19-year-old.
But they shouldn't be paid the same or anywhere near what somebody with a teaching degree should be paid. And they can't do the things that somebody can that's a teacher.
Understood. All right, thank you.
So we stand for any more questions?
Ms. Husky, do you have a question?
Oops. No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, I would like to thank you again for letting us come tonight and speak to you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Oh, yeah.
Board President, may I make a comment?
Yes, you may.
I would like to sincerely thank ESS for coming in tonight and thank the school board for listening very carefully to their presentation and understanding all of the services that they provide us. And as we move into this next report, I will let you know what we are doing in HR for recruiting too. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, good plan. Next item, vacancies update by Ms. Trocheck.
Hey, thank you. Sharon, could you possibly put that up there? Okay. Looks kind of small right now, but I have a different screen to look at. Oh, that's the agenda anyway. So I'll wait till you put that up there. Okay, we will, good evening. Again, this is Margaret Trocheck. I'm the Human Resources Director, and I will give, we'll go through the vacancy report as soon as it comes back up. And we will also, I wanted to mention that we do have substitutes for bus drivers and so on. So we do hire substitutes under CCSD, not very many of them. But the jobs that ESS is not able to carry for us, their insurance, we do have a few substitutes. And we do, if they're long-term substitutes, we do pay them benefits. Another comment I wanted to make is that those numbers we were looking at did not include the ERB, meaning the Educational Retirement Board's deduction on those subs. If they were under CCSD, because of the size of our organization, we would be required to take out the 14% out of each of their paychecks. So those dollars are not in there. So what I'm saying is that the savings, having ESS would be bigger because of that. I also wanted to explain my role with this discussion and the preparation for it. There were a number of us that collaborated to get the information that we thought would be most useful for the school board to try to answer some of those questions that we've been hearing, that I've been hearing over several meetings. So I really hope that was helpful. I helped with the communication of getting those pieces together. So I really appreciated Donovan and everyone. So here's our vacancy report. Starting, we still have the food services coordinator open. And then there was the principal for Mesa Elementary is still there under administration. Next, we have the elementary schools. As soon as it comes up, you'll see at least 3 first grade positions there. And not quite sure what happened to the vacancy report. But while we're waiting for that, there are a number of things that we do for recruiting that I wanted to talk about just to give a brief summary. You've heard these before, but HR weekly sends out that vacancy report, goes to probably, 30 different locations, including colleges, all of those sites that were on the ESS page, the chapter houses, and so on. So people are receiving our vacancy reports weekly. We also have our Grow Your Own, your student teachers. We also, we have MOUs with the colleges, as you know, for training or classes and alternative licensure. We're also advertising on Facebook, and then Indeed.com. We track the folks that are hitting our advertisements on Indeed over to the frontline system that we use for our recruiting and application tracking. I just had some notes here. So we also are busy with our J1s and trying to continue on with that. Sharon, are you able to put up the vacancy report? We're still working on it, I bet. I do have an update on, if I can exit the screen here, I have an update on the J1s, if you would like to hear that, school board. Let's see if I can locate that here.
An update on what?
The J1s and the H1B visas.
Yes.
Quantity of teachers that we are hiring and will hire based on foreign national teachers. I think I've got it on my bar here. Here's the vacancy report again. Yay. Okay, we'll do that first. Here's the elementary school teaching. You can see the vacancies there. Or actually, I'm looking at my own screen. Sorry. Let me go back to the Zoom meeting and see if she was able to put that up. I don't see it up there. Sharon or Jared, should I try to share the vacancy report I have on my screen? Can you see it now? Okay. Let me open up the screen again. See if I can do that. Okay, share screen. Okay, I need to be host. It says it's disabled right now for me to share. Try it again, still disabled. Let's see if I can, okay, I'm host now. Let me see if this is gonna work now. Share. Bear with me one more second. Let me see. Okay. Trying to get the screen opened up again. Okay, new share. And it's not showing me my tabs like I usually have, so not sure if I can do that on here right now. Sharon, are you able to put the vacancy up? Let's see.
Yeah. Yes.
This is not going to work right now. I don't want to hold up the meeting.
Ms. Trocek?
Yes. I can't hear the question.
Sharon
there's
asked
one.
if you give the host back to her.
Okay, I think it is back to Sharon now.
If we're still having difficulties, let's move on to the next.
Okay. Based on my inability not to share, I think we could save the J1 report if you would like that. I could send that to Mr. Carlson. I do have that written up, and he can send it to the board just to give you an update on where we're at on the hiring for J1s and H1Bs.
Let's go to Mr. Switch for the District Athletic Director's goals.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Switch.
Good evening, everyone. President Wells, Vice President Haskey, Secretary George, Board Member Aspis, Board Member Montoya, and Superintendent Steve Carlson. My name is Michael Switch. I'm the District Athletic Coordinator as well as the Title I Director for CCSD. I want to say before I get started, I appreciate the opportunity to come before the board tonight to make my presentation. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Okay, there are several things that I want to go over with you. First one, and I'll go over this very slowly, is my mission statement. My mission statement for all our athletic teams within the school district goes as follows. Central Consolidated School District Athletics is committed to excellence in athletics and supports the educational mission of the district. CCSD will help to meet, promote, and support all student athletes at their individual skill levels and educational needs to provide a challenging environment for skill development in both team and individual sports. That's my mission for the athletic department. The goals is to inspire champions today, prepare leaders for tomorrow by providing and supporting student athletes to develop skills, commitment, respect, responsibility, teamwork, work ethics, and sportsmanship. Developing these skills will help our student athletes become competent and contributing members of our school and local community. The objectives of my mission is to provide the opportunity for student athletes to develop wholeness through learning experiences that contribute to the physical, mental, emotional, and social growth. To foster academic, athletic achievement in students by emphasizing the importance of self-discipline, sacrifice, and dedication to achieve goals. To develop the qualities of good sportsmanship, respect, responsibility, and moral integrity within each student athlete. To provide students with the experience which requires problem solving, decision making, and critical thinking skills. To develop school spirit and pride with each student athlete and school loyalty. To teach the student athletes to accept victory or defeat in a gracious and positive manner. To provide opportunities for growth, development through athletic competition that will help contribute to a successful adult life. Here on this slide, I know there's a lot of questions that have came to me. And I do want to say this. I'm very gracious, I'm very humble to have this position. I have a passion in what I do. I'm not perfect. I do make mistakes. I learn from my mistakes And when I make a mistake, I ask questions and go to the people that might have the answers for me. Here I want to say, as you look at my job responsibilities as the district athletic coordinator for Central Consolidated School District, it has changed in the previous years compared in the past. There are job responsibilities that previous people have had that I don't have on my job responsibilities. If you would open that for me, please, Sharon, I would like to share. Go to the link, please. So, I did not take this, I was offered this position, did not start till July of this year. These were my job responsibilities that were given to me verbally and written on this document. Number one, as you will see, part of this job responsibility, I'm a Title IX coordinator, not only for the athletic program, but also with the educational, personal side as being a Title IX coordinator. I attend athletic and activity events, facilitate in the organization of interscholastic activity programs at the elementary, middle school, and high school. Evaluate the athletic programs. I do want to make that clear, evaluate. When the word evaluate, I work with the principal, I work with the athletic coordinator of the building. I'm not so responsible evaluating the coach's performance or the program. I collaborate with the principals. I support the principals as well as athletic coordinators in helping support our coaches to be at a high performance level, to compete at the highest level. So I work with them on a daily, weekly, or monthly plan of what we can do. And I want to emphasize this, what I emphasize is about developing relationships. I have a passion for our community. I have a passion for our schools in this district. I believe that all kids can be successful, both athletically and academically. Our kids need to be motivated. They need to be challenged. We have people in place that do that. It's my job as an athletic coordinator to make sure I'm providing the appropriate information, resources to our building principals, athletic coordinators, and coaches to excel at the highest level. At the 2A level, which is Newcomb, Shiprock, and Kirtland at the 4A level. I believe we're headed in the right direction. There are going to be some stumbling blocks, but what's been great is developing a team of principals, a team of stakeholders, a team of coaches, a team of parents are believing that we can get this done. I look forward to what I do. I started in this district as a teacher at Shiprock High School, a teacher and a coach. I was there for 5 years. After that, I had the opportunity to go to TBA, Cybertop Middle School, to be the assistant principal there. From there, as an assistant principal, I was the opportunity to become the athletic coordinator has been a dream of mine within this community. Is the screen go off? So as you go through there, our coaches have been doing a great job as far as following the rules within the New Mexico Activities Association. Helping coaches develop those leadership skills to coach and lead young men, young women in their athletic programs. It's been great to collaborate, share philosophies. ideals between coaches. Most important, developing those relationships with our coaches. I look at my job as being a classroom teacher. It's fun to continue teaching. Monitoring the maintenance of athletic and athletic facilities, surveying student body, developing and maintaining athletic, handbooks. I do want to emphasize this. Being the Title IX director, we are in good compliance with Title IX, not only athletically, but also we're in good compliance. We're doing the things, as I'm going to piggyback off what Amanda has said, we're doing a great job in that area. I've got a great team. We work together to accomplish our goals, to make sure we're doing things correctly, in the right way, and most importantly, in the professional way. As we're doing, provide the reports, activity programs. I perform other duties. I've been assigned by Mr. Carlson, who I report to on a daily basis, to give him updates of what's going on. So those are the duties. Some of those duties have changed. Next slide, please. Like I said, I can't do this job without having a great team. And I give a lot of credit to Mr. Carlson. I give a lot of credit to the other people I work with, such as transportation, facilities, data. Those people have helped me grow in this position that I currently have. Some of the things that as of today, that we have accomplished as a team is provide critical information, ensure the compliance with Title IX at all schools. I want to let you know, as a board member staff, that I speak weekly, collaborate by phone, by email, or in person about Title IX. All building principals are aware. I give them information when we have our meetings, or information that I have gained to share with them, so they're aware how we are complying and staying in compliance within our district. I give a lot of credit to this person right here. She has taught me a lot since I've got this new position in our facilities. That's Candace Thompson. She's very knowledgeable, very experienced. She's helped me to understand what we need to do to stay in compliance, what we need to do to provide the equipment, the supplies, and the facilities for our student athletes to be able to perform each week or every night. She has helped me. We have done a lot of things together. I've learned from her. Right now we're upgrading the new lighting system, the new seating capacity in our gyms, the football fields, renovation of the baseball, softball fields. We're even talking about the walking park by the school. We've upgraded. We are on a team uniform rotation. I will say this, we have done a great job. Finance has helped me with this. That department, not just one person, but the entire department has helped me. We are moving in the right direction as providing team uniforms for each team at each high school and middle school. And most importantly, we have really done a great job as a team to provide the uniforms for our middle school. It's been some time for some schools that have not had the appropriate uniforms. I feel good about that. The other thing, our relationship with the New Mexico Activity Station Association has grown stronger. I've stayed in contact with Sally Marquez on a weekly basis of things that have been taking place. I've mentioned to you, I visit with building principals, both at the middle school and the high school level. I'm developing relationships. And I'm not by no means, but it's nice to hear when you have a building principal that come to your building, hey, it's nice to see you. Hey, it's nice to see you at that athletic event. I've also established the relationship of all coaches of every sport at the schools. I attend I schedule to attend all athletic events, visit with stakeholders that are attending those athletic events. I have developed a relationship with parents that either have kids at the middle school or the high school through my years of teaching as assistant principal and now as an athletic corner. I build those relationships. I listen to people. I listen to their needs. I listen to what we can do to become a better school, what we can become a better athletic program. I listen to people. I take time to visit with people. I take time to get to know people. I respect them, and I listen to them. We're doing a great job. I do want to say that we are getting things within the athletics, with our athletic trainers. All athletic trainers at each high school has the things they're needed. We are placing equipment that they need to replace within their athletic training center. We're getting that done. Like I mentioned, we're in the process of revising the athletic handbook. There's one thing that we've also done too. I've got, like I said, this is, I can implement this, but I give credit to our athletic coordinators. I give credit to my principals. This is something that we've had issues. It's paying officials on time. I give credit where credit is due. Our principals, our athletic coordinators are doing a good job. We are getting the best officials here in Mexico that want to come to Kirtland, want to come to Newcomb, want to come to Shiprock, because you know why? Our principals, our athletic coordinators are taking care of them. And that's a good thing. As you know, we're in a shortage of officials. It's hard to get officials. And it's a tough job. And the one thing that I do not want to do is not play a game because we don't have officials. And it's nice that, hey, we have developed that attitude. It's not me. It's my principals. It's the athletic coordinators. They are doing the great job. Next screen. Next screen. There's so many people that's helped me, and there's not enough words to put it. There's not a price tag to put on it. I want to give special thank you to Ms. Carlson and Mr. Deswood, to our personnel Lisa in our athletic department, our human resource department, our operations department, finance department, transportation department, student support services, data. Each one of these departments have a hand in athletics. And I can't thank them enough of all the help, the support, and the guidance they have given me. And there's one quote I like that we are Central Schools. We are a team. We are a team. So once again, before we move on, I can't thank you enough, and I appreciate your support, and most importantly, being there when I needed help or had questions. And next one, questions.
Yes, Ms. Aspis, go ahead.
So when I asked for this presentation, what I wanted to see and hear was the if we still had a rotation of equipment, of uniforms, and you know, just see what your you mentioned that well, I guess this would be more superintendent. It was mentioned that there was a predecessor there before, and that those apparently the duties are not the same anymore, from what I'm hearing, and I asked why, because each school already has an athletic director, so I would imagine the head of those athletic directors would differ, and so I wanted to hear what does that rotation look like if we're keeping to it. And there was work done on mascots and colors to make sure that we keep to those. And I didn't hear nothing about that. And
So I can answer those questions for you, Ms. Aspis.
Let me
Wait till
finish
she's finished.
talking to you. And so, you know, if those are not the duties, then who is deciding that? Is that at your level, or because I think that was important. And again, back to the copyright issues, and we can't just let it be like before. And I think when Mr. Tinsey tackled these issues, it was valid. You know, there was, and something that we as board members didn't think of, but that's what he took upon himself to straighten and make sure that we are standardized and fair. That's the real thing about it. So if we can have something on that.
So, thank you for that question. Board Member Aspis, if I may, President Wells. So, the job description has not changed from when he was hired. He inherited that from his predecessor, which was obviously after Mr. Tensei that you mentioned. And included at the very bottom were the other duties. Mm-hmm. So he's been asked about these, and he does have the answer for you as far as the mascot and the colors. Mm-hmm. Because that is something we had spoken about. So he can definitely answer to that. As far as the uniform rotation, I'd like him to answer that as well, because that's definitely part of his responsibilities. Mm-hmm. That's one of the reasons, a couple of the reasons why we have an athletic coordinator. So if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Switch.
Yes, I'd be happy to answer that. So first question is the team rotation. We do have a team rotation. I do oversee that. And each year, each sport it would rotate their team uniforms. I am working closely with the finance department. The finance department and myself and the athletic department have worked together this week. There are some things that we're trying to get fixed to make sure everybody's aligned to get their uniforms rotated fairly. equally and consistently. We are working on that. We're doing that. We're going to share that with the other athletic coordinators. It's my responsibility to make sure we're following those guidelines of making sure they get those uniforms. Now, I do have a good relationship with Ben Tinsley. To answer your question, he did set those policies and procedures when it comes to our logo of the 3 high schools, the colors. Those are still implemented in what was approved by the school board here at CCSD. I'm making sure, overseeing, that no school are changing or tweaking those logos or changing colors. That's my responsibility. I'm still going off what Ben Tinsley implemented when he was the district athletic director. So I'm still complying with what he is doing and making sure we're following that.
Board President, I have another question.
Go ahead.
And so here we are in January, and you've been at this position, and then I see here in the process of revising athletic handbook and developing a 90-day plan for the athletics department. Was that something that come down from PED or NMAA or with?
No, that's not a requirement necessarily. That was
December, or why late in the?
That's something that was asked
year.
of our. It's something that came from, since principals were asked to do that. We had decided that central office, and Mr. Deswood had them do it. So we are doing that throughout the central office, making 90-day plans for the accomplishments that we're trying to make. So it's not just athletic coordinator.
Okay. Well, this says improvement of athletics department, the 90-day.
Yeah, so that we are asking that, and we will ask that of all coordinators and directors as far as what are we doing between now and the end of the year to make improvements. So.
And the revising of athletic handbook?
That is actually just a process that would need to take place. We do the same thing with student handbooks, staff handbooks. We want to do it this time of year so that it's in place. He's not doing it for this year, he's doing it for next year. I'm assuming, right?
That is correct. And there are some things, being the Title IX director, what I've learned, and I'm sharing with you as a board, that need to be implemented in the athletic handbook is the Title IX regulations when it comes to athletics. People need to be informed. It's my job as the athletic coordinator to make sure what's instilled in that revised athletic handbook for our school district benefits our coaches, our principals, our athletic coordinators, most importantly, our student athletes. It's my job. It's protecting them. It's about safety of the programs.
And another question, Board President.
Yes, ma'am.
So Superintendent Carlson, with that said, it is also our as a school board to make sure that this handbook is looked over legally, especially when it entails Title IX. So just requesting that. Thank you.
Question, Mr. President.
Mr. Montoya.
In regards to the colors, the one that I'm, obviously Kirtland is, I don't think it's really changed, but the one I am not necessarily concerned, but I just have question about the original colors for the Shiprock High School, which was the cardinal red and white. But we've gone into the rainbow and started pulling colors out of our hat. because they look cool. I mean, black, that never was in the color scheme when the school was established, and that's my thing is I would like to see that we would revert back to, and I can attest to this because I remember in 1979 and 80, I think it was, we had white with cardinal red, and then the school district threw in some turquoise in it, and they had to take it off. But the point being is, I would like to make sure that everybody is sticking with the original colors and the original design of what was intended when the schools were established.
Thank you for bringing that too. And like I said, there's things I'm learning too. And one thing is, making sure we're following the proper guidelines of our logos, the way they are, and making sure we're following the colors of each school. So when we had our visit, we're doing, not our visit, when I had my visit with the finance department, where we're putting together the team uniforms, that was one of the questions we brought up in our meeting this week, is to make sure that before orders are sent out to get the uniforms back, that we make sure the colors are the proper colors. Because I agree with a lot of people want to stay with that tradition. And then that's why my job is to make sure we're following those guidelines. And it's making sure we're communicating with each school. They follow those guidelines when it comes to ordering colors to be put on their uniform.
One last one, Mr. President. And again, like I said, all black. I mean, it might look cool, but that wasn't the purpose and intent of the original colors. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Ms. George.
Thank you. Mr. Switch, I have a couple of questions. For the NAMAC 6.20.2.14, the cash control standards, are we, at the games, are we abiding by the 24-hour one banking days to turn in the money?
It is being communicated. I am working closely with that. I'm making sure we are making that 24-hour deposit rule. Can we get better? You bet we can. And it's, like I said, there's things that has brought to my attention that I share. And when things are not like this, I do communicate with the building level. So yes, we can make improvements there.
Okay, I have like 7 questions.
Okay.
What about the no bag policy and the no foods policy? Are we straight across the district with those, or are we still like Kirtland can allow food, but Shiprock cannot allow food? And then are we checking all the bags at the games still?
It's been, like I said, it's been collaborated with them, the people, and like I said, the people that are working, those staff, they're doing their best, and I do want to say this is something that we're going to have to. There was a lot of things, I'm not a person that likes to make excuses. I'll be straightforward. There's a lot of things I've learned from the time I was hired in July to now. This is something that I want to go back as a team, discuss this. What can we do? Because most important, people are coming. You said this, and I appreciate y'all sharing this. This customer service. We got a product out there. And people that come to our athletic events, we treat them with customer service. And my goal is, what can we do better? What can we do as better as an athletic department? Because everyone in this community is important. And I truly believe, and I appreciate the board bringing customer service. I truly believe it, and this is something that I want to improve in, customer service. and those two issues. I appreciate you bringing those two things up.
Mr. Carlson, can we help Mr. Switch in when you guys decide on bags? Of course, medical bags can come in, but bags and the food, can we just make sure that we ensure that it's straight across the board for the districts?
Yes, we can do that.
Okay. And then my other question is, how is the ticket sales going that are online versus in person?
Great question. I thank you for bringing that up. We got to look at this too. And I've reached out to other schools within our geographical area, and a lot of our families, our fans that come to our games don't have access to internet, do not have the technology. Now, some places that do have it, they have those resources. And it comes back to customer service. Are we doing a good job to meet the needs of our family, fans, the people that come to our games? Have we made some mistakes? You betcha. So that's something that we're going to have to. And also, if we're going to do, we got to make sure the internet is working properly in those areas. You know, like I said, there's some things I know that we can improve. We got great people who can do it. This is something that it's going to take a team collaborative effort to make this to work. And most important, we need to look at our fan base.
Okay, so I thank you. I know that when we sell a ticket, they are you guys still giving the little tickets out? Like they have like 20% off at the store in Farmington. Are we still doing those little tickets?
No, that's something I do like to bring back because
Okay.
that does. That was something that I want to help our community get our business involved within our schools, not just the high school, middle school, but also the elementary.
Okay, just make sure when we get those back that they're not expired.
Okay.
Yeah, and then because we had complaints about that, and I was like, I don't know, I'm just here helping at the gate. The other one is, I don't know if you're aware, but the USDA rule for the wellness policy for allowing marketing and advertising for only the food and beverages that meet the Smart Snacks nutritional guidelines. So what that means is like, if you can't promote it, you can't sell it. So, I mean, if it doesn't follow the nutrition, you can't sell it. Like, for example, the concession cups, they have the Coca-Cola marquee on there. So once you get rid of all those after you sell them all, when you order, make sure that you just order like plain cups that doesn't have the logos on there, because that's a violation of the USDA rule.
And that's correct. And that I want to say something. I'm very blessed to have with my job as the district athletic coordinator, also the opportunity to have the Title IX. Is one of those things was brought up in Title IX about sponsorship. That's something that we're going to have to look at. That's something I've learned. You know, I didn't realize that until I attended the conference. And yes, that's something we're going to have to look at as administration staff.
Yeah, and then just make sure your when they're showing the videos down on the floor that there's like no Gatorade or any, same thing. And then the other one that I have is, has the district bought the copyright licensure for playing music at the games?
Yes, I have bought that. That was one thing that, as you know, I hit the road running, and the one thing that I've learned from Sally is, and here's the ruling. I don't know how much time. I don't mean to take up much time, but let me. Well, I've got other important people behind me who have valuable stuff. So the reason why, when I first got this position, I attended New Mexico Athletic Summer Conference. And the reason why this was put in place, all middle schools and high school have it, what happened was, in the city of Houston, at an athletic event, they were playing music, and it was a copyright issue. The school district in Houston was fined $2 million. $2 million. So what happens, this is not just a CCSD, this is not just a state of New Mexico, this is nationwide. So now, if I have my iPhone, it used to be, if I have my iPhone, I got my playlist, I just go plug it in, play it over the intercom. Those days are gone. All of our high schools now are equipped with a laptop computer, with the app, and all those songs. And there's a bunch of songs, you know, depends on what you want to warm up to. But we meet the criteria of that. So all of our high schools, all of our middle schools have that when they warm up or playing athletic events, they have that music app.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say, so that app can be used for band. That app can also be used for prom. That app can also be used for dance because of copyright issues. But we follow under the guidelines now that we have that proper equipment.
That's great to hear, Mr. Switch. Thank you. I'm glad that we bought that license for that. And then my next one is the mask mandate on Navajo Nation. How are we on enforcing the mask mandate at the athletic events?
If I could have Steve help me, because I do talk to Steve on a daily basis about this in his office. We do encourage the mask mandate, follow that. We do encourage the mask. We do at our athletic events, I check when they come in, pay for to attend the event. We put the mask, we tell them, we got the hand sanitize. So we do follow until I'm told differently. That's what we're enforcing. That's what I'm sharing. I do have schools that call me when they come to play at Newcomb or Shiprock or TBA, and I do tell them we still do have the mask mandate in place.
Do we have any posters up so that the patrons don't really argue with you because it's posted?
We've had some up, but I don't know. Just they've got to put them out, or we had wind. But I do check. We do have those up.
Mr. Carlson, can we make sure that those are posted for the mandate?
Let's make sure they're posted, Ms. Switch.
And then my last one, Mr. Switch. Thank you for working with me here. But the next one, do we have the safety advisors at the games as we used to have the security presence at the games?
So that has been a challenge. I want to say this: we've done a great job. I've communicated right before football. I'm just going to say the fall sports, the winter sports, and now we're getting ready to start. I make sure what resources we have and what financial funds we have. We do our best provide the needed security at these athletic events that we have. Now, I know that we have some basketball games coming up, which draw big crowds, and we're doing our best to make sure we station the proper security at these places so they are informed.
Mr. Carlson, do we have extra funding with either with the SR or athletic funding to make sure that we have these security advisors or safety advisors present at the games for safety reasons?
Yeah, we also have security guards that we hire. Yeah, we hired is it ESS? I probably shouldn't talk about it, but yeah, we have security guards that we hire to work the games.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Switch, for answering all my questions. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Ms. Haskey, do you have anything for Mr. Switch? Apparently not. Thank you, Mr. Sweat.
You're welcome. I just want to take this time to say I appreciate every one of you and having this opportunity to be able to speak with you. And anytime I'm out there, I look forward to meeting you and speaking with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson.
Board President, members of the board, I'm going to be quick. We've got a lot to still get done. I was asked to give an update on Newcomb Elementary School. And what we have so far is, as you know, earlier we were waiting on a letter from NTUA committing to supplying the utilities for the new site, the new school. We did receive that letter. We have a point now. The substation is going to be completed the end of the first quarter of 2025. So that gives us a point. We're actually meeting tomorrow as a group with our design team, and we're going to start working our schedule backwards. So from what they told us when we met with them at headquarters in Fort Defiance, they are a year behind schedule. So we have a date. That's what we've been asking for, is that date. Now the state will let us, yeah, knock on wood. The state will start letting us continue work on the project. So we're going to meet as a group tomorrow. And from that, I will be more than happy to give Mr. Carlson an update as to how it's going to work going backwards with that site. The other thing, do you want me to go to the next thing, Board President?
Were there any
Are there
questions
any
on
questions?
that? Ms. Askey, I think you had a question.
It's like you read my mind, Board President. I just wanted to know with the work that's going to be in progress, that includes the 6 extra classrooms, correct?
That was going to be something that Mr. Carlson and I were going to talk to you as a board again, just to have confirmation on the path that we are going to go down with this school after all the reports that we've received. So we just wanted certainty from this board on the path that we want.
Okay, and Superintendent Carlson, when would this report be given to us?
From this meeting, from the meeting from tomorrow, we can give it to you right after the meeting. But the board will need to meet again to confirm the direction that you would like us to take for those classrooms and for the project. Now
Okay.
that the letter's in place.
And I would like to state that my decision has not changed from I think it was the November meeting in regards to the building. I'll continue to advocate for the 6 extra classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anything else you had? Ms. Askey, or Ms. Aspis, excuse me.
Yeah, I just wanted to say too that I am standing my ground as a board member to get those 6 additional classes, especially when it was shown on TV, yesterday's news, how hundreds of thousands are going towards bilingual down south. And they expressed the importance, and they felt that there's going to be growth as far as students, and they even had a year of 2030 that all of this is supposed to happen. So, and here we are with Yazzie Martinez and the need here, and yet we're getting pushed back. So I'm standing my ground on those 6 classes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next subject.
Thank you. The next report I was asked to give is an update on the central office track and field.
Well, before you, may I
Yes,
ask
you may.
another question? So as far as the transformer, that's what you're talking about, right? That's going to be upgraded?
Board member Aspis, no. N2A is actually building a new substation to service the Newcomb area.
Okay.
Not only will it service us and homes in that area, it will also be servicing the treatment facilities along the way for the new water service out there. So they're having to build a whole new substation.
Okay, that's upsizing.
Yes,
So,
yes.
all right, thank you.
Proceed.
My second report that I was asked to give was on the plans for the track and field there at central office. Mr. Switch kind of let it out of the bag. We are upgrading the football fields. We're putting in the new turf at Shiprock and Newcomb. And with that old turf, what we were wanting to do is move that down to the football field there at SAO, just to give us, you know, a little green there for the community to enjoy. And then also we'll have to do new curbing, prepare that subgrade to receive that turf, and then also new walking material on that track. So it is taking a little time. There's a lot that has to happen, and hopefully we will be able to start the removal of the turf at Shiprock High School within the next 60 days. We'll be able to start that project and get that project going before track is in full swing. So there's a lot of moving parts, but just be assured that we are moving forward in making an upgrade there. Are there any questions, comments?
Ms.
I have a
George?
question, Board President.
Ms. George? I can't remember the word. She said you could go ahead, Ms. Askey, sorry.
I just wanted to know if there are any plans to also do the same for Newcomb area.
Board President, Vice President Haskey, yes. You might not have heard me clearly. We are replacing both fields at Newcomb and Shiprock.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Now, Ms. George.
Thank you. With all this new, with the new stuff going on at SAO track, we're going to maintain the like the weeds and the trees and stuff like that too.
It's gonna look different, yes.
Okay. When you tear up the Shiprock track, can you throw one over the fence so I can pick one up 'cause as a keepsake, please? Like about this much, where
the turf.
Yeah, just where the numbers are, where they sit for the track.
So, you know, we're going to be using pieces from both sites on that field. So we're going to be piecing some stuff together. So
okay.
I bet there's some scraps that's going to be laying around.
Yeah, if you could just toss it way over the fence, maybe 2 of them. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes.
Board President.
Go ahead.
So I know I'm not looking for a real precise estimation, but what do you think that's gonna go into in for that track, the one you're talking about, putting the
What the estimate is to put the field on that
yeah,
track and stuff?
and then the upkeep, and is there going to be upkeep to that?
Yes, there is, but the upkeep will be minimal because it's an artificial field. So we'll just have to sweep it, add some rubber to it as the wind blows across it and stuff. So if I had to, and you can't hold me to it, if I had to shoot from the hip right now and give you a swag number to get that subgrade prepared, replace the curbing, level out the field. How many people do you think are still awake right now? as I give this swag number. I believe it's probably going to be in the 250 range. So, plus or minus. We hate to give exact numbers because we don't know who's up right now.
Yeah, I'm just curious because, that's going to be asked, and then, but I know that track is used a lot.
It's used a lot. And prepping the sub base, we'll get rid of our vermin issues that we have out there. So, 2 birds, 1 stone.
2 birds, 3 prairie dogs. Or more. No, I think really any investment into that track, and I've said this before because you heard me say it about 3 years ago, is because it still belongs to us and it gets used tremendously. Any improvement is going to be for the community because that's who it belongs to. So I truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Thompson? One more.
Just a comment. Thank you, Ms. Thompson and Mr. Switch, for considering, taking care of that track for the community. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's used so much when we had to close it due to building the new houses down there. We had to close it for a couple weeks, and the community was really anxious to get back on that track. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Yazzie.
Thank you, President Wells, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. I'll be presenting the procurement over $60,000 for the Sacred Winds communication. There was, we presented it to the board on the previous board meeting. There was 2 pages missing. So if we look at the purchase order for Sacred Winds, we have $10,000 of it being charged to Fund 25147, which is one of the impact aid accounts, as well as the additional $62,000 being charged to operational funds. This is to cover internet services for the Shiprock administration, Mesa Elementary, Shiprock High School, Newcomb High School, Nash City Elementary, OHO, as well as the Kirtland Business Office. And so I'm not sure if there's any other questions relating to this particular purchase order.
I think the request was to come and present again those pages that were missing. Is that correct, Ms. Aspis? Is that what you wanted to see? Do you have any other questions? Go ahead.
Mr. Yazzie, when I just noticed it right now, but is it going to be a discrepancy because it has the last superintendent's name on there? Do we need to change it to Mr. Carlson?
Yeah, Secretary Aspis, this is when the agreement was made, so basically we defer back to the actual date.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Are there any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yazzie. Mr. Montoya, you want to read that resolution?
Yes, and again, as I stated initially at the beginning, we're adopting the agenda. Really wasn't to represent the resolution. What it was is to, as a consideration to the board, to utilize the document to be shared with the New Mexico School Board Association and possibly the state legislature to have them create a memorial on behalf of this document, and again, signed off by the state legislature to support the J-1 visa holders, and then submit that to the U.S. State Department through our Senate delegation in Washington, D.C., which would be Senator Lujan and Senator Heinrich, as well as sharing that with the New Mexico School Board Association again to have them do the same thing during the conference that's coming up at the beginning of February. So it's really just a matter of informing the board as a consideration to have that done so they can use this as a template to create a support document themselves, like I said, with a memorial from the state legislature and a resolution from the New Mexico School Board Association. And I know that one of the biggest points of that we were waiting for in order for me to actually, because I had a conversation with Joe Guillen and he would like to see it, but I couldn't give it because we were waiting on, I believe it was some language change and signatures. So now that it's complete, I just wanted to inform the board that that would certainly be a consideration for them. So.
And would you like the opportunity to read that document?
Oh, absolutely, I will. Put on my reading glasses. Central Consolidated School District Board of Education resolution supporting the J-1 exchange teachers of CCSD and requesting a waiver of the 2-year home country physical presence requirements, October 18th, 2022. Whereas there are currently about 35 Filipino teachers participating in the J-1 exchange teacher program, CCSD Filipino teacher community, and more than 25 of these teachers are in their 5th and last year of the J-1 exchange teacher program. Whereas unless a waiver of the 2-year home country physical presence requirements J-1 waiver is granted, these teachers will have to return to their home country for 2 years before they are eligible to return. Whereas the CCSD Filipino teacher community has requested the school district support in helping them obtain a J-1 visa, J-1 waiver, so that these teachers can remain in the district and obtain permanent residency without having to first return to the Philippines. Whereas CCSD recognizes there is a great need for teachers and other educational staff, especially given the ongoing challenges with the local economy, code, and the extremely important need to bridge the educational and social emotional gaps of our students as described by Yazzie Martinez v. State New Mexico lawsuit. Whereas according to the UNM Southwest Outreach Academic Research, SOAR, Evaluation and Policy Center. The state of New Mexico is experiencing shortages in key educational positions, including teachers, school counselors, school social workers, educational assistants, school psychologists, etc. Whereas CCSD supports the retention of these teachers, most of whom are level 2 and 3 teachers who are certified by the NMPED and have obtained either a master's degree or doctorate degree. These teachers are highly skilled, experienced, and well regarded in the district and communities. Whereas the CCSD Filipino teacher community has contributed greatly to the students and families in the district through their service as teachers, mutually beneficial cultural exchange, and also through the longevity and consistency of the community of Filipino teachers that is growing in the district. And whereas in addition to the needs CCSD has for retaining CCSD Filipino teacher community, not granting the waiver could create extremely hardship for these teachers and their families. Many of these teachers have children born in the United States as well as American spouses. Not granting the waiver would create extreme disruption and hardship for these families. Additionally, the COVID-19 situation in the Philippines and current healthcare and economic instability are cause for great concern. Being sent to their home country to navigate and contend for services from broken healthcare system and struggling economy would create financial instability for these families. Furthermore, all the teachers employed under the J1 exchange program would have no jobs waiting them upon their return to the Philippines because they were required to submit proof of registration before being granted entry into the United States. Now, therefore, be it resolved, CCSD has supports retaining J1 exchange teachers by assisting in obtaining J1 waivers described herein, utilizing the interested government agency IGA and hardship options. And be it further resolved that the board directs the district to work with the New Mexico Congressional Delegation, the Cabinet Secretary of the New Mexico Public Education Department, the Cabinet Secretary of the United States Public Education Department, the Superintendent of the Department of Education, the Cabinet Secretary of the United States Department of Interior, the Director of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and any other governmental official to support obtaining the J1 visa waiver described herein. Resolved by the board this 18th day of October, 2022.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions regarding this?
So basically, it's just instead of other places signing off, it would be the board. That's what you're requesting, or the superintendent.
We've already done that, Ms. Aspis. Again, as prescribed and shown here on the document itself. What it is to share it with, like I said, the state legislature to create a memorial in support of, and then the New Mexico School Board Association and their board of directors to do the same. Because again, with as much help as possible and support from the state, it would certainly hopefully help the cause. Because I know one of the things that was stated to me from, I believe it was Elizabeth in Senator Heinrich's office, was that because the BIA falls under the governmental agency, that they can make a special request to keep them longer. And so therefore, if we can get more of the state of New Mexico behind this, especially at the governmental level, which is the state legislature, that would be very beneficial for the cause as well.
Any other questions or comments? We'll return then to item F on routine matters. Nominations are now open for president of the school board. Are we able to? Are we not? I don't,
Mr. President, may I?
yes, you may.
Ms. Chappelle, are you on the line? Can you hear us?
I can hear you, but I couldn't hear the last person who was talking.
Okay, so there's a question. We were going to return to item F under routine matters for the election of officers. And the question was whether we could still do that as it is after, it is now January 18th.
I think that's a very good question.
It wasn't my question, but yes, but also is Ms. Haskey still on?
I'm still here.
You sound sleepy.
Yes, it's midnight.
So from an Open Meetings Act standpoint, it is obvious, we didn't notice, obviously, the next day. And we have a number of things on the agenda still. I think I want to go back and review the Open Meetings Act real quick on that. Can we take maybe a 2-minute recess while I do that?
In the past, whenever we hit midnight, that was the next day. And
Yeah,
according
I
to
agree.
our advertisement, our posting of the agenda, it only shows for the 17th, not the 18th.
I mean, it's possible that you can do a holdover meeting. That's what I want to see if the New
Right.
Mexico Attorney General's report that he has a handout, I mean, a compliance guideline out there. So I just want to take a quick look at that and see if it says anything specifically. If you would like me to. But I agree with the concern that's been raised. I mean, frankly, the safest thing to do would be to adjourn and reset for another meeting or an expanded meeting.
Could we continue on at least with the consent agenda portion?
I mean, anything that we're doing that takes board action is the concern issue. So if that's something that you want to do, I would like to go look at the New Mexico Attorney General's Open Meetings Act compliance guidelines.
$72
So I'm gonna go offline and do that right now and come back here in a few minutes if that's what you'd like me to do. And I apologize, I think that's someone speaking, but I can't hear them.
Especially for the unique trip requests and the ones concerning students, can we go ahead and do that individually? Vote on them? So that we can get that through.
It sounds like someone's speaking, but it's very muffled and I apologize, I can't hear you.
Okay, that unique trip request is not till later, right? It's not a time issue? So I think we're fine to continue it next week.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Friday? Are we too late for Friday?
Yes.
I'm Mr. Carlson. I cannot hear. I think it's Miss Aspis.
She may have not wanted to be heard.
Oh, okay.
Jermaine, can we go ahead and continue this? I mean, we continued a meeting before, and
Yeah, I
so,
think that's
can-
the safest course of action is to continue.
okay, can we go ahead and continue it for Friday? Too late?
Friday at
Day
midnight.
So it would be posted by Tuesday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. Yes, that would be 72 hours.
Okay,
If we post the notice today, I mean.
Saturday or Monday?
Oh, if we post the notice on Tuesday, which is later today,
Well, we don't have to decide right now. We'll just go ahead and continue and get out of here.
well, you can continue to a date certain under the rules. And so if you do that, I mean, even if you did that for Friday, you would still be in compliance with the 72 hours.
No, because today's Wednesday.
Oh, good point. Very good point. Very good point.
We've done that before. It's never been. I don't know. I've never thought of it, but I know that Randy.
Board President, are we deciding on what day? I think Monday is probably the safest bet to be able to do the notification.
We're still deciding, I believe, on the safest course.
The safest course is to not continue with board action in this meeting.
To adjourn and
Yes.
then post
Yes,
another meeting.
yes. That is the safest course of action.
So Board President, I vote to continue the meeting on Monday to give us the 72-hour time frame to continue on this agenda.
I would think so.
A motion to make, continue meeting on Monday.
I second that.
You're too late.
Okay.
It's been moved and seconded that this meeting be continued Monday. At what time?
Same time or?
Will you be able to make that, Mr. Montoya? Yours starts at...
Well, what time Suzette, is noontime okay Monday? Suzette, is noontime Monday okay for you?
No, I won't be able to make it.
What time will work for you?
I would have to say after 5.
Six?
We can do 6, we can do 6
6 will be
o'clock.
fine.
Okay, 6.
Which location?
Probably Shiprock. That way you don't have to drive so far.
That'll be fine.
Okay, and Shiprock then.
Are we gonna vote on it?
Yeah, we need to vote on it.
Yes, Ms. Askey,
Yes.
Ms. George,
Yes.
Ms. Aspis, Mr. Montoya,
Yes.
myself, yes.
Good night, you all. You all be safe. Oh.
So do we